Volume 1, Chapter 17 of The Day Will Come by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. A Mind Not to be Changed by Place or Time. Christmas at Dorchester was not a period of festivity to which Theodore Dalbrook had hitherto looked forward with ardent expectations, but in this particular December he found himself longing for that holiday season even as a schoolboy might long for release from Latin grammar and suet pudding, and for the plenteous fare and idle days of home. He longed for the grave old town with its Roman relics and leafless avenues. Longed for it, alas! Not so much because his father, brother, and sisters dwelt there, as because it was within a possible drive of Millbrook Priory, and once being at Dorchester he had a fair excuse for going to see his cousin. Many and many a time in his chambers at the Temple he had felt the fever fit so strongly upon him that he was tempted to put on his hat, rush out of those quiet courts and stony quadrangles to the bustle of the Embankment, spring into the first hansom that came within hail, and so to Waterloo, and by any train that would carry him to Wareham Station, and thence to the Priory, only to look upon Juanita's face for a little while, only to hold her hand in his, once at greeting and once at parting, and then back into the night and the loneliness of his life, and law books and precedents, and Justinian and Chitty, and all that is commonplace and dry as dust in man's existence. He had refrained from such foolishness, and now Christmas was at hand. His sisters were making the house odious with holly and laurel, the old cook was chopping suet for the traditional pudding which he had loathed for the last 10 years, and he had a fair excuse for driving along the frosty roads to visit his widowed cousin. He had a pressing invitation from Lord Cheriton to spend 2 or 3 days of his holiday time at the Chase, an invitation which he had promptly accepted, but his first visit was to Lady Carmichael. He found the house in all things unlike what it had been when last he saw it. The dear Grenvilles had been persuaded to spend their Christmas in Dorsetshire, and the Priory was full of children's voices and the traces of children's occupation. Theodore had known Jessica Grenville before her marriage, yet it was not the less a shock to find himself confronted by a portly matron and a brood of children in that room, where he had seen Juanita's sad face bent over her embroidery. There was no trace of Juanita in the spacious drawing room to-day, and the fact of her absence almost unhinged him, and put him at a disadvantage in his conversation when Mrs. Grenville, who received him with gracious loquacity, and insisted upon his giving an immediate opinion upon the different degrees of family likeness to be seen in her 4 children there present. "These 2 are decided Carmichaels," she said, putting forward a rather flabby boy and a pudding-faced girl, "and the other 2 are thorough Grenvilles," indicating the latter and younger pair, who were seated on the floor building a Tower of Babel, with a lately received present of bricks, and carrying out the idea by their own confusion of tongues. Theodore felt glad he was not a Grenville, if that was the type. He murmured some vague civility about the children, while he shook hands with Lady Jane, who had come forward shyly to welcome him, almost obliterated by her more loquacious daughter. "Don't you think Johnny the very image of his poor dear uncle?" asked Mrs. Grenville urgently, a question which always agonized Lady Jane, who could not see the faintest likeness between her snub-nosed and bilious-looking grandchild and her handsome son. Theodore was too nervous to be conscious of his own untruthfulness in replying in the affirmative. He was anxious to have done with the children, and to hear about his cousin. "I hope Juanita is not ill," he said. "Oh no, she is pretty well," replied Lady Jane. "But we keep her as quiet as we can, and of course the children are rather trying for her." "Nobody can say that they are noisy children," interjected the happy mother. "So she seldom leaves her own rooms till the evening," continued Lady Jane. "You would like to see her at once, I dare say, Mr. Dalbrook? And I know she will be pleased to see you." She rang, and told the footman to inquire if Lady Carmichael was ready to see Mr. Dalbrook, and Theodore had to occupy the interval until the footman's return with polite attentions to the 4 children. He asked Lucy whence she had obtained those delightful bricks, thereby eliciting the information that the bricks were not Lucy's, but Godolphin's, only he let her play with them, as he observed magnanimously. He was gratified with the further information that the tower now in process of elevation was not a church, but the Tower of Babel. And then he was treated to the history of that remarkable building as related in Holy Writ. "You didn't know that, did you?" remarked Godolphin boastfully, when he had finished his narration in a harsh bawl, being one of those coarse brats whom their parents boast of as after the pattern of the infant Hercules. The footman returned before Godolphin had wrung a confession of ignorance from the nervous visitor, and Theodore darted up to follow him out of the room. He found Juanita reclining on a low couch near the fire in the dimly lighted room, that room which he remembered having entered only once before, on the occasion of an afternoon party at the Priory, when Sir Godfrey had taken him to his den to show him a newly acquired folio copy of Thomson's Seasons, with the famous Bartolozzi mezzotints. It was a good old room, especially at this wintry season, when the dullness of the outlook was of little consequence. The firelight gleamed cheerily on the rich bindings of the books, and on the dark woodwork, and fondly touched Juanita's reclining figure and the rich folds of her dark plush tea gown. "How good of you to come to see me so soon, Theodore," she said, giving him her hand. "I know you only came to Dorchester yesterday. The girls were here the day before and told me they expected you." "You did not think I should be in the country very long without finding my way here, did you, Juanita?" "Well, no, perhaps not. I know what a true friend you are. And now tell me, have you made any further discoveries?" "One more discovery, Juanita, as I told you briefly in my last letter. I have traced the Squire's daughter to the sad close of a most unhappy life, and so ends the Strangway family as you know of their existence. That is to say, those three Strangways who had come right to feel themselves aggrieved by the loss of the land upon which they were born." "Tell me all you heard from Miss Newton. Your letter was brief and vague, but as I knew I was to see you at Christmas I waited for fuller details. Tell me everything, Theodore." He obeyed her, and related the bitter, commonplace story of Evelyn Strangway's life, as told him by her old governess. There were no elements of romance in the story. It was as common as the divorce court or the daily papers. "Poor creature! Well, there ends my theory at least about her," said Juanita gloomily. "Her brothers were dead, and she was dead, long before that fatal night. Did they bequeath their vengeance to anyone else, I wonder? Who else is there in this world who had reason to hate my father or me? And I know that no creature upon this earth could have cause to hate my husband." "In your father's calling there is always a possibility of a deadly hate, inexplicable, unknown to the subject. Remember the fate of Lord Mayo. A judge who holds the keys of life and death must make many enemies." "Yes," she sighed, "there is that to be thought of. Oh, my dearest and best, why did you ever link your life with that of a judge's daughter? I feel as if I had lured him to his doom. I might have foreseen the danger. I ought never to have married. What right had I? Some discharged felon lay in wait for him, some relentless, godless, hopeless wretch, whom my father had condemned to long imprisonment, whose angry heart my father had scorched with his scathing speech. I have read some of his summings up, and they have seemed cruel, cruel, cruel. So cold, so deliberate, so like a god making light of the sins of men. Some wretch, coming maddened out of his silent cell and seeing my husband, that white, pure life, that brave, strong youth, prosperous, honored, happy, seeing what a good man's life can be, lay in wait like a tiger to destroy that happy life. If it was not one of the Strangways who killed him, it must have been such a man." Her eyes shone, and her cheeks flushed with a feverish red. Theodore took her hand, held it in both his own, and bent to kiss the cold fingers, not with a lover's ardour, fondly as he loved, but with a calm and brotherly affection which soothed her agitated heart. He loved her well enough to be able to subjugate himself for her sake. "My dear Juanita, if you would only withdraw your thoughts from this ghastly subject. I will not ask you to forget. That may be impossible. I entreat you only to be patient, to leave the chastisement of crime to Providence, which works in the dark, works silently, inevitably, to the end for which we can only grope in a lame and helpless fashion. Be sure the murderer will stand revealed sooner or later. That cruel murder will not be his last crime, and in his next act of violence he may be less fortunate in escaping every human eye. Or if that act is to be the one solitary crime of his life, something will happen to betray him, some oversight of his own, or some irrepressible movement of a guilty conscience will give his life to the net, as a bird flies into a trap. I beseech you, dear, let your thoughts dwell upon less painful subjects, for your own sake, for the sake—" He faltered, and left his sentence unfinished, and Juanita knew that his sisters had told him something. She knew that the one hope of her blighted life, hope which she had hardly recognized as hope yet awhile, was known to him. "I can never cease to think of that night, or to pray that God will avenge that crime," she said firmly. You think that it is an unchristian prayer, perhaps, but what does the Scripture say? Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. Christ came to confirm that righteous law. Oh, it is well to be a humanitarian, to sign petitions against capital punishment, but let your nearest and dearest be murdered, and you will be quick to recognize the justice of that old inexorable law, a life for a life. That is what I want, Theodore, the life of the man who killed my husband. If I can help to bring about that end, Juanita, believe me that I will not shrink from the task, but at present I must own that I am off the track, and see no likelihood of succeeding where a trained detective has failed. Could I but find a shred of evidence to put me on the trail, I would pursue that clue to the bitter end, but so far all is dark. Yes, all is dark, she answered dejectedly, and then after a pause she said, You are going to stay at Cheriton, I hear. I am to spend 3 days there at the turn of the year, just before I go back to London. I have chambers in Ferret Court, over the rooms in which your father spent the golden years of his youth, the years that made him a great man. It will be very interesting to me to hear him talk over those years, if I can beguile him into talking of himself, a subject which he so seldom dwells upon. Ask him if he ever made a bitter enemy. Ask him for his experience as a judge at assizes. Find out, if you can, whether he ever provoked the hatred of a bad, vindictive man. I will question your father, Juanita. Do. He will not let me talk to him about the one subject that occupies my mind. He always stops me on the threshold of any inquiries. He might surely help me to find the murderer with his highly trained intellect, with his experience of the darkest side of human nature. But he will not help me. He would talk more freely to you, no doubt. I will sound him, answered Theodore, and then he tried to beguile her into talking of other things, her home, her surroundings. It must be a comfort to you to have Lady Jane. A comfort? She is all that I have of happiness, all that reminds me of Godfrey. My mother and father are very dear to me, I hope you believe that, Theodore, but our lives are parted now. My mother is wrapped up in her husband. Neither of them can sympathize with me as his mother can. Their loss is not the same as ours. We two are one in our grief. And she is a buffer between you and the outer world, I see. She bears the burdens that would weigh you down. Those children, for instance, no doubt they are charming as children go, but I fancy they would worry you if you had too much of them. They would kill me, said Juanita, smiling at him for the first time in their interview. I am not very fond of children. It sounds unwomanly to say so, but I often find myself wishing they could be born grown up. Fortunately, Lady Jane adores them, and I am glad to have the Grenvilles at Christmas time. I want all things to be as they would have been were my dearest here. I lie here and look round this room, which was his, and think, and think, and think of him till I almost fancy he is here. Idle fancy, mocking dream. Oh, if you knew how often I dream that he is living still, and that I am still his happy wife. I dream that he has been dead, or at least that we have all believed that he was dead, but that it was a mistake. He is alive, our own for long years to come. The wild rapture of that dream wakes me, and I know that I am alone. God keep you, Theodore, from such a loss as mine. I must gain something before I can lose it, he answered with a shade of bitterness. I see myself, as the years go on, hardening into a lonely old bachelor, outliving the capacity for human affection. That is nonsense talk. You think so just now, perhaps. There is no one beyond your own family you care for, and you fancy yourself shut out from the romance of life, but your day will come, very suddenly perhaps. You will see someone whom you can care for. Love will enter your life unawares, and will fill your heart and mind, and the ambition that absorbs you now will seem a small thing. Never, Juanita. I don't mean to plague you with any trouble of mine. You have given me your friendship, and I hope to be worthy of it, but pray do not talk to me of the chances of the future. My future is bounded by the hope of getting on at the bar. If I fail in that, I fail in everything. You will not fail. There is no reason you should not prosper in your profession as my father prospered. I often think that you are like him, more like him than you are like your own father. Their talk touched on various subjects after this, on the great events of the world, the events that make history, on books and theatres, and then upon Sarah Newton, whose plan of life interested Juanita. He told her of the girl called Marian and her inquiries about Cheriton. "I wonder if you ever knew her among your villagers," he said. "I should much like to know who she is. She interests me more than I can say. There is a refinement in her manners and appearance that convinces me she must have belonged to superior people. She was never born in a labourer's cottage, or amidst a small shopkeeper's shabby surroundings. She was never taught at a national school, or broken into domestic service." "And she was once very handsome, you say?" "Yes, she must have been beautiful, before illness and trouble set their marks upon her face. She is only a wreck now, but there is beauty in the wreck." "How old do you suppose her to be?" 8 or 9 and 20. It is difficult to guess a woman's age within 2 or 3 years, and this woman's face is evidently aged by trouble, but I don't think she can be 30. "There is only one person I can think of who would in any manner answer your description," said Juanita thoughtfully. "Who is that?" "Mercy Porter. You must have heard about Mercy Porter, the daughter of the woman at the West Lodge." "Yes, yes, I remember. She ran away with a middle-aged man, an army man, one of your father's visitors." "I was a child at the time, and of course I heard very little about it. I only knew that Mercy Porter, who used to come to tea with mother, and who played the piano better than my governess, suddenly vanished out of our lives, and that I never saw her again. My mother was quite fond of her, and I remember hearing of her beauty, though I was too young myself to know what beauty meant. I could not think anyone pretty who wore such plain frocks, and such stout useful boots as Mercy wore. Her mother certainly did nothing to set off her good looks or to instill vanity. Years after, my mother told me how the girl disappeared one summer evening, and how Mrs. Porter came distracted to the house, and saw my father, and stormed and raved at him in her agony, saying it was his friend who had blighted her daughter's youth, his work that she had gone to her ruin. He was very patient and forbearing with her, my mother said, for he pitied her despair, and he felt that he was in some wise to blame for having brought such an unprincipled man as Colonel Tremaine to Cheriton, a man who had carried ruin into many homes. Mercy had been seen to leave Wareham Station with him by the night mail. He had a yacht at Weymouth. She wrote to her mother from London a fortnight afterwards, and Mrs. Porter brought the letter to my mother and father one morning as they sat at breakfast. It was a heart-broken letter. The letter of a poor foolish girl who flings away her good name and her hope of heaven, with her eyes open and knows the cost of her sacrifice, and yet can't help making it. I was engaged to Godfrey when I first heard Mercy's story, and I felt so sorry for her, so sorry, in the midst of my happy love. What had I done to deserve happiness more than she, that life should be so bright for me and so dark for her? I did not know that my day of agony was to come." "Did you ever hear how Colonel Tremaine treated her?" "No. I believe my father wrote him a very severe letter, and called upon him to repair the wrong he had done, but I don't think he even took so much trouble as to answer that letter. His regiment was ordered off to India 2 or 3 years afterwards, and he was killed in Afghanistan about 6 years ago." "And has nothing been heard of Mercy since her flight?" "Nothing." "I wonder her mother has sat at home quietly all these years, instead of making strenuous efforts to find her lost lamb," said Theodore. "Ah, that is almost exactly what Godfrey said of her. He seemed to think her heartless for taking things so quietly. She is a curious woman, self-contained and silent. I sometimes fancy she was more angry than grieved at Mercy's fate. Mother says she turns to ice at the slightest mention of the girl's name. Don't you think love would show itself differently?" "One can never be sure about other people's sentiments. Love has many languages." Their talk drifted to more commonplace subjects, and then Theodore rose to take leave. "You must dine at the Priory before your holiday is over, Theo," said his cousin as they shook hands. "Let me see. To-morrow will be Christmas Day. Will you come the day after, and bring the sisters? It is too long a drive for a winter night, so you must stay. There is plenty of room." "Are you sure we shall not bore you?" "I am sure you will cheer me. My sister-in-law is very good, but Lady Jane is the only person in this house of whom I do not get desperately tired, including myself," she added with a sigh. "Please say you will come, and I will order your rooms." "We will come, then. Good night, Juanita." The shadows were falling as he drove away, after refusing tea in the drawing room and a further acquaintance with the wonderful children. He looked forward to that evening at the Priory with an eager expectancy that he knew to be supreme foolishness, and when the evening came it brought some measure of disappointment with it. Juanita was not so well as she had been upon Christmas Eve. She was not able to dine downstairs, and the family dinner, at which the Etonian Tom, Johnny, and Lucy were allowed to take their places in virtue of Christmas time, was a dull business for Theodore. His only pleasure was in the fact that he sat on Lady Jane's right hand and was able to talk with her of Juanita. Even that pleasure was alloyed with keenest pain, for Lady Jane's talk was of that dead love which cast its shadow over Juanita's youth, or of that dim and dawning hope which might brighten the coming days, and neither in the love of the past nor in the love of the future had Theodore any part. Juanita was on her sofa by the drawing-room fire when he and Mr. Grenville left the dining-room, after a single glass of claret, and a brief review of the political situation. Theodore's sisters were established on each side of her. There was no chance for him while they were absorbing her attention, and he retired disconsolately to the group in the middle of the room, where Mrs. Grenville and Lady Jane were seated on a capacious ottoman with the children about them. Johnny and Lucy, who had overeaten themselves, were disposed to be quiet, the little girl leaning her fair curls and fat shining cheek against her grandmother's shoulder with an air that looked touching, but which really indicated repletion. Johnny sprawling on the carpet at his mother's feet, and wishing he had not eaten that mince pie, telling himself that, on the whole, he hated mince pie, and envying his brother Tom, who had stolen off to the saddle-room to talk to the grooms. Godolphin and Mabel, having dined early, were full of exuberance, waiting to be "jumped," which entertainment Theodore had to provide without intermission for nearly half an hour, upheaving first one and then another towards the ceiling, first a rosy bundle in ruby velvet, and then a rosy bundle in white muslin, laughing, screaming, enraptured to be caught in his arms, and set carefully on the ground, there to await the next turn. Theodore slaved at this recreation until his arms ached, casting a furtive glance every now and then at the corner by the fireplace where his sisters were treating Juanita to the result of their latest heavy reading. At last, to his delight, Lucy recovered from her comatose condition, and began to thirst for amusement. "Let's have magic music," she said. "We can all play at that, Granny and all. You know you love magic music, Granny. Who'll play the piano? Not Mother. She plays so badly," added the darling with childlike candour. "Sophie shall play for you," cried Theodore. "She's a capital hand at it." He went over to his sister. "Go and play for the children, Sophie," he said. "I've been doing my duty. Go and do yours." Sophie looked agonized, but complied, and he slipped into her vacant seat. He sat by his cousin's side for nearly an hour, while the children, mother and grandmother, played their nursery game to the sound of dance music, now low, now loud, neatly executed by Sophie's accurate fingers. Their talk was of indifferent subjects, and the lion's share of the conversation was enjoyed by Janet; but to Theodore it was bliss to be there, by his cousin's side, within sound of her low, melodious voice, within touch of her tapering hand. Just to sit there, and watch her face, and drink in the tones of her voice, was enough. He asked no more from fate, yet a while. He had a long talk with her in her own room next morning before he went back to Dorchester, and the talk was of that old subject which absorbed her thoughts. "Be sure you find out all you can from my father," she said at parting. Life at Cheriton Chase bore no slight impress of the tragedy that had blighted Juanita's honeymoon. There were no festivities this winter; there was no large house party. There had been a few quiet, elderly or middle-aged visitors during the shooting season, and there had been some slaughter of those pheasants which were wont to sit, ponderous and sleepy as barn-door fowls, upon the 5-barred gates and post and rail fences of the Chase. But even those sober guests, old friends of husband and wife, had all departed, and the house was empty of strangers when Theodore arrived there in time for dinner on New Year's Eve. Nothing could have suited him better than this. He wanted to be tete-a-tete with Lord Cheriton, to glean all in the way of counsel or reminiscence that might fall from those wise lips. "If there is a man living who can teach me how to get on in my profession, it is James Dalbrook," he said to himself, thinking of his cousin by that name which he had so often heard his father use when talking of old days. Lady Cheriton greeted him affectionately, made him sit by her in the library, where a richly embroidered Japanese screen made a cosy corner by the fireplace, during the 20 minutes before dinner. She was a handsome woman still, with that grand-looking Spanish beauty which does not fade with youth, and she was dressed to perfection in lustreless black silk, relieved by the glitter of jet here and there, and by the soft white crape kerchief worn à la Marie Antoinette. There was not one thread of grey in the rich black hair, piled in massive plaits upon the prettily shaped head. Theodore contemplated her with an almost worshipping admiration. It was Juanita's face he saw in those classic lines. "I want to have a good talk with you, Theo," she said. "There is no one else to whom I can talk so freely now my poor Godfrey is gone. We sit here of an evening now, you see. The drawing room is only used when there are people in the house, and even then I feel miserable there. I cannot get his image out of my mind. Cheriton insists that the room shall be used, that it shall not be made a haunted room, and no doubt it is best so, but one cannot forget such a tragedy as that." "I hope Juanita will forget some day." "Ah, that is what I try to hope. She is so young, at the very beginning of life, and it does seem hard that all those hopes for which other women live should be over and done with for her. I wish I could believe in the power of time to cure her. I wish I could believe that she will be able to love somebody else as she loved Godfrey. If she does, I dare say it will be some new person who had nothing to do with her past life. I had been in and out of love before I met James Dalbrook, but the sight of him seemed like the beginning of a new life. I felt as if it had been preordained that I was to love him, and only him, that nothing else had been real. Yes, Theodore," with a sigh, "you may depend if ever she should care for anybody, it will be a new person." "Very lucky for the new person, and rather hard upon any one who happens to have loved her all his life." "Is there any one like that?" "I think you know there is, Lady Cheriton." "Yes, yes, my dear boy, I know," she answered kindly, laying her soft hand upon his. "I won't pretend not to know. I wish with all my heart you could make her care for you, Theodore, a year or two hence. You would be a good and true husband to her, a kind father to Godfrey's child, that fatherless child. Oh, Theodore, is it not sad to think of the child who will never, not for one brief hour, feel the touch of a father's hand, or know the blessing of a father's love? Such a dead blank where there should be warmth and life and joy. We must wait, Theo. Who can dispose of the future? I shall be a happy woman if ever you can tell me you have won the reward of a life's devotion." "God bless you for your goodness to me," he faltered, kissing the soft white hand, so like in form and outline to Juanita's hand, only plumper and more matronly. They dined snugly, a cosy trio, in a small room hung with genuine old Cordovan leather, and adorned with Moorish crockery, a room which was called her ladyship's parlour, and which had been one of Lord Cheriton's birthday gifts to his wife, furnished and decorated during her absence at a German spa. When Lady Cheriton left them, the two men turned their chairs towards the fire, lighted their cigars, and settled themselves for an evening's talk. The great lawyer was in one of his pleasantest moods. He gave Theodore the benefit of his experience as a stuff gown, and did all that the advice of a wise senior can do towards putting a tyro on the right track. "You will have to bide your time," he said in conclusion. "It is a tedious business. You must sit in your chambers and read till your chance comes. Always be there, that's the grand point. Don't be out when fortune knocks at your door. She will come in a very insignificant shape on her earlier visits, with a shabby little 2-guinea brief in her hand, but don't you let that shabby little brief be carried to somebody else just because you are out of the way. I suppose you are really fond of the law?" "Yes, I am very fond of my profession. It is meat and drink to me." "Then you will get on. Any man of moderate abilities is bound to succeed in any profession which he loves with a heart-whole love, and your abilities are much better than moderate." There was a little pause in the talk while Lord Cheriton threw on a fresh log and lighted a second cigar. "I have been meditating a good deal upon Sir Godfrey's murder," said Theodore, "and I am perplexed by the utter darkness which surrounds the murderer and his motive. No doubt you have some theory upon the subject." "No, I have no theory. There is really nothing upon which to build a theory. Churton the detective talked about a vendetta, suggested poacher, tenant, tramp, gypsy, any member of the dangerous classes who might happen to consider himself aggrieved by poor Godfrey. He even went so far as to make a very unpleasant suggestion, and urged that there might be a woman at the bottom of the business, speculated upon some youthful intrigue of Godfrey's. Now, from all I know of that young man, I believe his life had been blameless. He was the soul of honour. He would never have dealt cruelly with any woman." "And you, Lord Cheriton?" said Theodore, hardly following the latter part of his cousin's speech in his self-absorption. His kinsman started and looked at him indignantly. "And you, in your capacity of judge, for instance, have you never made a deadly foe?" "Well, I suppose the men and women I have sentenced have hardly loved me, but I doubt if the worst of them ever had any strong personal feeling about me. They have taken me as a part of the machinery of the law, of no more account than the iron door of a cell or a beam of the scaffold. Yet there have been instances of active malignity, the assassination of Lord Mayo, for instance." "Oh, the assassin in that case was an Indian and a maniac. We live in a different latitude. Besides, it is rather too far-fetched an idea to suppose that a man would shoot my son-in-law in order to avenge himself upon me. The shot may have been fired under a misapprehension. The figure seated reading in the lamplight may have been mistaken for you. The assassin must have been uncommonly short-sighted to make such a mistake. I won't say such a thing would be impossible, for experience has taught me that there is nothing in this life too strange to be true, but it is too unlikely a notion to dwell upon. Indeed, I think, Theodore, we must dismiss this painful business from our minds. If the mystery is ever to be cleared up, it will be by a fluke, but even that seems to me a very remote contingency. Have you not observed that if a murderer is not caught within 3 months of his crime he is hardly ever caught at all? I might almost say if he is not caught within 1 month. Once let the scent cool, and the chances are 100 to 1 in his favour. Yet Juanita has set her heart upon seeing her husband avenged. Ah, that is where her Spanish blood shows itself. An Englishwoman, pure and simple, would think only of her sorrow. My poor girl hungers for revenge. Providence may favour her, perhaps, but I doubt it. The best thing that can happen to her will be to forget her first husband, fine young fellow as he was, and choose a second. It is horrible to think that the rest of her life is to be a blank. With her beauty and position she may look high. I am obliged to be ambitious for my daughter, you see, Theodore, since Heaven has not spared me a son." Theodore saw only too plainly that whatever favour his hopes might have from soft-hearted Lady Cheriton, his own kinsman, James Dalbrook, would be against him. This mattered very little to him at present, in the face of the lady's indifference. One gleam of hope from Juanita herself would have seemed more to him than all the favour of parents or kindred. It was her hand that held his fate. It was she alone who could make his life blessed. New Year's Day was fine but frosty, a sharp, clear day on which Cheriton Park looked loveliest, the trees made fairy-like by the light rime, the long stretches of turf touched with a silvery whiteness, the distant copses and boundary of pine trees half hidden in a pale grey mist. Theodore walked across the park with Lady Cheriton to the 11 o'clock service in the church at the end of Cheriton village. It was nearly a mile from the great house to the fine old 15th century church, but Lady Cheriton always walked to church in decent weather, albeit her servants were conveyed there luxuriously in a capacious omnibus specially retained for their use. On the way along the silent avenue Theodore told her of his meeting with Miss Newton's protégée, and of Juanita's idea that the woman called Marian might be no other than Mercy Porter. "I certainly remember no other case of a girl about here leaving her home under disgraceful circumstances. That is to say, any girl of refinement and education," said Lady Cheriton. "There have been cases among the villagers, no doubt, but if this girl of yours is really a superior person, and really comes from Cheriton, I think Juanita is right, and that you must have stumbled upon Mercy Porter. Her mother ought to be told about it without delay. Will you tell her, or will you put me in the way of doing so?" "Would you like to see Mrs. Porter?" "Yes, I feel interested in her, chiefly because she may be Marian's mother. I shall have to go to work very carefully, so as not to cause her too keen a disappointment in the event of Juanita's guess being wrong." "I do not know that you will find her very soft-hearted where her daughter is concerned," replied Lady Cheriton thoughtfully. "I sometimes fear that she has hardened herself against that unhappy girl. The troubles of her own early life may have hardened her, perhaps. It is not easy to bear a long series of troubles with patience and gentleness." "Do you know much of her history?" "Only that she lost her husband when she was still a young woman, and that she was left to face the world penniless, with her young daughter. If my husband had not happened to hear of her circumstances, heaven knows what would have become of her. He had been intimate with her husband when he was a young man in London, and it seemed to him a duty to do what he could for her, so he pensioned off an old gardener who used to live in that pretty cottage, and he had the cottage thoroughly renovated for Mrs. Porter. She had a little furniture of a rather superior kind warehoused in London, and with this she was able to make a snug and pretty home for herself, as you will see if you call upon her after the service. You are sure to see her at church." "Was she very fond of her little girl in those days?" "I hardly know. People have different ways of showing affection. She was very strict with poor Mercy. She educated her at home, and never allowed her to associate with any of the village children. She kept the child entirely under her own wing, so that the poor little thing had actually no companion but her mother, a middle-aged woman saddened by trouble. I felt very sorry for the child, and I used to have her up at the house for an afternoon now and then, just to introduce some variety into her life. When she grew up into a beautiful young woman, her mother seemed to dislike these visits, and stipulated that Mercy should only come to see me when there were no visitors in the house. She did not want her head turned by any of those foolish compliments which frivolous people are so fond of paying to a girl of that age, never thinking of the mischief they may do. I told her that I thought she was over careful, and that as Mercy must discover that she was handsome sooner or later, it was just as well that she should gain some experience of life at once. Her instinctive self-respect would teach her how to take care of herself, and if she could be safe anywhere she would be safe with me. Mrs. Porter is a rather obstinate person, and she took her own way. She kept Mercy as close as if she had been an Oriental slave, and yet somehow Colonel Tremaine contrived to make love to her, and tempted her away from her home. Perhaps if that home had been a little less dismal the girl might have not been so easily tempted. They had left the park by this time, and were nearing the church. A scanty congregation came slowly in after Lady Cheriton and her companion had taken their seats in the chancel pew. The congregation was chiefly feminine. Middle-aged women in everyday bonnets and fur-trimmed cloaks, with their shoulders up to their ears. Girls in felt hats and smart tight-fitting jackets. A few pious villagers of advanced years, spectacled, feeble, with wrinkled faces half hidden under poke bonnets. 2 representative old men with long white hair and quavering voices, whose shrill treble was distinguishable above the rustic choir. Amidst this sparse congregation Theodore had no difficulty in discovering Mrs. Porter. She sat in one of the front benches on the left side of the aisle, which side was reserved for the tradespeople and humbler inhabitants of Cheriton, while the benches on the right were occupied by the county people, and some small fry who ranked with those elect of the earth, with them, but not of them, a retired banker and his wife, the village doctor, the village lawyer, and 2 or 3 female annuitants of good family. A noticeable woman, this Mrs. Porter, anywhere. She was tall and thin, straight as a dart, with strongly marked features and white hair. Her complexion was pale and sallow, the kind of skin which is generally described as sickly. If she had ever been handsome, all traces of that former beauty had disappeared. It was a hard face, without womanly charm, yet with an unmistakable air of refinement. She wore her neat little black straw bonnet and black cloth mantle like a lady, and she walked like a lady, as Theodore saw presently, when that portion of the little band of worshippers which did not remain for the celebration dribbled slowly out of the church. He left Lady Cheriton kneeling in her pew, and followed Mrs. Porter out of the porch and along the village street, and thence into that rustic lane which led to the West Lodge. He had spoken to her only once in his life, on a summer morning when he had happened to find her standing at her garden gate, and when it had been impossible for her to avoid him. He knew that she must have seen him going in and out of the park gates often enough for his appearance to be familiar to her, so he had no scruple in introducing himself. "Good morning, Mrs. Porter," he said, overtaking her in the deeply sunk lane, between those rocky banks where hartstongue and polypodium grew so luxuriantly in summer, and where even in this wintry season the lichens and mosses spread their rich colouring over grey stone and brown earth, and above which the snow-laden boughs showed white against the blue brightness of the sky. She turned and bowed stiffly. "Good morning, sir." "You haven't forgotten me, I hope. I am Theodore Dalbrook of Dorchester. I think you must have seen me pass your window too often to forget me easily." "I am not much given to watching the people who pass in and out, sir. When his lordship gave me the cottage he was good enough to allow me a servant to open the park gate, as he knew that I was not strong enough to bear exposure to all kinds of weather. I am free to live my own life, therefore, without thinking of his lordship's visitors. I am sorry to intrude myself upon your notice, Mrs. Porter, but I want to speak to you upon a very delicate subject, and I must ask your forgiveness in advance if I should touch upon an old wound." She looked at him curiously, shrinkingly even, with a latent anger in her pale eyes, eyes that had been lovely once perhaps, but which time or tears had faded to a glassy dullness. "I have no desire to discuss old wounds with anyone," she said coldly. "My troubles at least are my own." "Not altogether your own, Mrs. Porter. The sorrow of which I am thinking involves another life, the life of one who has been dear to you." "I have nothing to do with any other life." "Not even with the life of your only child?" "Not even with the life of my only child," she answered doggedly. "She left me of her own accord, and I have done with her for ever. I stand utterly alone in this world — utterly alone," she repeated. "And if I tell you that I think and believe I have found your daughter in London, very poor, working for her living, very sad and lonely, her beauty faded, her life joyless, would you not wish to know more? Would not your heart yearn towards her?" "No. I tell you I have done with her. She has passed out of my life. I stand alone." There was a tone of finality in these words which left no room for argument. Theodore lifted his hat and walked on. End of chapter 17. Volume 1, Chapter 18 of The Day Will Come by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. O sovereign power of love! O grief! O balm! All records saving thine come cool and calm and shadowy through the mist of past years. Harrington Dalbrook, having in a manner given hostages to fortune, entered upon his new career with a strength of purpose and a resolute industry which took his father by surprise. "Upon my word, Harry, I did not think there was so much grit in you," said Mr. Dalbrook. "I thought you and your sisters were too much stuffed with modern culture to be capable of old-fashioned work. I hope, my dear father, you don't think education and intellect out of place in a lawyer." "Far from it. We have had too many examples to the contrary, from Bacon to Brougham, from Hale to Cockburn. But I was afraid of the dilettante spirit, the talk about books which you had only half read, the smattering of subjects that need the work of a lifetime to be properly understood. I was afraid of our modern electroplate culture, the process which throws a brilliant film of education over a foundation of ignorance. However, you have surprised me, Harry. I own that I was disappointed by your want of purpose at the university. But I begin to respect you now I find you attack your work in the right spirit." "I want to get on," answered Harrington gravely, hanging his head a little in shame at his own reticence. From so good a father he felt it was a kind of dishonour to keep a secret. But Juliet Baldwin had insisted upon secrecy, and the name of every fiancée in the early stages of an engagement is "she who must be obeyed." Harrington said not a word, therefore, as to that mighty prime mover which was urging him to dogged perseverance in a profession for which he had as yet no real inclination. He put aside Darwin and Spencer, Max Muller and Seeley, Schopenhauer and Hartmann, all those true or false lights which he had followed through the mazes of free thought; and he set himself to master the stern actualities of the law. He had not done well at the university; not because he was wanting in brains, but because he was wanting in concentration and doggedness. The prime mover being supplied, and of a prodigious power, Harrington brought his intellectual forces to bear upon a given point, and made a rapid advance in legal knowledge and acumen. The old cook-house keeper complained of the coals and candles which Master Harry consumed during his after-midnight studies, and wondered that the household were not all burnt in their beds by reason of the young gentlemen dropping off to sleep over Coke upon Littleton. The sisters complained that they had now practically no brother, since Harrington, who had a pretty tenor voice, and had hitherto been a star at afternoon teas and evening parties, refused to go anywhere, except to those few houses, county, where Miss Baldwin might be met. Scarcely had the new year begun when Miss Baldwin went off upon a visit to one of the largest houses in Wiltshire, and one of the smartest, a house under the dominion of a childless widow, gifted with a large income and a sympathetic temperament, A lady who allowed her life to be influenced and directed by a family of nephews and nieces, and whose house was declared by the advanced section of society to be quite the most perfect house to stay in, don't you know? Miss Baldwin did not leave the neighbourhood of Dorchester and her lover without protestations of regret. The thing was a bore, a sacrifice on her part, but it must be done. She had promised dear old Lady Burdenshaw ages ago, and to Lady Burdenshaw's she must go. "You needn't worry about it," she said with her off-hand air, lolling on the billiard-room settee in the grey winter afternoon, on the second Sunday of the year. "If you are at all keen upon being at Medlow Court while I am there, I'll make dear old Lady Burdenshaw send you an invitation." "You are very good," replied Harrington, "and I should like staying in the same house with you, but I couldn't think of visiting a lady I don't know, or of caging for an invitation." Sir Henry had asked his friend to luncheon, and now, after a somewhat Spartan meal of roast mutton and rice pudding, the lovers were alone in the billiard room, Sir Henry having crept off to the stables. The table was kept rigorously covered on Sundays, in deference to the dowager's Sabbatarian leanings, and there was nothing for her son to do in the billiard room, except to walk listlessly up and down and stare at some very dingy examples of the early Italian school, or to take the cues out of the rack one by one to see which of them wanted topping. "Oh, but you needn't mind. You would be capital friends with Lady B. We all call her Lady B, because a 3-syllable name is too much for anybody's patience. I tell her she ought to drop a syllable. Lady Burshaw would do just as well. I suppose, though, if I were to get an invitation, you could hardly be spared from the shop," concluded Juliet with a laugh. "Hardly. I have to stick very close to the shop," replied Harrington, blushing a little at the word. "Remember what I am working for. A family practice in London, and a house that you need not be ashamed to inhabit. To me that means as much as the red ribbon of the bath means to a soldier or sailor. My ambition goes no further, unless it were to a seat in Parliament later on." "You are a good earnest soul. Yes, of course you must go into Parliament. In spite of all the riff-raff that has got into the House of late years, boys, Home Rulers, City men, there is a faint flavour of distinction in the letters MP after a man's name. It helps him just a little in society to be able to talk about 'my constituents,' and to contemplate European politics from the standpoint of the town that has elected him. Yes, you must be in the House by and by, Harry." "You told me you were tired of country house visiting," said Harrington, who for the first time since his betrothal felt somewhat inclined to quarrel with his divinity. "So I am, heartily sick of it; and I shall rejoice when I have a snug little nest of my own in Clarges or Hertford Street. But you must admit that Medlow Court is better than this house. Behold our average Sunday. Roast mutton, rice pudding, and invincible dulness. All the servants except an under footman gone to afternoon church, and no possibility of a cup of tea till nearly 6 o'clock. A cold dinner at 8, and family prayers at 10. "What kind of a Sunday do you have at Medlow?" "Il y en a pour tous les goûts. Medlow is Liberty Hall. If we were even to take it into our heads to have family prayers, Lady Burdenshaw would send for her chaplain, pluck him out of the bosom of his family, and order him to read them. She doesn't like cards on a Sunday because of the servants, but after the clock has struck 11 we may do what we please, play poker, nap, euchre, baccarat, till daylight if we are in the humour. The billiard and smoke rooms and the ballroom are at one end of the house, ever so far from the servants' quarters. We can have as much fun as we like while those rustic souls are snoring." Harrington sighed ever so faintly. This picture of a fashionable interior was perfectly innocent, and his betrothed's way of looking at things meant nothing worse than girlish exuberance, fine animal spirits; but the sans gêne of Medlow Court was hardly the kind of training he would have chosen for his future wife. And then he looked at the handsome profile, the piled up mass of ruddy brown hair on the top of the haughtily poised head, the perfectly fitting tailor gown, with its aristocratic simplicity, costing so much more than plebeian silks and satins; and he told himself that he was privileged in having won such exalted beauty to ally itself with his humble fortunes. Such a girl would shine as a duchess; and if marriageable dukes had eyes to see with, and judgment to guide their choice, that lovely auburn head would ere now have been crowned with a tiara of family diamonds, instead of waiting for the poor sprigs of orange blossom which alone may adorn the brow of the solicitor's bride. "Shall we go for a stroll in the grounds?" asked Juliet, with a restless air and an impatient shiver. "Perhaps it will be warmer out of doors than it is here. We keep such miserable fires in this house. I believe the grates were chosen with a view to burning the minimum of coal." "I shall be delighted." Laura was absent on a visit to Yorkshire cousins, strong-minded like herself, and with no pretensions to fashion. Lady Baldwin had retired for her afternoon siesta. On Sundays she always read herself to sleep with Taylor or South; on weekdays she nodded over the morning paper. She had gone to the morning room with the idea that Henry would take his friend to the stables, and that Juliet would require no looking after. It had never entered into her ladyship's head that her handsome daughter would look so low as the son of her solicitor. Juliet was therefore free to do what she pleased with her afternoon, and her pleasure was to walk in the chilly shrubberies and the bare grey park, sparsely timbered, and with about as little forestal beauty as a gentleman's park can possess. She put on an old sealskin jacket and a toque to match, which she kept in the room where her brother kept his overcoats, and which smelt of tobacco after the manner of everything that came with Sir Henry's influence. And then she led the way to a half-glass door which opened on a grass plot at the side of the house, and she and her lover went out. "You can smoke if you like," she said. "You know I don't mind. I'll have a cigarette with you in the shrubbery." "Dearest Juliet, I can't tell you how glad I should be if you would smoke less," he said nervously, blushing at his own earnestness. "You think I smoke too many cigarettes? That they are really bad for me?" she asked carelessly. "It isn't that. I wasn't thinking about their effect on your health. But — I know you will call it old-fashioned nonsense — I can't bear to see the woman who is to be my wife with a cigarette between her lips." "And when I am your wife I suppose you will cut me off from tobacco altogether?" "I should never be a domestic tyrant, Juliet. But it would wound me to see my wife smoke, just as much as it wounds me now when I see you smoke half a dozen cigarettes in succession." "What a Philistine you are, Harry. Well, you shall not be tortured. I'll ease off the smoking if I can, but a whiff or two of an Egyptian soothes me when my nerves are overstrained. You are as bad as my mother, who thinks cigarette smoking one stage on the road to perdition, and rather an advanced stage, too. You are very easily shocked, Harry, if an innocent little cigarette can shock you. I wonder if you are really fond of me, now the novelty of our engagement has worn off?" "I am fonder of you every day I live." "Enthusiastic boy. If that is true, you may be able to stand a worse shocker than my poor little cigarette." Harrington turned pale, but he took the hand which she held out to him and grasped it firmly. What was she going to tell him? "Harry, I want to make a financial statement. I want you to help me if you can. I am up to my eyes in debt." "In debt?" "Yes. It sounds bad, don't it? Debt and tobacco should be exclusively masculine vices. I owe money all round. Not large sums, but the sum total is large. I have had to hold my own in smart houses upon an allowance which some women would spend with their shoemaker. My mother gives me £125 a year for everything, tips, travelling expenses, clothes, music, and I am not going to say anything unkind about her on that score, for I don't see how she could give me more. Her own means come to something under 1800 a year, and she has this place to keep up. Henry takes all the rents, and often keeps her waiting for her income, which is a first charge upon the estate. If it were not for your father, who looks after her interests as sharply as he can, she might fare much worse. Henry brings as many men as he likes here, and contributes nothing to the housekeeping." "And you owe money to milliners and people?" said Harrington, deeply distressed by his sweetheart's humiliation, which he felt more keenly than the lady herself. Juliet had lived among girls who talked freely of their debts and difficulties, of sops to Cerberus, and getting round an unwilling dressmaker. Harrington's lines had been said among old-fashioned countrified people to whom debt, and especially feminine indebtedness, meant disgrace. He had come back from the university feeling like a murderer because he had exceeded his allowance. "Milliners, dressmakers, shoemakers, hatters, and ever so many more. I am afraid I have been rather reckless. Only I thought I should make a great match," she would have said, had she followed her idea to its close, but she checked herself abruptly and cut off a sprig of yew with a swing of the stick she carried. "If I can help you in any way " began Harrington. "My dear boy, there is only one way in which you can help me. Lend me any money you can spare, say £50, and I will give it you back by instalments of £10 or £15 a quarter. It would be mockery for me to pretend I could pay you in a lump sum, now I have told you the extent of my income. Harrington's worldly wealth at that moment was something under £50. His father had given him a cheque for 50 on Christmas Eve, and he had no right to expect anything more till Lady Day, while he had to think of the black horse who was steadily eating his head off at livery, and for whom nothing had been paid as yet. He could not find it in his heart to tell his affiance that he was, comparatively speaking, a pauper. He knew that his father had the reputation of wealth, a man always ready to invest in any odd parcel of land that was in the market, and who was known to possess a good many small holdings and houses in his native town and its neighbourhood. Could he tell her that her future husband was still in leading strings, and that the run of his teeth and £50 a quarter were all he could count upon till he was out of his articles? No, he would rather perish than reveal these despicable facts. So, although he had only £43 odd in his little cash box, he told her that he would let her have £50 in a day or two. "If you could manage to bring it to me tomorrow, I should be very glad," said Juliet, who, once having broken the ice, talked about the loan with easy frankness. "I must have a new frock for the ball at Medlow. They are to have a ball on the 1st of February, the ball of the year. There will be no end of smart people. I want to send Estelle Dawson £35 or £40, about half the amount of her last bill. It's a paltry business altogether. I know girls who owe their dressmakers hundreds where I owe tens. Let me have the cash tomorrow if you can. There's a dear. Miss Dawson is sure to be full of work for the country at this season, and she won't make my frock unless I give her a week's notice." "Of course, dear. Yes, you shall have the money," Harrington answered nervously. "But your white gown at our ball looked lovely. Why shouldn't you wear that at Medlow?" "My white gown would be better described as black," retorted the young lady with marked acidity. "If I didn't hate the Dorchester people like poison, I wouldn't have insulted them by wearing such a rag. I would no more appear in it at Medlow than I would cut my throat." Language so strong as this forbade argument. Harrington concluded that there was a mystery in these things outside the limits of masculine understanding. To his eye, the white satin and tulle his betrothed had worn had seemed faultless; but it may be that the glamour of first love acts like limelight upon a soiled white garment, and no doubt Miss Baldwin's gown had seen service. He walked back to the house with her, and left her at the door just as it was growing dusk, and the servants were coming home from church. He left her with a fictitious appearance of cheerfulness, promising to go to tea on the following afternoon. He was glad of the 6-mile walk to Dorchester, as it gave him solitude for deliberation. At home the keen eyes of his sisters would be upon him, and he would be pestered by inquiries as to what there had been for lunch and what Miss Baldwin wore, while the still more penetrating gaze of his father would be quick to perceive anything amiss. "Oh, Juliet, if you knew how hard you are making our engagement to me," he ejaculated mentally, as he walked with the unconscious hurry of an agitated mind along the frost-bound road. There had been a hard frost since Christmas, and hunting had been out of the question, whereby the existence of Mahmud and the bill at the livery stable seemed so much heavier a burden. Somehow or other he must get the difference between £43 and 50, only £7, a paltry sum no doubt; but it would hardly do for him to leave himself penniless until Lady Day. He might be called on at any moment for small sums. Short of shamming illness and stopping in bed till the end of the quarter, he could not possibly escape the daily calls which every young man has upon his purse. He told himself, therefore, that he must contrive to borrow £15 or £20. But of whom? That was the question. His first thought was naturally of his brother; but in the next moment he remembered how Theodore in his financial arrangements with his father had insisted upon cutting himself down to the very lowest possible allowance. "You will pay all my fees, Dad, and give me enough money to furnish my chambers decently, with the help of the things I am to have out of this house, and you will allow me so much," he said, naming a very modest sum, "for maintenance till I begin to get briefs. I want to feel the spur of poverty. I want to work for my bread. Of course, I know I have a court of appeal here if my exchequer should run dry." Remembering this, Harrington felt that he could not, at the very beginning of things, pester his brother for a loan. The same court of appeal, the father's well-filled purse, was open to him, but he had no excuse to offer, no reason to give, for exceeding his allowance. He might sell Mahmud, if there were not two obstacles to that transaction. The first, that nobody in the neighbourhood wanted to buy him; the second, that he was not yet paid for, except by that bill which rose like a pale blue spectre before the young man's eyes as he was dropping off to sleep of a night, and sometimes spoiled his rest. He would have to sell Mahmud in order not to dishonour that bill; and if the horse should fetch considerably less than the price given for him, as all equine experience led his owner to fear, whence was to come the difference? That was a problem which would have to be solved somehow before the 10th of March. He would have to send the beast to Tattersall's most likely, the common experience of the hunting field having taught him that nobody ever sells a horse among his own circle. He saw himself realizing something under £50 as the price of the black, and having to bridge over the distance between that amount and 80 as best he might. But March was not tomorrow, and he had first of all to provide for tomorrow, a mere trifle, but it would have to be borrowed, and the sensation of borrowing was new to Matthew Dalbrook's son. He had frittered away his ready money at the university, and he had got into debt, but he had never borrowed money of Jew or Gentile. And now the time had come when he must borrow of whomsoever he could. He took tea with his sisters in the good, homely, old-fashioned drawing-room which was at its best in winter, the 4 tall, narrow windows closely curtained, a roaring fire in the wide iron grate, and a modern Japanese tea-table wheeled in front of it. 5 o'clock tea was of a more substantial order on Sundays than on weekdays, on account of the 9 o'clock supper, which took the place of the 7 o'clock dinner, and accommodated those who cared to attend evening church. Lady Baldwin's Spartan luncheon had not indisposed her guest for cake and muffins, and basking in the glow of the fire Harrington forgot his troubles, enjoyed his tea, and maintained a very fair appearance of cheerfulness while his sisters questioned and his father put in an occasional word. "I'm afraid you are getting rather too friendly at the Mount," said Matthew Dalbrook. "I don't like Sir Henry Baldwin, and I don't think he's an advantageous friend for you." "Oh, but we're old chums," said Harrington, blushing a little. "We were at Oxford together, you know." "I'm afraid we both know it, Harry, and to our cost," replied his father. "You might have succeeded in your divinity exam if it hadn't been for this fine gentleman friend of yours." "I'm not sorry I failed, father. The law suits me ever so much better than the church." "So long as you stick to that opinion I'm satisfied. Only don't go to the Mount too often, and don't let the handsome Miss Baldwin make a fool of you." If it had not been for the coloured shades over the lamps, which were so artistic as to be useless for seeing purposes, Harrington might have been seen to turn pale. "No fear of that," Sophia exclaimed contemptuously. "Juliet Baldwin is not likely to give a provincial solicitor any encouragement. She's a girl who expects to marry for position, and though she is just a shade passée, she may make a good match even yet. She comes here because she likes us, but she's a thorough woman of the world, and you needn't be afraid of her running after Harry." Harrington grew as red as a peony with suppressed indignation. "Perhaps as the Baldwins are my friends you might be able to get on without talking any more about them," he said, scowling at his elder sister. "I've told you what we had for lunch, and how many servants were in the room, and what kind of gown Juliet, Miss Baldwin, was wearing. Don't you think we've had enough of them for tonight?" "Quite enough, Harry, quite enough," said the father. "By the by, did you read the Times leader on Gladstone's last manifesto? And where are the Field and the Observer? Bring me over a lamp that I can see by, Sophie, my dear. These crimson lampshades of yours suggest one of Orchardson's pictures, but they don't help me to read my paper." "They're the beastliest things I ever saw," said Harrington vindictively. "I'm sorry you don't like them," said Janet. "It was Juliet Baldwin who persuaded us to buy them. She had seen some at Medlow Court, and she raved about them." Harrington went out of the room without another word. How odious his sisters had become of late; yet while he was at Oxford they had regarded him as an oracle, and he had found even sisterly appreciation pleasant. It was some time since he had attended evening service, but on this particular evening he went alone, not troubling to invite his sisters, who were subject to an intermittent form of neuralgia which often prevented their going to church in the evening. To-night he avoided St. Peter's, in which his father had seats, and went to the more remote church of Fordington, where he had a pew all to himself on this frosty winter night, except for one well-behaved worshipper in the person of his father's old and confidential clerk, James Hayfield, a constant churchgoer who was punctual at every evening service whatever the weather. Harrington had expected to see him there. Hayfield sat modestly aloof at the further end of that pew, but when the service was over the young man took some pains to follow close upon the heels of the grey-haired clerk, with shoulders bent by long years of desk work, and respectable dark blue Chesterfield overcoat with velvet collar. "How do you do, Hayfield? Isn't this rather a sharp night for you to venture out in?" said Harrington as they left the church porch. "I'm a toughish customer, I thank you, Mr. Harrington. It would take severer weather than this to keep me away from the evening service. I'm very fond of the evening service. A fine sermon, sir, a fine awakening sermon." "Magnificent, capital," exclaimed Harrington, who hadn't heard 2 consecutive sentences, and whose mind had been engaged upon arithmetical problems of the most unpleasant kind. "It is uncommonly cold, though," he added, shivering. "I'll walk round your way. It will be a little longer for me." "You're very good, Mr. Harrington, very good indeed," said the old clerk, evidently touched by this unusual condescension. Never till to-night had his master's son offered to walk home from church with him. The old man's gratitude was more than Harrington could stand. He could not take credit for kindly condescension when he knew himself intent upon his own selfish ends. "I'm afraid I'm not altogether disinterested in seeking your company to-night, Hayfield," he blurted out. "The fact is, I want to ask a favour of you." "You may take it as granted, Mr. Harrington," answered the clerk cheerily, "provided the granting of it lies within my power." "Oh, it's not a tremendous affair. In point of fact, it's only a small money matter. I'm exceeding my allowance a little this quarter, but I intend to pull up next quarter; and it will be a great convenience to me in the meantime if you'll lend me £10 or £15. It was out at last. He had no idea until he uttered the words how mean a creature the utterance of them would make him seem to himself. There are people who go through life borrowing, and who do it with the easiest grace, seeming to confer rather than to ask a favour. But perhaps even with these gifted ones the first plunge was painful. "15 or 20, if you like, sir," replied Hayfield. "I've got a few pounds in an old stocking, and any little sum like that is freely at your service. I know your father's son won't break his word or forget that an old servant's savings are his only bulwark against age and decay." "My dear Hayfield, of course I shall repay you next quarter, without fail." "Thank you, Mr. Harrington, I feel sure you will. And if at the same time I may venture a word, as an old man to a young one, in all friendliness and respect, I would ask you to beware of horses. I heard someone that dropped the other evening in the billiard room at the Antelope, where I occasionally play a 50, I heard it said promiscuously that Sir Henry Baldwin is a better hand at selling a horse than you are at buying one. That's bosh, Hayfield, and people in a God-forsaken town like Dorchester will always talk bosh, especially in a public billiard room. The horse is a good horse, and I shall come home upon him when I send him up to Tattersall's after the hunting." "I only hope he won't come home upon you, sir. You'd better not put a high reserve upon him if you don't want to see him again. I used to be considered a pretty good judge of a horse in my time. I never was an equestrian, but one sees more of a horse from the pavement than when one is on his back." Harrington felt that he must bear with this twaddle for the sake of the £20 which would enable him to lend Juliet around 50, and would thereby enable Juliet to go to Medlow Court and flirt with unknown men, and forget him upon whom her impecuniosity was inflicting such humiliation. After all, love is only another name for suffering. Mr. Hayfield lived in West Walk Terrace, where he had a neat first floor in a stucco villa, semi-detached, and built at a period when villas strove to be architectural without attaining beauty. The first floor consisted of a front sitting room, looking out upon the alley of sycamores and the green beyond, and a back bedroom, looking over gardens and houses towards the church tower in the heart of the town. Provided with a latch key, Mr. Hayfield admitted his master's son to the inner mysteries of the villa, where a lady with a very reedy voice was singing "Far Away" in the front parlour, while a family conversation which almost drowned her melody was going on in the back parlour. Mr. Hayfield's bedroom candlestick and matches were ready for him on a Swiss bracket near his door, and his lamp was ready on a table in his sitting room, where every object was disposed with a studied precision which marked at once the confirmed bachelor and the model lodger. The Pilgrim's Progress, the Christian Year, Whitaker's Almanac, and Uncle Tom's Cabin were placed with mathematical regularity upon the walnut loo table, surrounding a centrepiece of wax flowers in an alabaster vase under a glass shade. A smaller table of the nature described as Pembroke was placed nearer the fire, and on this appeared Mr. Hayfield's supper tray, set forth with a plate of cold roast beef, a glass saucer of oriental pickle, cheese, and accompaniments, flanked by an imperial pint of Guinness. A small fire burnt brightly in the grate, whose dimensions had been reduced by a careful adjustment of fire bricks. "Sit down, my dear Mr. Harrington, you'll find that chair very comfortable. I'll go and get out the money. My cash box is in the next room. Can I tempt you to join me in a plate of cold ribs? There's plenty more where that came from. Mrs. Potter has a fine wing rib every Sunday, from year's end to year's end. I generally take my dinner with her and her family, but I sup alone. A little society goes a long way with a man of my age. I like my Lloyd and my news of the world after supper." He went into his bedroom, which was approached by folding doors, and came back again in 2 minutes with a couple of crisp notes, the savings of half a year, savings which meant a good deal of self-denial in a man who, in his own words, wished to live like a gentleman. The old clerk prided himself upon his good broadcloth, clean linen, and respectable lodgings, and it was felt in town that so respectable a servant enhanced even the respectability of Dalbrook and Son. Harrington took the bank notes with many thanks, and insisted upon writing a note of hand, albeit the old clerk reminded him that Sunday was a dies non at the desk where Hayfield wrote his letters and did any copying work he cared to do after office hours. He stayed while the old man ate his temperate meal, but would not be persuaded to share it. Indeed, his lips felt hot and dry, and it seemed to him as if he should never want to eat again; but he gladly accepted a tumbler of the refreshing Guinness upon the repeated assurance that there was plenty more where that came from. There was a rapid thaw on the following morning, so Harrington rode the black over to the Mount in the twilight after office hours, a liberty which that high-bred animal resented by taking fright at every doubtful object in the long leafless avenue beyond the Roman amphitheatre. Trifles which would have been light as air to him, jogging homeward in company after a long day's hunting, assumed awful and ghostly aspects under the combined influences of solitude and want of work. The twilight ride to the Mount was in fact a series of hair-breadth escapes, and it would have needed a stronger stimulant than the dowager's wishy-washy tea to restore Mr. Dalbrook's physical balance, if his mental balance had not been so thoroughly unhinged as to make him half unconscious of physical discomfort. "You look awfully seedy," said Juliet, as she poured out tea from a pot that had been standing nearly half an hour. The dowager had retired to her own den, where she occupied a great portion of her life in writing prosy letters to her relatives and connections of all degrees; but as she never sent them anything else, this was her only way of maintaining the glow of family feeling. "The black nearly pulled my fingers off," replied Harrington. "I never knew him so fresh." "You should have taken him out on the downs," answered Juliet, rather contemptuously. "The grass is all right after the thaw. Have you brought me what you so kindly promised?" He took a sealed envelope out of his breast pocket and handed it to her. "Is this the 50? How quite too good of you," she cried, pocketing it hastily. "You don't know what a difficulty you have got me out of; but I'm afraid I may have inconvenienced you." This was evidently an afterthought. "Being your slave, what should I do but tend upon the hours and times of your desire?" quoted Harrington with a sentimental air. "How sweet!" exclaimed Juliet, really touched by his affection, yet she would rather he had told her that £50 was a sum of no consequence, and that so small a loan involved no inconvenience for him. "I'm afraid his father can hardly be as rich as people think," she said to herself, while Harrington relaxed his strained muscles before the fire. "How I wish you were not going to Medlow," he said presently. "So do I, but I can't possibly get out of it. And then it's a blessed escape to get away from here." "Do you really dislike your home?" asked her lover, wondering at this hitherto unknown characteristic in a young woman. "I loathe it, and so does my sister, though she pretends to be domestic and religious and all that kind of thing. Lady Baldwin is an impossible person, and our housekeeping would disgrace the union. If I had not had the entree of plenty of good houses, and been in request, I should have been found hanging in one of the attics years ago." This candour gave Harrington an uncomfortably chilly feeling, as if a damp, cold wind had blown over him, and then he told himself that it would be his privilege to initiate this dear girl in the tranquil delights of a happy home which, while modest in its pretensions, should yet be smart enough to satisfy her superior tastes and aspirations. "When do you go?" he asked, preparing to take leave. "To-morrow. Your kindness has made everything easy to me." "Come back as soon as you can, love." And then there was some lingering foolishness permissible between engaged lovers, and the beautiful Miss Baldwin's head reposed for 2 or 3 minutes upon the articled clerk's shoulder, while he looked into her eyes and told her that they were stars to light him on to fame and fortune. "I hope they'll show you a short cut," she said. He left her cheered by the thought that she was very fond of him; and so she was, but he was not the first, second, third, or fourth young man of whom she had been fond, nor was it a new thing to her to be told that her eyes were guiding stars. End of chapter 18. End of volume 1 of The Day Will Come by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Recorded by Celine Major. Volume 2, Chapter 1 of The Day Will Come by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. All the creatures made for heaven's honours have their ends, and good ones, all but the cozening crocodiles, false women. February had begun, the frost and snow had disappeared. There were soft breathings of spring in the breezes that blew over the broad grassy downs beyond the Roman encampment, and the sportsmen of the neighbourhood were rejoicing in open weather and lengthening daylight. But Juliet Baldwin was still at Medlow Court, and the heart of Harrington Dalbrook was heavy as he set out in the pleasant morning for some distant meet. And it was heavier as he rode home in the evening, after a day's sport which had shown him only too distinctly that the black horse was not so young as he had been. He hugged himself with the delusion that those indications of advancing years, which were but too obvious towards the close of a trying day across a heavy country, would vanish after a week's rest, and that the horse would show no signs of staleness at Tattersall's, where he must inevitably be sold before the end of the month, his owner seeing no other way of meeting the bill that had been given in exchange for a beast whose name should have been not Mahmud, but White Elephant. Harrington's sole motive for buying a hunter, or rather his sole excuse for being trapped into the purchase, was the expectation of being able to ride to hounds in Miss Baldwin's company. She had said to him, "You ought to hunt," and he had straightway hunted, just as, if she had told him to balloon, he would have ballooned. And now Juliet Baldwin was following the hounds in another county while he was in Dorsetshire, plodding along dreary roads to inaccessible meets at places which would seem to have been chosen with a special study of everybody's inconvenience. The whole business was fraught with bitterness. He had never loved hunting for its own sake, had never possessed the single-mindedness of the genuine sportsman, who cares not for weather or country, or companionship, or hunger or thirst, so long as there is a fox at the beginning of the day and blood at the end. Juliet was out with the hounds 3 days a week. She wrote rapturous accounts of 40 minutes here and an hour there, and every run which she described was apparently the quickest thing that had ever been known in that country. She let her lover know en passant that she had been greatly admired, and that her horsemanship had been talked about. Her letters were very affectionate, but they testified also to a self-love that amounted to adoration. Her frocks, her horses, provided as the young ravens are fed by a kindly providence in the shape of casual acquaintance, her breaks at billiards, her waltzing, were all dilated upon with a charming frankness. "It seems rather foolish to write all this egotistical twaddle," she apologized. "But you complain if I send you a short letter, and there is literally nothing to tell here, at least nothing about anyone you know, or that would have the faintest interest for you, so I am obliged to scribble about my frocks and my little social triumphs." This was kindly meant, no doubt, but it stung him to be reminded that his friends were not her friends, that Belgravia is not further from Islington than her people were from his people. In one of her letters she wrote casually, "Why don't you put Mahmud into a horse box and come over for a day with these hounds? It would be capital fun. There is a dear little rustic inn where you and your horse could put up, and Lady B would ask you to dinner as a matter of course. I dare say your highly respectable hair will stand on end at some of our ways, but that won't matter. I am sure you would enjoy an evening or two at Medlow. Think about it, like a dear boy." Harrington did think about it. Indeed, from the first reading of his lady love's unceremonious invitation he thought of nothing else. After much puzzling over timetables he found that trains, those particular trains which condescend, with an asterisk, to carry horses, could be matched so as to convey the black horse to the immediate vicinity of Medlow Court in something under a day, and this being so he telegraphed his intention of putting up at the Medlow Arms on the following night, taking pains to add "shall arrive at 5 p.m. so as to secure the promised invitation to dinner." He had been so chary of spending money since his loan to Juliet that he had still a few pounds in hand, enough as he thought to pay travelling expenses and hotel bills. His heart was almost light as he packed his hunting gear and dress suit, albeit March 10 was written in fiery characters across a spectral bill which haunted him wherever he went. It was still early in February, he told himself. Some stroke of luck might happen to him. Some rich young fool at Medlow Court might take a fancy to Mahmud and want to buy him. He had heard of men who wanted to buy horses, although it had been his fate to meet only the men who were eager to sell. After no less than 3 changes of trains he arrived at the Toppleton Road station, for Medlow and Toppleton, about 4:30, weary but full of hope. He was to see her again, after 3 weeks' severance. He was going at her own express desire. It was her tact and cleverness that had made the visit easy for him. Had he not Lady Burdenshaw's invitation in his pocket, in a fine open-hearted hand, sprawling over 3 sides of large notepaper? "Dear Mr. Dalbrook, I hear you are coming over for a day or 2 with our hounds, and I hope you will contrive to dine with us every evening while you are in the neighbourhood. Your father and Sir Phillimore were old friends. Dinner at 8. Sincerely yours, Sarah Burdenshaw." Sir Phillimore had been in the family vault nearly 15 years. The malicious averred that he had sought that dismal shelter as a refuge and a relief from the life which Lady Burdenshaw imposed upon him. Open house, big shoots, hunting breakfasts, fancy balls, and private theatricals in the country, and in London perpetual parties or perpetual gadding about. Sir Phillimore's grandfather had come up from Aberdeen, a raw boy without a penny, and had found out something about the manufacture of iron which had eventually made him a millionaire. Sir Phillimore's fortune had reconciled the beautiful Sally Tempest to a marriage with a man who was her senior by a quarter of a century, and the only license she had allowed herself had been her indulgence in boundless extravagance, and a laxity of manner which had somewhat shocked society in the sober 50s and 60s, though it left her moral character unimpeached. In the 80s nobody wondered or exclaimed at Lady Burdenshaw's freedom of speech and manner, or at the manners she encouraged in her guests. In the 80s Sarah Burdenshaw was generally described as good fun. Harrington found the dear little rustic inn very picturesque externally, but small and stuffy within, and the bedroom into which he was ushered was chiefly occupied by a large old-fashioned 4-post bedstead, with chintz hangings that smelt of mildewed lavender. Indeed, the pervading odour of the Medlow Arms was mildew. He dressed as well as he could under considerable disadvantages, and a rumbling old landau which had the local odour conveyed him to Medlow Court much quicker than he could have supposed possible from his casual survey of the horse. It was 10 minutes to 8 when he entered Lady Burdenshaw's drawing room. It was a very large room, prettily furnished in a careless style, as if by a person whose heart was not set upon furniture. There were plenty of low luxurious chairs, covered with a rather gaudy chintz, and befrilled with lace and muslin, and there were flowers in abundance, but of human life the room was empty. Harrington hardly knew whether he was relieved or discomposed at finding himself alone. He had leisure in which to pace the room 2 or 3 times, to arrange his tie and inspect his dress suit before one of the long glasses, and then to feel offended at Juliet's coldness. She knew that he was to be there. She might surely have contrived to be in the drawing room 10 minutes before the dinner hour. Half a dozen people straggled in, a not too tidy-looking matron in ruby velvet, a sharp-featured girl in black lace, and some men who looked sporting or military. One of these talked to him. "I think you must be Mr. Dalbrook," he said, after they had discussed the weather and the state of the roads. "You are quite right, but how did you guess?" "Miss Baldwin told me you were coming, and I don't think there's anyone else expected tonight. Do you know your hostess?" "I am waiting for that privilege." "Ah, that explains your punctuality. Nobody is ever punctual at Medlow. 8 o'clock means 1/2 past, and sometimes 1/4 to 9. Lady Burdenshaw has reached her 60th year without having arrived at a comprehension of the nature of time, as an inelastic thing which will not stretch to suit feminine convenience." She still believes in the elasticity of an hour, and rushes off to her room to dress when she ought to be sitting down to dinner. Her girl friends follow her example, and seldom leave the billiard room or the tea room till dear Lady B leads the way." A whole bevy of ladies entered the room rather noisily at this moment, and among them appeared Juliet, magnificent in a red gown, which set off the milky whiteness of her shoulders. "Rather a daring combination with red hair," remarked the young lady in black, who was sitting on a narrow causeuse with a large man, whose white moustache and padded chest suggested a cavalry regiment. "You may call the lady a harmony in red," said the gentleman. Harrington scowled upon these prattlers, and then crossed the room to greet his love. Yes, it was a daring combination, the scarlet gown with the ruddy tints in her auburn hair, but the audacity was justified by success. She looked a magnificent creature, dazzling as Vashti in her eastern splendour, invincible as Delilah. Who could resist her? She gave her hand to Harrington, and seemed pleased to see him, but in the next moment he saw her looking beyond him towards the end of the room. He turned, involuntarily following the direction of her eyes, and saw the man who had talked to him, and who was now evidently watching them. He was a middle-aged man, handsome, tall, and upstanding, and with an air which Harrington considered decidedly patrician. "Who is that man by the piano?" he asked. "Major Swanwick, Lord Beaulieu's younger brother." "Ah, I thought he was a swell," said Harrington innocently. "He was very civil to me just now. You might have been in the drawing room a little earlier, Juliet. You must have known that I was longing to see you." "My dear boy, we were playing skittle-pool till 5 minutes to 8. I had no idea you were in the house. Ah, here comes Lady B." A fat, fair, flaxen-haired lady in a sky-blue tea-gown embroidered with silver palm leaves came rolling into the room, murmuring apologies for having kept people waiting for their dinner. "I know you must all be delightfully ravenous," she said, "and that's ever so much better than feeling that dinner has come too soon after lunch." Juliet introduced her friend, who was most graciously received. "How is your father?" asked Lady Burdenshaw. "It is ages since I saw him. More than 20 years, I believe. Sir Phillimore bought some land in your country, and Mr. Dalbrook acted for him in the matter, and he still receives the rents. And so you are going out with the hounds to-morrow? They meet quite near, not more than 7 or 8 miles from your inn. Juliet will show you the way across country. She's always in the first flight, but if you want to know her particular talent you should see her play pool. I can assure you she makes all the men sit up." Harrington scarcely followed the lady's meaning. There was no time for explanations, as the butler, who had been waiting for her ladyship's appearance, now announced dinner, and Harrington had the bliss of going to the dining room with Juliet Baldwin on his arm. He felt as if he were in the Muslim's enchanted fields as he sat by her side at the brilliant table, with its almost overpowering perfume of hothouse flowers, which were grouped in great masses of bloom among the old silver and the many-coloured Venetian glass. Yes, it was a Mohammedan paradise, and this was the houri, this lovely creature with the milky shoulders rising out of soft folds of scarlet crepe. "How long are you going to stay here, Juliet?" he asked, as the houri unfolded her napkin. She gave a little laugh before she answered the question. "Compare this room and table with our dining room at the Mount. You can compare the dinner with my mother's dinners after you have eaten it, and ask yourself if any reasonable creature would be in a hurry to leave this Canaan for that wilderness. I'm afraid I shall stop as long as ever dear old Lady B asks me, and she is always pressing me to extend my visit." "I don't think dinner can be much of attraction in your mind, Juliet," said Harrington. "Of course not. Girls don't care what they eat," replied Juliet, sipping her clear soup and most fully appreciating the flavour. "But there are so many advantages at Medlow. There is the hunting, for instance, which is much better than any I can get at home, where I have positively no horse that I can call my own. Here I can always rely upon a good mount." "Has Lady Burdenshaw a large stable?" "Oh, she keeps a good many horses, but most of hers are only fit for leather. There are men who come here with strings of hunters, and have always a young one that they like me to handle for them." "Juliet, you will get your neck broken," cried Harrington, pale with horror, and staring vacantly at the fish that was being offered to him. "There is no fear of that while I ride young horses. The danger is an old one." My father taught me to ride, and as he was one of the best cross-country riders in Dorset, I am not likely to make a mistake. You had better try that sole Normande. It is one of the Medlow specialties. Juliet, I hate the idea of your staying in this house, or in any house where there is a crowd of fast men. I hate the idea of your riding men's horses, of your being under an obligation to a stranger." "Don't I tell you that the obligation is all the other way? A young hunter is a more saleable article when he has carried a lady. Will suit a bold horsewoman in a stiff country. That sort of thing is worth a great deal in a catalogue, and the men whose horses I ride are not strangers. At the most they are casual acquaintances. Call them that if you like. Why should not one profit by one's acquaintances?"
"There is one of your benefactors looking at you at this moment, and looking as if he objected to my talking to you."
"How dare you talk about my benefactors? Do you suppose I had you invited to Medlow in order that you might insult me?"
This little dialogue was conducted in subdued tones, but with a good deal of acrimony upon either side. Harrington was bursting with jealousy. The house, the men, the very atmosphere awakened distrust. He detested those men for their square shoulders and soldierly bearing, for the suggestion of cavalry or household brigade which seemed to him to pervade the masculine portion of the assembly. He had always hated military men. Their chief mission in life seemed to be to make civilians look insignificant. Miss Baldwin ate the next entree in stony silence, and it was not till he had abjectly apologized for his offensive speech that her lover was again taken into favour. She relented at last, however, and favoured him with a good deal of information about the house party which made such a brilliant show at Lady Burdenshaw's luxurious board. The men were for the most part military, the greater number bachelors, or at any rate unencumbered with wives. 2 had been divorced, 1 was a widower, another was separated in the friendliest way from a wife who found she could live in better style unfettered by matrimonial supervision. Major Swanwick was one of the 2 who had profited by Sir James Hannon's jurisdiction.
"His wife was Lady Flora Thurles, one of the Tantallans. All the Tantallon girls went wrong, don't you know? It was in the blood."
"You and he seem to be great friends," said Harrington, still suspicious.
"Oh, we have met very often. He is quite an old chum of mine. He is a good old thing."
Seeing that the good old thing looked as if he were well under 40, Harrington was not altogether reassured even by this comfortable tone. He watched his betrothed and the Major all through the long evening in the billiard room, where pool again was the chief amusement of a very noisy party, of which Juliet and Major Swanwick seemed to him the ringleaders and master spirits. It was with difficulty that he, the affianced, got speech with his betrothed. There were just a few minutes while the old family tankards were being carried round with mulled claret and other cunning drinks, in which Juliet vouchsafed to give her attention to her lover, he having in a manner cornered her into a draped recess at the end of the room, where he held her prisoner while he bade her good night. "I shall see you at the meet to-morrow," he said.
"I won't promise to be at the meet, but I shall find you and the hounds in plenty of time. I know every inch of this country."
"Whose horse are you going to ride to-morrow?"
"A fine upstanding chestnut. I'm sure you'll admire him."
Yes, but whose?"
"Whose?"
echoed Juliet, as if she scarcely understood the word.
"Oh," with a sudden flash of intelligence, "you mean whose property is he? As if that mattered. He belongs to Major Swanwick."
"Good night," said Harrington, and he went off to take leave of Lady Burdenshaws, who was sitting in the capacious ingle-nook, with a circle of men about her telling her anecdotes in Parisian French, and from whom every now and then there burst peals of jovial laughter.
"At my age one understands everything, and one may hear everything," said her ladyship.
Harrington went back to the Medlow Arms more depressed than he had felt during any period of his courtship. Instinct had warned him of the dangers that must lurk in such a house as Medlow Court for such a girl as Juliet Baldwin, but neither instinct nor imagination had prepared him for the horrible reality. To see the woman who was to be his wife smoking cigarettes, playing shilling pool, and bandying doubtful jokes with men who had obviously the very poorest opinion of the opposite sex, was an agony which he had never thought to suffer, and for the first time since his engagement he began to ask himself whether it would not have been better to have trusted his future happiness to the most insipid and colourless of the girls with whom he played tennis than to this magnificent specimen of emancipated smartness. The image of Juliet sprawling over the billiard table, with her eyes on fire and her shoulders half out of her gown as she took a difficult life, pursued him like a bacchanalian nightmare all through his troubled snatches of sleep. The stony straw mattress and lumpy bed would not have been conducive to slumber under the happiest circumstances, but for a mind disturbed by care they were a bed of torture. He rose at 7, unrefreshed, heavy-hearted, detesting Chanticleer, cloudy skies, and all the old-fashioned fuss about a hunting morning, and wishing himself in his comfortable room in the good old house in Cornhill, where he had ample space and all things needful to a luxurious toilette. He got himself dressed somehow. He was in the saddle at 9 o'clock, after a breakfast for which he had no appetite. It was a long, dreary ride to the little roadside inn at which the hounds met, and Harrington, being particularly punctual, had to jog along companionless till the last mile, when Major Swanwick and another man from Medlow overtook him and regaled him with their talk for the rest of the way. "I think I know that black horse," said the Major, who looked provokingly well in his red coat, chimney pot, and cream-coloured tops, thereby making Harrington ashamed of his neat dark grey coat, Bedford cords, and bowler hat. "Wasn't he in Baldwin's stud 9 years ago? I bought him of Sir Henry Baldwin." "Thought so. Good hand at selling a horse, Baldwin. However, I suppose there's some work in the black horse yet." "I hope so, for I mean to hunt him to the end of the season," answered Harrington, ignoring that awful necessity of selling before the end of the month. Hope glowed faintly in his breast as he saw the Major's keen eye going over his mount, as if studying the condition of every limb and every muscle. "Wears well," he said, after this deliberate survey. "But I'm afraid you'll find him like a wonderful one-horse shay. He'll go to pieces all at once. Did Baldwin tell you his age?" "He said something about rising 8, but I didn't inquire very particularly, as I know the horse is a good one." "And it was a good one of Baldwin to talk about rising 8. He would have been within the mark if he had said rising 18. I've bought a horse of Sir Henry myself, and," after a brief pause, "I've sold him one." "And I dare say that made you even," said Harrington with acidity. He would have liked to call the Major out for his insolence, and almost regretted that he was a Briton and not a Frenchman and a professed duellist. "Faith, I don't think he had altogether the best of me, for when he rode that hunter of mine he was like the little old woman in the nursery rhyme, of whom it was said that she should have music wherever she went. He had music, and to spare." And so with jovial laughter they rode up to the open space in front of the Red Cow, where the hounds were grouped about a duck pond, while the master chatted with his friends. It was an hour later before Juliet appeared, cropping up suddenly on a windy common, with 3 other girls and 2 men, while the hounds were drawing the furze. "You see, I could make a pretty good guess where to find you," she said to Harrington. "How well the black looks. You have been saving him up, I suppose?" "No, I've hunted as often as I could. I had no other distraction during your absence." "How sweet of you to say that, with all the gaieties of Dorchester to allure you. Hark! They've found, and we shall be off in a minute. Yes, there he goes," pointing with her whip to the spot where the fox had flashed across the short level sward, vanishing next moment in the withered heather. "Now you'll see what this horse can do, and you can tell me what you think of him when we meet at dinner." There was the usual minute or so of flutter and expectation, and then the businesslike calm, an almost awful calm, every man settling down to his work, intent upon himself, steering carefully for a good place. Harrington was a nervous rider, and if fortune helped him to get a good place he rarely kept it. Today he was more than usually nervous, fancying that Juliet's eye was upon him, which it wasn't, and indeed could not have been unless it had been situated in the back of her head, since she was already ever so far in front. In time, however, he too contrived to settle down, and the black horse took the business into his own hands, and kept his rider fairly close to the hounds. For the first 20 minutes there was a good deal of jumping, but of a mildish order, and Harrington felt that he was distinguishing himself, inasmuch as he was able to stick to his horse, though not always to his saddle. They lost their first fox after a very fair run, and they waited about for nearly 2 hours before they started a second, which they did eventually in a scrubby copse on the skirts of a great stretch of ploughed land. The plough took a good deal out of Mahmud, and after the plough came a series of small fields, with some stiffish fences, which had to be taken by any man who wanted to keep with the hounds. Here Juliet was in her glory, for the chestnut on which she was mounted was a fine fencer, and she knew how to handle him, or perhaps it may be said how to let him alone. Mahmoud had been almost as fine a fencer as the fiery young chestnut, and he was a horse of a great heart, always ready to attempt more than he could do. The livery stable people had told Harrington that if his legs were only as good as his heart he would be one of the best hunters in the country. And now, with some quavering of spirit on his own part, Harrington trusted that heart would stand instead of legs, and get him and the black over the fences somehow. Just at this crucial point in the run Juliet was in front of him, and Major Swanwick was pressing him behind. He was near the hounds, and altogether in a place of honour, could he but keep it, and to keep it he felt was worth a struggle. He got over or through the first fence somehow, not gloriously, but without too much loss of time, and galloped gaily towards the second, which looked a stiffer and more complicated affair. Juliet's horse went over like a bird, and Juliet sat him like a butterfly, no more discomposed by the shock than if she had been some winged insect that had lighted on his haunches. Mahmoud followed close, excited by the horse in front of him, and rose to his work gallantly. But this time it was timber and not quickset that had to be cleared, and that stiff rail was just too much for the old hunter's legs. He blundered, hit himself with the sharp edge of the rail, and fell heavily forward, sending his rider flying into the next field, and sinking in a struggling mass into the ditch. Major Swanwick dismounted in an instant, scrambled over the hedge, and ran to help Harrington up. "Are you hurt?" "Not much," answered the fallen man, staggering to his feet, hatless and with a dazed look. "I'm afraid my horse is done for, though, poor old chap." In that moment his only thought was of the beast he had been fond of, which had been to him as a friend, albeit often an unmanageable one. He had no thought just then of the money value of that doubled up mass lying in the ditch. Mahmoud had finished his course. His forearm was broken, and the most merciful thing was to make a swift end of him with a bullet from a gun which one of the whips fetched from the nearest farmhouse. His owner stood by him and waited for the end, while Juliet and the rest of the hunt galloped away out of sight. When the shot had been fired, the black horse was left to be carted off to the kennels, and Harrington turned to walk slowly and sorrowfully to the farmhouse, where he was promised a trap to convey him to the Medlow Arms. Then and then only did he discover that he had dislocated his shoulder, and was suffering acute agony, and then only did he remember the acceptance which he had given for the black horse. Where now were the £50 which he had reckoned upon getting for the animal at Tattersall's, trusting to Providence or old Hayfield to make up the balance of 30? He saw himself now with that horrible acceptance falling due, and no assets. He got back to the rustic inn with great suffering, and laid himself down upon the stony-hearted four-poster instead of dressing to go and dine at Medlow. The village surgeon came and attended to his shoulder, a painful business, though not unskilfully done. And then he was told he must keep himself as quiet as possible for a few days, and must not think of travelling till the inflammation was reduced. It was his right shoulder on which he had fallen, and he was utterly helpless. The handy young man of the Medlow Arms had to valet him and assist him to eat the tough mutton chop which was served to him in lieu of all the delicacies of Medlow Court. A messenger came from that hospitable mansion at 10 o'clock with a little note from Juliet. "Why did you not turn up at dinner time? Major Swanwick said you were all right. I waited till I saw you get up, safe and sound. So sorry for poor old Mahmoud. Come to breakfast tomorrow and tell us all about it. We killed in a quarter of an hour. Yours, Juliet." Harrington sent his best regards to Miss Baldwin and his apologies to Lady Burdenshaw, and begged to inform them that he had dislocated his shoulder and was unable to write. He had a miserable night, sleepless and in pain, haunted by the ghost of Mahmoud, whose miserable end afflicted him sorely, and troubled by the perplexities of his financial position. Should he tell his father the whole truth? Alas, it seemed only yesterday that he had told his father the whole truth about his college debts, and though truthfulness is a great virtue, a second burst of candour coming in on the heels of the first might be too much for Mr. Dalbrook's patience. Should he borrow the money from Juanita? No, too humiliating. He had always felt a restraining pride in all his intercourse with his grand relations at Cheriton Chase. They were of his own blood, but they were above him in social status, and he was sensitively alive to the difference in position. Could he apply to his brother? Again the answer was in the negative. He doubted whether Theodore possessed 80 guineas in the world. And so he went on revolving the same considerations through his fevered brain all through the long winter night. There were moments of exasperation and semi-delirium, when he thought he would go over to Medlow Court as soon as he was able to move, and appeal to the beneficence of Lady Burdenshaw for the temporary accommodation of a cheque for 80 guineas. And thus the night wore on till the morning sounds of the inn brought the sense of stern reality across his feverish dreams. And then, amidst the crowing of cocks, and the bumping of pails, and tramping of horses in the stable yard, he contrived to fall asleep, after having failed in that endeavour all through the quiet of the night. It was about 11:30, and the handyman had helped him to make a decent toilette and to establish himself upon a sofa that was a little harder than the bed, when a pony carriage drove up to the door, and the chambermaid came in with an awe-stricken face to announce Lady Burdenshaw and another lady, and would he please to see them, as they wanted to come upstairs. The room was tidy, and he was dressed as well as a helpless man could be, so he said yes, they might come up, which was almost unnecessary, as they were already on the stairs, and were in the room a minute afterwards. Juliet expressed herself deeply concerned at her lover's misfortune, though she did not attempt to conceal from him that she considered his riding in fault. Lady Burdenshaw was more sympathetic, and was horrified at the discomfort of his surroundings. "You cannot possibly endure that cruel-looking sofa till your shoulder is well," she said. "And such a small room too, poor fellow. And a horrid low ceiling. And the house smells damp. I wonder if we could venture to move him to the court, Ju?" Ju was of opinion that such a proceeding would be to the last degree dangerous. "The only chance for his shoulder is to keep quiet," she said. Unfortunately, the surgeon had said the same thing, and there could be no doubt about it. "Perhaps you could send him a sofa?" suggested Juliet. "Of course I could, and I can send him soups and jellies and things, but that isn't like having him at Medlow, where he could have a large airy room, and where you and I could take it in turns to amuse him." "Dear Lady Burdenshaw, you are too good to an almost stranger," murmured Harrington, moved to the verge of tears by her geniality. "Stranger? Fiddlesticks! Don't I know your cousin Lord Cheriton? And has not your father done business for me? Besides, I like young men when they're modest and pleasant as you are. Indeed, I sometimes like them when they're impertinent. I like young faces and young voices about me. I like to be amused, and to see people happy. I can't endure the idea of your lying for ever so many days and nights in this dog kennel when you came to Medlow to enjoy yourself." "It mustn't be many days and nights. I must get home somehow by the end of the week, if I post all the way." "Oh, you needn't post. When you are able to be moved, my carriage shall take you to the station, and I'll get the railroad people to take an invalid carriage through to Dorchester for you." "Indeed, you must not be impatient, Harry," said Juliet. "I shall come to see you every day, except on the hunting days, and even then I can walk over in the evening, if Lady B will let me." "Of course I shall let you. All my sympathies are with lovers, and when you are married I shall give Mr. Dalbrook as much of my business as I possibly can venture to take away from those dear old fossils at Salisbury, who have been the family lawyers for the best part of a century." Juliet had confided her engagement to Lady B at the beginning of her visit, and she and Lady B had talked over the young man's chances of doing well in the world, and the wisdom or the foolishness of such an alliance. Lady B had seen a good deal of smart young men and women, and she had discovered that the smart young men were very keen in the furtherance of their own interests, and that the smart young women had considerable difficulty in getting themselves permanently established in the smart world by smart marriages. Some were beautiful, and many were admired, but they had to wait for eligible suitors, and one false step in the early stages of their career would sometimes blight their chances of success. Juliet had taken many false steps, and had got herself a good deal talked about, and Lady Burdenshaw felt that her chance of making an advantageous match had been lessening year by year, until it had come to be almost nil. "If this young fellow is sensible and good-looking, and has a little money, I really think, Ju, you ought to marry him," concluded Lady B, talking the matter over with her protege before she had seen Harrington. She fancied that Juliet had cooled somewhat in her feelings towards her youthful lover within the last week or 10 days. It might be, Lady B thought, that she began to perceive that he was too young, that the difference in their ages, which was not much, and the difference in their worldly experience, which was enormous, unfitted them to be happy together. "No doubt the young man is a pis aller," reflected Lady Burdenshaw, "after Harrington's appearance at Medlow, but he is a very good looking fellow, and by no means bad — as a pis aller. Of course he is too young for Juliet, and much too fresh and innocent to understand her, but if he knew more he wouldn't be so eager to marry her, so she ought to be satisfied." Lady Burdenshaw sent a delightful sofa and a lot of books, flowers, pillows, foot rests, and other luxuries in one of her own wagons, within an hour of her return to Medlow, and Harrington's comfort was considerably increased by her kindness. Still the thought of that wretched acceptance was like a thorn in every cushion, a scorpion under every pillow, a wasp in every flower. Nor was he altogether at ease about Juliet. He thought that he had detected a constraint in her manner, a shiftiness in her eyes. It had wounded him that she had so promptly opposed his being conveyed to Medlow. It might be that she was influenced only by concern for his safety, yet it would have been natural for his betrothed to wish to have him under the same roof with her, where she might tend and comfort him in his helplessness. Pain and anguish were wringing his brow, and she who should have been his ministering angel was content to limit her ministration to half an hour of somewhat disjointed conversation, and to the polite attention of bringing him the morning papers, when everybody at Medlow had looked at them. Lady Burdenshaw had very kindly taken upon herself to write to Matthew Dalbrook, explaining his son's prolonged absence, and making light of his accident as a matter only involving a few days' rest. The few days had gone on till the 4th day after his fall, and in spite of all that Lady Burdenshaw had done to ameliorate his captivity, the hours of the day and night seemed to grow longer and longer, till he began to think of Silvio Pellico and the man in the iron mask. Juliet's visits were very short, and she was obviously absent-minded and bored even during that scanty half hour which she gave to her betrothed. "I'm afraid you are like Colonel Enderby's wife," he said, "and that the sight of sickness or suffering is more than you can bear." "Who was Colonel Enderby's wife?" "Don't you know? She is the heroine of a very clever novel — an original, strange, and I fear not unnatural character." "Don't remember her," answered Juliet carelessly. "I don't read many English novels. They are too slow for me." On the hunting day he missed even that brief visit, and was expectant of her coming all the evening, as she had promised to make up for the day's absence. But the night was wet, and she told him next day that she did not like to take out Lady Burdenshaw's horse and man in such weather. "The stable people would have resented it, and I am obliged to stand well with the stable," she said. He thought she had a troubled look that day. It seemed to him that it cost her an effort to keep her attention upon any subject, and she lapsed into silence every now and then, looking dreamily out of the window to the thatched roofs and ploughed fields in the distance. "I'm afraid you have something on your mind," he said. "What nonsense! What put such an idea into your head?" "You are so thoughtful, and so much more silent than usual." "There is so little to talk about in a sick room. If I were to tell you about our doings at Medlow I should only bore you." "Not at all. I should be very pleased to hear how you amuse yourself. Is Major Swanwick still there?" "Yes, he is still there." He saw that her cheeks crimsoned as she answered his question, and he wondered whether she really had any penchant for the Major, or whether she suspected his jealous apprehensions upon that subject. She got up to go before he could question her further. "I shall be late for luncheon," she said, "and Lady B. hates any of us to be absent." "I thought there was no such thing as punctuality at Medlow." "Oh, we are pretty punctual at luncheon. It's the hungry hour, and we are all ravenous. Good bye." "Au revoir. You will come to-morrow, love, and come earlier, I hope." "Pas possible. I shall be out with the hounds." "Another blank day for me. But don't disappoint me in the evening, whatever the weather may be." She was gone, leaving him doubtful of her fidelity, though far from suspecting the extent of her falsehood. He endured the long dull day as best he might, and improved his mind by skimming all the books which Lady Burdenshaw had sent him, which were really the cream of Mudie's last supply — travels, memoirs, gossip, magazines — books chosen with a view to the masculine mind, which was supposed to be indifferent to fiction. Evening came at last. His lamp was lighted, his fire swept and garnished. The hunting party would be jogging homeward in the wintry darkness, he thought. There were 3 hours to wait before 9:30, which was the earliest time at which he could expect his beloved.
It was a little after the half hour when his heart began to beat faster at the sound of carriage wheels. This time she was not going to disappoint him. He listened for her step upon the stair, the firm, quick tread he knew so well; but it was another step which he heard, a slower and heavier tread, with much rustling of silken draperies. It must be Lady Burdenshaw come to chaperon her. It was Lady Burdenshaw, but alone. She came in and drew near his sofa with a serious countenance. "Great God!" he cried, starting up from his reclining position. "Is anything the matter? An accident in the hunting field. Is she hurt?" "No, my poor fellow, she's not hurt. It would take a great deal to hurt her. She's too hard. But she has done her best to hurt you." "What do you mean?" "She has gone off with that audacious scamp." "Major Swanwick?" "Yes. Did you suspect anything?" "I thought there was an understanding between them. They went off together early this morning, walked 5 miles to the station, leaving their luggage to be looked after by the Major's servant, who had received his instructions and who got everything packed and off by the 1 o'clock train for London. I got this telegram late in the afternoon from Salisbury." She handed him a telegram, which he read slowly, word by word, and then he slowly folded it and restored it to his visitor in heart-stricken silence. The telegram was in these words: "To Lady Burdenshaw, Medlow Court. Major Swanwick and I were married at 2 o'clock before the registrar. We start for Monte Carlo to-night. Please break it to Harrington, and forgive me for going away without telling you. We thought it better to avoid fuss. Yours lovingly, Juliet Swanwick." "God help this infatuated girl," said Lady Burdenshaw. "She has married a scoundrel who is up to his eyebrows in debt. He behaved brutally to his first wife, and he is not very likely to treat this one any better. I'm very sorry I ever had them in my house together. He was an old flame, and he had lost her more than one good match by his equivocal attentions. As for you, my dear young fellow, I congratulate you upon a very lucky escape." Harrington put his hand before his eyes to hide the tears of mortification and wounded love. Yet, even while the sense of disappointment was keenest, he had a feeling that Lady Burdenshaw was right, and that he had escaped a lifelong martyrdom. How could he, with his limited means, have ever satisfied a woman who lived only for pleasure and excitement, dress and dissipation? Juliet had been very frank with him during their brief courtship, and he had seen enough of her character to know that this splendid creature was not of the stuff that makes a good wife for a professional man with his struggles all before him. He was sorry, he was angry, he was wounded to the quick; but in the midst of it all he felt that there was a burden lifted off his mind and off his life, that he could breathe more freely, that he was no longer overweighted in the race. Lady Burdenshaw stopped with him for an hour, and told him a good many small facts to his charmer's discredit, although he begged her more than once to desist. It was her only idea of comforting him, and it may be that her efforts were not misdirected. He was surprised on the following afternoon by a visit from his father, who was not satisfied with Lady Burdenshaw's report of his condition. Touched by this evidence of paternal affection, the young man took heart of grace and made a full confession, first of his engagement and the next of his pecuniary obligations, the acceptance so soon to fall due, the £20 borrowed from Hayfield. "I can pay that very easily out of my allowance," he said. "I only tell you about it to show what a mean hound I was becoming." "You were very hard driven, my poor boy. You had been unlucky enough to fall in love with an unprincipled woman. You may thank Providence for having escaped a life of misery. Such an alliance as that would have wrecked your future. I would rather you married a housemaid with a good character than such a woman as Juliet Baldwin. However, there are plenty of nice girls in your own sphere, thank God, and plenty of pretty girls with unblemished character and antecedents." Harrington went back to Dorchester with his father next day, and the acceptance was promptly honoured when it was presented at the house in Cornhill. Sir Henry had discounted it at the local bank almost immediately after it passed into his possession, and the bank had regarded the document as good value for their money, Matthew Dalbrook being very unlikely to allow his son's signature to be dishonoured. End of chapter 1. Volume 2, Chapter 2 of The Day Will Come by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. All the springtime of his love is already gone and past. Theodore went back to wintry London before the year was a week old. He settled himself by his lonely fireside in the silence of his old-fashioned rooms. All he had of the beauty of his world was a glimpse of the river athwart the heavy grey mists of a London morning, or the lamps on the Embankment shining like a string of jewels in the evening dusk. There were days of sullen, hopeless fog, when even these things were hidden from him, and when it was hard to work to keep that stealthy, penetrating greyness and damp cold out of his rooms. He had brought a fox terrier from Dorchester on his return from his holiday, an old favourite that had seen the best days of her youth, and was better able to put up with a sedentary life varied only by an occasional run than a younger animal would have been. This faithful friend, an animated little beast even at this mature stage of her existence, lightened the burden of his loneliness, were it only by leaping on to his knees 20 times in 5 minutes, and only desisting therefrom upon most serious remonstrance. It was pleasant to him to have something that loved him, even this irrepressible Miss Nipper, with her sidelong grin of affectionate greeting, and her unconquerable suspicion of rats behind the wainscot. He felt less like Dr. Faustus on that famous Easter morning when the emptiness of life and learning came home to the lonely student with such desolating intensity, when even a devil was welcome who could offer escape from that dull burden of existence. He had come back from his brief holiday dejected and disheartened. It seemed to him that she who was his lodestar was more remote from him than she had ever been, more and more remote, vanishing into a distant world where it was vain for him to follow. He had failed in the task that she had imposed upon him. He was no nearer the solution of that dark mystery which troubled her life than he had been when he first promised to help her. How poor and impotent a creature he must appear in her eyes. His only discoveries had been negative. All that his keen, trained intellect, sharpened by 7 years of legal experience, had been able to do was to prove the unsoundness of her own theory. He had started no theory upon his part. No flash of genius had illumined the obscurity which surrounded Godfrey Carmichael's death. He went on with his plodding work, resolutely bent upon doing the utmost that patient labour can do to ensure success. Even if it were all vain and futile, that hope of winning favour in her eyes, the mere possibility of standing better with her, of showing her that he was of the stuff which goes to the making of distinguished men, even this was worth working for. She may have great offers by and by, he told himself, recalling what Lord Cheriton had said about his daughter's chances. With her beauty and her expectations, to say nothing of her present means, she is sure of distinguished admirers. But at the worst she cannot look down upon a man who is on the road to success in her father's profession. This ever-present consideration, joined to his love of his calling, sweetened all that was dry and dull in the initial stages of a barrister's career. While other men of his age were spending their evenings at the Gaiety Theatre, seeing the same burlesque and laughing at the same jokes night after night, as appetite grew with what it fed on, Theodore was content to sit in chambers and read law. It was not that he was wanting an appreciation of the drama. There was no man in London better able to enjoy the dignity of Hamlet at the Lyceum or the rollicking fun of the Gaiety Bluebeard. He was no pedantic piece of clay, proud of the dullness that calls itself virtue. He was only an earnest worker, bent upon a given result, and able to put aside every hindrance upon the road that he was travelling. "They that run in a race run all, but one obtaineth the prize," he said to himself, recalling a sentence in an epistle that he had learned years ago at his mother's knee, words that always brought back the cold brightness of early spring, and a period of extra church services, long sermons in the lamp-lit church, and the voices of strange preachers, a time of daffodils and fish dinners, and much talk of high and low church. He had never faltered in his religious convictions. Yet in the days of his youth, that Lenten season in a country town, that recurrent sound of church bells in the chilly March twilight had weighed heavy upon his soul. Almost the only recreation which he allowed himself in this winter season was an occasional attendance at Miss Newton's tea parties. He had secured acceptance for himself at these entertainments on the strength of his reading, and he was now established as a Shakespearean reader. Miss Newton having taken it into her head that Shakespeare is of all great poets the easiest understood by the people, and having ordered him to read Shakespeare until she should tell him to desist. "I know what they like and what they dislike," she said.
They'll not conceal their feelings from me when we talk you over after you've gone. As soon as ever I find them getting tired, I'll let you know." He began with Macbeth, a story which caught them at the very first page. The witches took their breath away, and when he came to the murder scene they were all sitting round him with their hair seemingly on end. He closed his first reading with that awful knocking at the gate, that one supreme stage effect which has never yet been paralleled by mortal dramatist. There were some of the girls who tumbled off their chairs and grovelled on the floor in their excitement. There were others who wanted to know the fate of Macbeth and his wife on the instant. "I do hope they were both hung, like the Mannings," said a meek widow. "Oh, but he wasn't so much to blame, Mrs. Kirby. That wicked woman drove him to it." "So did Mrs. Manning," argued a Bermondsey lady, "but they hung Manning all the same when they caught him. I was a child when it happened, but I remember hearing about them. He was took in Jersey, and she wore a black satin gown." "Oh, don't talk about your Mannings, Mrs. Hodge," cried one of the girls indignantly. "They were low, vulgar people. These were a king and queen in a palace. It's all different. It lifts one up out of one's own life only to hear about them. You may read about murders in the newspapers till your eyes begin to swim, but you don't feel like that. I don't know when I felt so sorry for anybody as I feel for King Macbeth." Marian sat silent and refrained from all part in the chorus of criticism, but she moved to the piano presently and began to play a Scotch air. A grand old march. Slow, solemn music that was almost too much for the nerves of the more excitable among Miss Newton's party. She glided from one melody to another, and she played those wild Scottish airs with such thrilling power that they seemed to sustain and intensify the uncanny effect of the tragic reading. Theodore went over to the piano and stood beside her as she played. "I knew you were a musician," he said, "though I never heard you touch the keys till tonight." "How did you know?" "My cousin Juanita told me. She remembered your playing in her mother's room when she was a child." The woman called Marian lifted her eyes to him with a look of patient reproach, as if she said, "You are cruel to hit any one so helpless as I am," and then, playing all the time, she answered coldly, "I do not know what you are talking about." "Don't you? Oh, but indeed I think you do, and I should be very glad to be of use to you if you would let me, for the sake of those old days. I don't think it is possible I can be mistaken, though you may have your own reason for refusing to confide in me." He was certain now in his own mind that this was Mercy Porter, and no other. That fine touch upon the piano implied sustained and careful cultivation. She did not play like a girl who had learnt music as an afterthought. He left the house when she did, and walked part of the way to the Hercules Buildings with her, but did not offer to go out of his way to see her home, being very sure she would refuse. "I wish you would trust me," he said gently, as they walked side by side without looking at each other. "Believe me that everyone at Cheriton is sorry for you. If you were to go back to the neighbourhood you would have everyone's sympathy. There would be no one to cast a stone." "I am very sorry I ever mentioned Cheriton to you, Mr. Dalbrook," she said impatiently. "It was a foolish impulse that made me talk. You insist upon making guesses. You try to force a confession from me. It is hardly generous." "My interest in you must be my excuse." "You can do me no good by that kind of interest. I shall never see Dorsetshire again, so what can it matter who I was when I lived in that part of the world? There are hundreds of women in London as lonely as I am, hundreds, perhaps thousands, who have broken every link with their past. My life suits me well enough, and I am contented. I shall never try to change it." "That is a pity. You are young enough to make a good wife to an honest man, to help in creating a happy home." "Am I? I feel a century old, and I have done with every thought of love or marriage. When I woke to consciousness after that dreadful fever, awoke from darkness and oblivion like that of the grave, I entered upon a new life. I came out of that sickness like one who had passed through hell. Passion and hope and youth and good looks have been burnt out of me in a fiery furnace. It was a wonder to myself that my body was alive. It was no wonder to me that my heart was dead. From that time I have lived very much as I am living now, after a brief time of struggle and starvation, and the life suits me fairly well. I shall never seek to better it." "That is hard, Marian." He called her by her Christian name, frankly, in almost paternal friendliness, not knowing any other name by which to call her.
He was with Miss Newton earlier than usual on the occasion of her next tea drinking, so early as to be before anybody else, and he talked to his hostess about Marian Gray, Miss Newton called her, confiding to her his conviction that this young woman was no other than Mrs. Porter's missing daughter. He told her of his interview with Mrs. Porter, and of the mother's angry repudiation of her child. "I can but think that her hardness was assumed," he said, "and that the ice would melt at a touch if the mother and daughter could be brought together. I should like to try the experiment." "It is hardly wise to try experiments with human hearts," said Miss Newton. "Marian is contented and at peace, if not happy. To force her back upon a mother who might be hard and bitter to her, do you think that would be true kindness? What if the mother's heart has been yearning for her lost lamb in all these years, and by bringing her back I might make two lives happy? Let the mother come to the child. Let her who has something to forgive be the one to make the advance. It is so hard for the sinner to go back. She must be helped back. If the mother were a woman with a motherly heart, she would have been searching for her lost child in all those years instead of wrapping herself up in her sorrow at home." "I own I have thought of that." "Of course you have. You can't think otherwise as a sensible man. I have no patience with such a mother. As for Marian, I think she may get on very well as she is. I am fond of her, and I believe she is fond of me. She earns from 12 to 14 shillings a week. She pays 5 shillings for her room, and she lives upon 8 pence a day. I needn't tell you that the teapot is her pièce de résistance. Her most substantial meal on some days consists of a couple of scones from the Scotch baker's, or a penny loaf and a hard-boiled egg. But when I go to see her she gives me an admirable cup of tea, and positively delicious bread and butter. Her room is the very pink and pattern of neatness. All the instincts of a lady show themselves in that poor little 2-pair back. She has curtained the iron bedstead and the window with white dimity, which is always clean and fresh, for she washes and irons it with her own hands. She generally contrives to have a bunch of flowers upon her work table, and hard as she works, her room is always free from litter. She has about half a dozen books of her own upon the mantel-shelf: her Bible, Milton, Shakespeare, Charles Lamb's essays, Goldsmith's poems, and the Ideals of the King, well-worn volumes which have been her companions for years. She borrows other books from the free library, and her mind is always being cultivated. I really believe she is happy. She is one of those rare individuals who can afford to live alone. Do not disturb her lightly." "You are right, perhaps. The mother struck me as by no means a pleasant character, always supposing that Mrs. Porter is her mother, of which I myself have very little doubt." Theodore made no further effort to bring mother and daughter together, but he met Marian from time to time at Miss Newton's tea parties, and acquaintance ripened into friendship. Her refinement and her musical talent sustained his interest in her. He talked to her of books sometimes when they happened to be sitting side by side at the tea table, and he was surprised at the extent of her reading. She confessed when he questioned her that she was in the habit of stealing 2 or 3 hours from the night for her books. "I find that I can do with a few hours' sleep," she said, "if I lie down happy in my mind after being absorbed in a delightful book. My books are my life. They give me the whole universe for my world, though I have to live in one room and to follow a very monotonous calling." He admired the refinement of that purely intellectual nature, but he admired still more that admirable tact which regulated her intercourse with Miss Newton's homelier friends. Never by word or tone or half involuntary glance did Marian betray any consciousness of superiority to the uncultivated herd. She shared their interests, she sympathized with their vexations, she neither smiled nor shuddered at cockney twang or missing aspirate. Winter brightened into spring, with all its varieties of good and evil: east winds rushing round street corners, and cutting into the pedestrian like a knife, west winds enfolding him like a balmy caress, and bringing the perfume of violets, the vivid yellow of daffodils into the wilderness of brick and stone; rainy days, grey, monotonous, dismal, hanging on the soul like a curtain of gloom and hopelessness. These made up the sum of Theodore's outer life. Within he had his books, his ambition, and his faithful love. He told himself that it was a hopeless love, but there are many things which a man tells himself and tries to believe, and yet does not believe. The very human longing for blessedness is too strong for human wisdom. Where there is love, there is always hope. He had grown accustomed to his life in chambers,
And albeit he was much attached to his father, and was amiably tolerant of his brother and sisters, he could but feel that his solitary existence better suited his temper than residence in a family circle. At Dorchester it had been very difficult for him to be alone. Out of business hours his sisters considered that they had a claim upon him, a right to waste his life in the most trivial amusements and engagements. If he withdrew himself from their society and that of their numerous dearest friends, they accused him of grumpiness, and thought themselves ill-treated. He had chafed against the waste of life, the utter futility of those engagements which prevented his keeping level with the intellectual growth of the age. He felt that his youth was slipping from under him, leaving him stationary when every pulse of his being beat impatiently for progress. And now it was pleasant to him to be his own master, free to make the best possible use of his days. He found a few friends in London whose society suited him, and only a few. Among these the man of whom he saw most was Cuthbert Ramsay, a young Scotchman, who had been his chief companion at Cambridge, who had studied medicine for 3 years in Leipzig and Paris with Ludwig and Pasteur, and who was now at St. Thomas. The two young men ran up against each other in that main artery of London life, the Strand, in the January twilight, and renewed the friendly intimacy of that bygone time when Ramsay had been at Trinity and Dalbrook at Trinity Hall. They dined together at a restaurant on the evening of that first meeting, and after dinner Theodore took his friend to his chambers, where the two sat late into the night talking over college reminiscences of hall and river. Cuthbert Ramsay had been one of the most remarkable undergraduates of those days, notable alike for mental and physical gifts which lifted him out of the ruck. He was 6 feet 2, with the form of an athlete and as handsome a face as was ever seen within the gates of Trinity, and these advantages of person, which would have been noteworthy in any man, were the more remarkable in him because of his utter indifference to them, or perhaps it may be said, complete unconsciousness of them. He knew that he was a big man, because his tailor told him as much. But he had never taken into consideration the question as to whether he was or was not a handsome man. Indeed, except when he had his hair cut, an operation which he always submitted to unwillingly and of dire necessity, it is doubtful if he ever looked into a glass long enough to know what manner of a man he was. Certainly not at his morning toilette, when he moved restlessly about the room, hairbrushes in hand, belabouring his handsome head, and exercising his extraordinary memory by the repetition of some scientific formula acquired during the previous night's reading. His own estimate of his appearance was comprised in the idea that he was very Scotch. That milky whiteness of complexion, touched with just enough ruddy colour to give life to the face, those brilliant blue eyes, the straight nose, clear-cut nostrils, firm lips and firmer chin, the high broad brow and crisp auburn hair, constituted to his mind nothing more than his brevet of nationality. "No one could ever take me for anything but a Scotchman," he would say lightly, if any acquaintance ventured to hint at his good looks. "There's no mistake about me. Albion is written on my brow." From his childhood upwards he had only cared for large things, intent upon investigation and discovery from the time he could crawl, asking the most searching questions of mother and of nurse, prying into those abstract mysteries which perplex philosophers before he could speak plain. The thirst for knowledge had grown with his growth, and strengthened with his strength. His hardy boyhood had been spent for the most part in the windy streets of Aberdeen, marching with swinging stride along the granite pavement, his shabby red gown flapping in the northeaster; faring anyhow as indifferent to what he ate as he was to what he wore, ahead of his fellows in all things intellectual, and abreast with the best athletes of his year in the sports they valued; a king among men, and of such a happy disposition that nothing in life came amiss to him, and what would have been hardship to another seemed sport to him. Someone, a wealthy member of his extensive family, found out that this Cuthbert was no common youth, and that with a little encouragement he might do honour to the clan. This distant kinsman, one of the heads of the great house of Ramsay, sent him to Cambridge, where he entered as a scholar of his college, and at the end of a year gained a university scholarship, which made him independent. This hardy youth from the city of Bon Accord was able to live upon so little, could not for the life of him have been extravagant, having none of that mollesse, or soft self-indulgence, which is at the root of most men's squanderings. He was 29 years of age, and he had never worn a gardenia, and had only had one suit of dress clothes since he grew to a man's estate. Needless to say that albeit he went out very seldom, that suit was now somewhat shabby; but Cuthbert's superb appearance neutralized the shabbiness, and he looked the finest man in any assembly. His parents were in their graves before he left the university. He had no ties. He was free as Adam would have been if Eve had never been created. There was no one near or dear to him to feel proud of his honours, though his name was high in the list of wranglers, and he had taken a first class in science. And now, after that interval of serious scientific work in Leipzig and Paris, he was plodding at St. Thomas's with a view to a London degree, and thus the two hard-working young men, very intimate in the old days when Cuthbert's rooms in the Bishop's Hostel were conveniently adjacent to Theodore's ground floor in Trinity Hall, were thrown together again upon their life journey, and were honestly glad to renew the old friendship. Ramsay was delighted with his friend's chambers. "I was afraid there was nothing so good as this left in the Temple," he said, rapturously contemplating the blackened old wainscot and the low ceiling with its heavy cross beam. "I thought smartness and brand new stone had superseded all that was historical and interesting within the precincts of the Lamb. But these rooms of yours have the true smack. Why, I really believe now, Dalbrook, you must have rats behind that wainscot." "Perhaps I had, till Miss Nipper came to keep me company," answered Theodore, patting the terrier, whose neat little head and intelligent ears were lifted at the sound of her name. "And Nipper has made them immigrate to the next house, no doubt. I'm glad you like my rooms, Cuthbert." "Like them? I envy you the ownership more than I can say. If anything can make me sorry that I am not a lawyer, it would be the fact that I can't live in the Temple. We doctors have no distinctive abode, nothing associated with the past." "Perhaps that is because medicine is essentially a progressive science." "Is it? Sometimes I begin to doubt if it has made any progress since Galen, or Albertus Magnus. I will admit that there was progress of some kind up to his time." "This house has an interest for me that it would have for no one else," said Theodore presently, while his friend filled his briarwood. "My kinsman, Lord Cheriton, occupied the rooms underneath these for about a dozen years, and it is a fancy of mine to keep his image before me as I sit here alone with my books. It reminds me of what a man can do in the profession which so many of my friends declare to be hopeless." "No one knows anything about it, Theodore. If you went into statistics you would find that the chances of success in the learned professions are pretty nearly equal. So many men will get on, and so many will fail, at every trade, in every calling. The faculty of success lies in the man himself. I always thought you were the kind of man to do well in whatever line you hit upon. A calm, clever brain and a resolute will are the first factors in the sum of life. And so Lord Cheriton lived in this house, did he? I have heard people talk of him as a very distinguished man, as well as a very lucky one. By the by, it was in his house that strange murder occurred last year." "Yes, it was in his house, and it was his daughter's husband who was murdered." "Tell me the story, Theodore," said Ramsay, leaning back his handsome head and half closing his eyes, with the air of a man who liked hearing about murders. "I read the account in the papers at the time, but I've very nearly forgotten all about it." Theodore complied, and gave his friend the history of the case, and the failure of every attempt to find the murderer. "And there has been nothing discovered since last summer?" "Nothing." "That is rather hard upon Lord Cheriton, bearing in mind your detective's suggestion of a vendetta. The vendetta would not be likely to close with the death of Sir Godfrey Carmichael. Hatred would demand further victims — Lord Cheriton himself, perhaps, or this lovely young widow — but there could hardly be such a vindictive feeling without a strong cause. Enmity so deadly must have had a beginning in a profound sense of wrong." "I have studied the case from that point of view, but can discover no cause for such malignity. I have almost given up all hope of unravelling the mystery." "And your kinsman is to live under the sword of Damocles for the rest of his life?" "Upon my soul, I pity him. I can imagine nothing in Ireland worse than the murder of Sir Godfrey Carmichael, a man seated peacefully in his own drawing room, and a high principled, amiable young man, you tell me, who never was known to wrong his fellow man." Theodore Dalbrook did not spend his Easter holidays in Dorsetshire. He had heard from his sisters that Juanita was staying at Swanage with Lady Jane Carmichael. He was unwilling to intrude upon her there, and he had nothing to communicate upon the subject which was at present his only claim upon her interest. Under these circumstances he was easily persuaded to spend his vacation in a 10 days' trip to Holland with Cuthbert Ramsay, who was keenly interested in the result of some experiments which had been lately made at Leyden; and thus it happened that Theodore let some time go by without seeing any member of his family except his father, who came to London occasionally upon business, and whom his son was delighted to entertain and make much of in his chambers or at his club, the Serviceable Constitutional. Towards the end of April he read an announcement in the papers which had touched him almost to tears. On the 23rd instant at Millbrook Priory, the widow of Sir Godfrey Carmichael, of a posthumous son. He was thankful for her sake that this new interest had been given to her days, that a new and fair horizon was open to her in this young life, with all its possibilities of love and gladness. It might be that the coming of this child would change the current of her thoughts, that the stern desire for retribution would grow less keen, that the agonizing sense of loss would be softened almost to forgetfulness. He remembered those lovely lines of the poet-philosophers: "A child, more than all other gifts, brings hope with it, and forward-looking thoughts." This child, he hoped, freighted with healing and comfort, came like the glad springtime itself, like Adonis or Persephone, with his arms full of flowers. He wrote to his cousin in tenderest congratulation, a letter breathing a generous affection, without one selfish thought lurking between the lines. Her answer came after nearly a month's delay, but although tardy, it was most delightful to him. Juanita asked him to be godfather to her boy, and he could easily imagine that this was the highest honour she could offer him. "In London, half the young men I used to meet took a pride in avowing their unbelief," she wrote, "but I know that you are not ashamed to acknowledge your faith in Christ and His Church. I shall feel secure that what you promise for my child will be fulfilled, so far as it is in your power to bring about its fulfilment. I know that if you stand beside the font and take those vows in His name, you will not remember that ceremony as an empty form, a mere concession to usage and respectability. Those promises will appeal to you for my fatherless child in the days to come. They will make you his friend and protector." He accepted the trust with greater gladness than he had felt about anything that had happened to him for a long time; and on a balmy morning in the last week of May, he found himself standing by the font of the old Saxon church at Millbrook, where he had heard the solemn words of the burial service read above Sir Godfrey Carmichael's coffin less than a year before. He took upon himself the custody of the infant's conscience in all good faith, and he felt that this trust which his cousin had given to him made a new link between them. The Grenvilles had come down from town to be present at the ceremony, though neither husband nor wife was officially concerned in it. Mrs. Grenville had seized the opportunity to bring Johnny and Godolphin to Dorsetshire for change of air. She had an idea that the Purbeck air had a particularly revivifying effect upon them, like unto no other air. "I suppose that is because it is my native air," she exclaimed. Mr. Grenville submitted to his nephew's existence as a mysterious dispensation of Providence, which it became him to endure with gentlemanlike fortitude, but he did not cease to regard a posthumous infant as a solecism in nature and society. "Your sister-in-law actually seems pleased with her baby," he told his wife grumblingly as he put on a frock coat in honour of the approaching ceremony. "But it appears to me that a woman of refined feeling would be impressed with a sense of incongruity, of indelicacy even, in the idea of a child born such ages after the father's death, a sort of no man's baby. And upon my word it is uncommonly hard upon Thomas. With such a family as ours, 5 and the possibilities of the future, it would have been a grand thing to have one well provided for. As things stand now they must all be paupers." Lord Cheriton was Theodore's fellow sponsor, and Lady Jane was godmother, an office which filled the dear soul with rapture. She held her grandchild throughout the service, except when she delivered him gingerly to the priest, who at one stage of the ceremony carried the new made Christian half-way up the aisle, and, as it were, flaunted him in the face of the scanty congregation. Juanita stood like a statue while these rites were being celebrated, and in her pale set face there was none of the tender interest which a mother might be expected to show upon such an occasion. There was a deep pathos in that marble face and those black garments in an hour which has generally something of a festal aspect. Strangers thought her cold, a proud, hard young woman, thinking more of her own importance perhaps than of her baby. Yet could they have read beneath the surface they would have pitied the girl widow in her desolation on this day which should have been blessed to her. She could but think of him who was not there, of the father who had been fated never to look upon his son's face, of the son who was to grow from infancy to manhood without the knowledge of a father's love. Theodore watched that pale and lovely face, full of sympathy, but not without wonder. How would this new tie affect her? Would it soften all that was hard and vindictive in her mind? Would it be strong enough to bring about resignation to the will of Heaven, a patient waiting upon Providence, instead of that feverish eagerness to exact a life for a life? They two were alone together for only a few minutes after luncheon, strolling along the broad gravel walk in front of the dining room windows in the afternoon sunshine, while Lord Cheriton and Mr. Grenville lingered over coffee and cigars, and Lady Jane and her daughter made a domestic group with children and nurses under a gigantic Japanese umbrella. Short as that tete-a-tete was, it convinced Theodore that the child had not brought oblivion of the father's fate. "You have heard nothing more — made no new discovery, I suppose?" Juanita said nervously. "Nothing. Indeed, Juanita, I fear I have no talent as an amateur detective. I am not likely to succeed where Mr. Churton failed. It was easy enough for me to complete the record of the Strangways, to set your suspicions at rest with regard to them. That was plain sailing. But it seems to me I shall never go any further." "I'm afraid you will not," she said wearily, "and yet I had such hope in your cleverness, your determination to help me. As a lawyer you would know how to set about it. The London detective has many cases, his mind travels from one to another. He has no leisure to think deeply about anything, but you, who have had so much leisure of late, you would, I know, be glad to help me." "Glad? Good God, Juanita, you must know that I would cut off my hand to give you ease or comfort, respite even from a passing trouble. If you are really set upon this thing — if your peace is really dependent upon the discovery of your husband's murderer—" It is, Theodore. I cannot know rest or comfort while his death remains unpunished. I cannot lie down in peace at night while I know that the wretch who killed him is walking about, rejoicing in his wickedness, glad to have destroyed that blameless life, laughing at our feeble love which can let our dead go unavenged." "If cudgelling these poor brains of mine could bring me any nearer to the truth, Juanita," Theodore said with a troubled sigh, "I should have helped you better. But so far I can see no ray of light in the thick darkness. I do not think any efforts of ours will solve the mystery. Only some accident, some inconceivable imprudence on the part of the murderer can put us on his track." And then he thought with horror of Ramsay's idea that a hatred so malignant as that which had killed Godfrey Carmichael might reveal itself in some new crime. He thought of the young mother bending over her infant's cradle in some unguarded room, calm in the fancied safety of her English home. He thought of her wandering alone in park or wood, while that rabid hatred lurked in the shadow, waiting and watching for the moment of attack. The horror of the idea chilled him to the heart, but he was careful not to hint at that horror to Juanita. He seized the first opportunity of being alone with Lady Jane, and imparted his fears, founded upon that suggestion of Cuthbert Ramsay's, to her. The kind creature was quick to take alarm, and promised to see that Juanita was guarded at all hours by all precautions that could be taken without alarming her. "She is surrounded with old and faithful servants," said Lady Jane. "A hint to them will put them on their guard. But if you thought it wiser, I would take her away from this place — take her away from England, if necessary. It is horrible to think of living at the mercy of an unknown foe." "My friend's notion may be groundless. The crime of last year may have been an isolated act — the inspiration of madness. In our efforts to account for the unaccountable, we may invent theories which torture us, and which may yet have no ground in fact. Only it is as well to think of possibilities, however hideous." He spent one night at the Priory, and before departure next morning, presented his offering of a fine George II mug to his godson, Godfrey James Dalbrook, who in his present stage of existence seemed to his godfather a scarcely distinguishable morsel of humanity smothered in over much cambric and Valenciennes. "I'm afraid if I were to meet my godson in the arms of a strange nurse I should not know him," he said deprecatingly, after he had kissed the rosebud mouth. "But please God the time will come when he and I will be firm friends. As soon as he is old enough to decline mensa, I shall feel that we can converse upon a common footing, and when he goes to Eton I shall renew my youth every time I run down to waste an hour in the playing fields watching him at cricket, or to drive him to the White Hart." Although he put on an air of cheerfulness in his leave taking, he left the Priory with a sense of deepest anxiety; and it was almost a relief to him when he received a letter from Lady Jane a week afterwards. "I could not get over the uneasy feeling which your suggestion awakened," she wrote. So I am going to carry off mother and child to Switzerland the day after tomorrow. Interlaken and Grindelwald are delightful at this season. We shall return to Dorsetshire as soon as the tourists begin to invade our retreat, and I trust in God that some discovery may be made in the meantime, so that all our minds may be more at ease. End of chapter 2. Volume 2, Chapter 3 of The Day Will Come by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Ruin hath taught me thus to ruminate. That time will come and take my love away. This thought is as a death, which cannot choose but weep to have that which it fears to lose. That ghastly idea mooted by Cuthbert Ramsay, the idea of an unsatisfied hatred still hovering like a bird of prey over the heads of Juanita and her child, ready to make its deadly swoop in the hour that should see her most helpless and unprotected, gave a new impetus to Theodore's mind, and he applied himself again to the apparently hopeless endeavour to find the motive of the murder and the person of the murderer. As an initial step, he invited Mr. Churton to dine with him at his chambers, entertained that gentleman with a well-chosen little dinner sent in from a famous tavern in the Strand, and a bottle of unexceptionable port after dinner, and by this innocent means got the detective into an expansive frame of mind, and induced him to discuss the Cheriton murder in all its bearings. The result of the long evening's talk differed in hardly any point from the opinion which Mr. Churton had formulated at Cheriton. The motive of the murder must be looked for in some past wrong or fancied wrong inflicted upon the murderer. And again Mr. Churton returned to his point that there was a woman at the bottom of it. "Do you mean that a woman fired the shot?" "Decidedly not. I mean that a woman was the motive power. Women are not given to avenging their wrongs with their own hands. They will instigate the men who love them to desperate crimes, unconsciously perhaps, for they are the first to howl when the crime has been committed and the lover's neck is in danger. But jealousy is the most powerful factor of all, and I take it jealousy was at the bottom of the Cheriton crime. I take it that some intrigue of Sir Godfrey's youth was at the root of the matter. Strange as you may consider such a belief, Mr. Churton, I am inclined to think that Sir Godfrey's youth was innocent of intrigues, that he never loved any woman except my cousin, whom he adored from the time he was 18 when she was a lovely child of 11. It was a very romantic attachment, and the kind of attachment which keeps a man clear of low associations." "You and Lord Cheriton tell me the same story, sir," said the detective with a touch of impatience. "But if this immaculate young man never injured anybody, how do you account for that bullet?" "It is unaccountable, except upon a far-fetched hypothesis." "What may that be?" "That the act of vengeance, though striking Godfrey Carmichael, was aimed at Lord Cheriton; that the blow was meant to ruin his daughter's life, and by ricochet strike him to the heart. I think we have spoken of this possibility before to-night." After that evening with Churton, Theodore made up his mind that there was no assistance to be looked for from this quarter. The detective had exhausted his means of investigation and had nothing further to suggest. He was too practical a man to waste time or thought upon speculative theories. Theodore saw, therefore, that if he were to pursue the subject further he must think and work for himself. After considering the question from every possible point of view, he became the more established in the idea that Godfrey Carmichael had been the scapegoat of another man's sin, the vicarious victim whose death was to strike at a guilty life. Of his youth it was easy to know all that there was to be known. He had lived in the sight of his fellow men, a young man of too much social importance to be able to hide any youthful indiscretions or wrongdoing. But what of that other and so much longer life? What of the early struggles of the self-made man? What of the history of James Dalbrook in those long years of bachelor life in London, when he was slowly working his way to the front? Might not there have been some hidden sin in that life? Some sin dark enough to awaken a sleepless vengeance, a malignity which should descend upon him in a day of peace and prosperity like a thunderbolt from a clear and quiet sky? A man who marries at 40 years of age has generally some kind of history before his marriage, and it was in that history Theodore told himself he must look for the secret of Godfrey Carmichael's death. He was loyal to his kinsman and his friend. He was inspired by no prurient curiosity, no envious inclination to belittle the great man. He was prompted solely by his desire to unearth the hidden foe, and to provide for the safety of Juanita's future life. Meditating upon his past intercourse with Lord Cheriton, and upon every familiar conversation which he was able to recall, he was surprised to find how very little his kinsman had ever related of his London life, before the time when he took silk and married a rich wife. His allusions to that earlier period had been of the briefest. He had shown none of that egotistical pleasure which most successful men feel in talking of their struggles, and the rosy dawn of fame, those first triumphs, small perhaps in themselves, but the aftertaste of which is sweeter in the mouth than the larger victories of the flood tide. He had never talked of any affairs of the heart, any of those lighter flirtations and unfinished romances which elderly men love to recall. His history, so far as it could be judged by his conversation, had been a blank. Either the man must have been a legal machine, a passionless piece of human clay, caring for nothing but professional achievement in those 18 years of manhood between his call to the bar and his marriage, or he had lived a life which he could not afford to talk about. He was either of a duller clay than his fellow men, or he had a hidden history. Now, as it was hardly possible that James Dalbrook, judged from either a psychological or a physiological standpoint, could have been dull and cold and plodding, and passionless at any period of his career, there remained the inference that he had a secret history. Living under the very roof that had sheltered his cousin in the greater part of his professional career, Theodore Dalbrook arrived at this conclusion. What kind of a life had he lived, that young barrister, briefless and friendless at the outset, whose name was eventually to become a power, a weight bringing down the judicial scale on the side of victory, just as Archer's riding was supposed to secure the winning of a race? How had he lived in those early years, when the fight was all before him? What friends had he made for himself, and what enemies? What love or what hate had agitated his existence? The investigator could only approach the question in the most commonplace manner. It was nearly a quarter of a century since James Dalbrook had been a tenant of that ground floor set, above which Theodore was pacing up and down in the summer dusk. He had to find someone who remembered him at that time. It would not be his present laundress, a buxom matron of about 35, who had never been known to any present inhabitant of Ferret Court without the encumbrance of a baby in arms or a baby at the breast. As fast as one baby was disposed of, there was another coming forward to take its place. She always brought her baby with her, and left it about in obscure corners like an umbrella. It was always of the order of infant designated good; that is to say, it was not a squalling baby. There were some of Mrs. Armstrong's clients who suspected her of keeping it in a semi-narcotized condition in the interest of her profession, but when this practice was hinted at the matron referred to the necessities of teething, and hoped she did not require to be reminded of her duty as a mother. This good person brought in the lighted lamp while Theodore was pacing up and down the narrow limits of his sitting room. She placed the lamp on the table, looked inquiringly at her employer, and then retired, only to return with the tea tray, which she arranged lingeringly. She was a talkative person, with an active intellect, and it irked her to leave the room without any scrap of conversation, were it only an inquiry about the postman, or a casual remark upon the weather. Nothing being forthcoming from Mr. Dalbrook, she withdrew to the door, but paused on the threshold and dropped a curtsy. "I'm afraid we're going to have a storm tonight, sir," she said. The fear was a thing of the moment, inspired by her desire to talk. "Do you think so, Mrs. Armstrong?" "I do indeed, sir. It couldn't be that heavy if there wasn't thunder in the air." "Perhaps not," replied Theodore indifferently. By the way, how long have you looked after these chambers?" "From 3 years before I was married, sir." "Is that long?" "Lor, yes, sir, I should think it was. Why, my Joseph was 13 on his last birthday." "Let me see. That would mean about 17 years, wouldn't it?" "Yes, sir." "And I suppose you knew nothing about the chambers before that time?" "I won't say that, sir. I've known them more or less ever since I could run alone. Mother looked after them before me. It was only when the rheumatics took such firm hold of her" — this was said as if Theodore were thoroughly posted in the case — "that mother gave up. She had done for the gentleman in this house for over 20 years, though when she married father she never thought to have to do such work as this, he being a master carpenter and cabinet maker with a nice business, and she'd been brought up different, and I had more education than any of us ever had." "Then your mother must have known this house when Mr. James Dalbrook had the ground floor — the Mr. Dalbrook who is now Lord Cheriton," said Theodore, cutting short this biographical matter. "I should think she did, sir. Many's the time I've heard her talk of him. He was just like you, sir, in his ways, as far as I can gather, very quiet and very studious. She waited upon him for nearly 12 years, so she ought to be a judge of his character. I should like to have a chat with your mother some of these days, Mrs. Armstrong." "Would you, sir? I'm sure she'd be delighted. She loves talking over old times. She's none of your radicals that are all for changing things, like my husband. And she feels quite proud of having done for Lord Cheriton when he was just like any other young gentleman in Ferret Court. Any time you'd like to step round to our place, sir, mother would be happy to see you. She'd be glad to wait upon you, but she's crippled with the rheumatics, and it's as much as she can do to get upstairs of a night and downstairs of a morning." "I'll call upon her to-morrow afternoon, if that will be convenient." "No fear of that, sir. Shall I look round at 4 o'clock and show you where she lives, sir? It's not above 5 minutes' walk." "If you please. I shall be very much obliged." Gadbolt's Lane was one of the obscurest alleys between the Temple and St. Bride's Church, but it was as well known in the locality as if it had been Regent Street. Thither Mrs. Armstrong conducted her employer on a sultry June afternoon, and admitted him with her own private key into one of the narrowest houses he had ever seen — a house of 3 stories, with 1 window in each story, and with a tiny street door squeezed in between the parlour window and the next house — a house which, if it had stood alone, would have been a tower. Upon the narrow street door appeared a wide brass plate inscribed with the name of J. W. Armstrong, plumber, and in the parlour window were exhibited various indications of the plumbing trade. On a smaller brass plate just below the knocker appeared the modest legend, "Miss Mobley, Ladies' Own Materials Made Up." The little parlour behind the plumber's emblems was very close and stuffy upon this midsummer afternoon, for Mrs. Dugget's complaint necessitated a fire in season and out of season; but it was also spotlessly clean, and preparations had evidently been made for an afternoon tea of an especially delicate character. There was a rack of such thin, dry toast as Mrs. Armstrong's employer affected, and there was a choice pat of Aylesbury butter, set forth upon the whitest of tablecloths, and flanked by a glass jar of jam, the glass receptacle being of that ornate character which dazzles the purchaser into comparative indifference as to the quality of the jam. Just as admiring man, caught by outward beauty, is apt to shut his eyes to the lack of more lasting charms in the way of temper and character. "Mother thought perhaps you'd honour her by taking a cup of tea this warm afternoon, sir," said Mrs. Armstrong, when Theodore had seated himself opposite the invalid, "and then you can have your little talk over old times, while I look after Armstrong's supper. He'll eat any bit I choose to give him for his dinner, and there's days he don't get no dinner at all, but he always looks for something tasty for supper, don't he, mother?" Mrs. Dugget acknowledged this trait in her son-in-law's character, and Theodore having graciously accepted her hospitality, Mrs. Armstrong poured out the tea, and waited upon the distinguished guest, and having done this, withdrew to her domestic duties. She was visible in front of the window 5 minutes afterwards, setting out with a basket over her arm, evidently in quest of the something tasty that was needful to her husband's well-being. "Your daughter tells me that you remember my cousin, Lord Cheriton, when he was Mr. Dalbrook," said Theodore, when he and the old woman were alone together, except for the presence of a very familiar black cat, which pushed its chilly nose into Theodore's hand, and rubbed its sleek fur against Theodore's legs, with an air of slavish adulation. "It isn't everybody that Tom takes to," said Mrs. Dugget, touched by her favourite's conduct. "He's a rare judge of character, is Tom. I've had him from a kitten, and his mother before him. Yes, sir, I ought to remember his lordship, seeing that I waited upon him for over 11 years, and a quiet gentleman he was to attend upon, giving next to no trouble, and never using bad language, or coming home the worse for drink, as I've known a gentleman behave in that very set."
"Did he live in his chambers all that time?"
"Well, sir, nominally he did, but actually he didn't. He had his bedroom and his bathroom just as you have, and the rooms was furnished pretty comfortable, and everything about them was very neat, for he was uncommonly particular, was Mr. Dalbrook, and he was always there of a day, and all day long, except when he was at the law courts, for there never was a more persevering gentleman. But after the first 3 years I can't say that he lived in Ferret Court. He came there by 9 or 10 o'clock every morning, and sometimes he stayed till 10 o'clock at night, and sometimes he left as early as 5 in the afternoon. But he didn't live there no more after the 3rd year, when he was beginning to get on a bit. There was his rooms, and there was nothing altered, except that he took away his dressing case and a good many of his clothes, but there was everything left that he wanted for his toilette, and all in apple pie order for him to fall back upon his old ways at any time. Only, as I said before, he didn't live there no longer, and instead of having his dinner in his own room at 7 o'clock, he never took anything more than a biscuit and a glass of sherry, or a brandy and soda."
"Did this change in his habits come about suddenly?"
"Yes, sir, it did, without an hour's warning. I comes to his rooms one morning and finds that his bed hasn't been slept in, and I finds a little bit of a pencil note from him to say that he would be stopping out of town for a few days. He was away over a fortnight, and from time to time, to the end of my service in Ferret Court, he never spent another night there."
"He had taken lodgings out of town, I conclude. I suppose you knew his other address?"
"No, sir. He never told me where his home was, for of course he must have had a home somewhere. No man would be a waif and stray for all those years, above all such a steady going gentleman as Mr. Dalbrook. I've heard other gentlemen accuse him of being a hermit. 'One never sees you nowhere,' they says. 'You're as steady as old Time,' they says. And so he was, but he was very secret with his steadiness."
"Had you any idea where that second home of his was? In what part of the suburbs? It could not have been very far from London, since you say he came to his chambers before 10 o'clock every morning."
"It was oftener 9 than 10, sir," said Mrs. Dugget.
She paused a little before replying to his question, watching him with a sly smile as he caressed the obtrusive cat. She had her own notions as to the motive of his curiosity. He had expectations from Lord Cheriton, perhaps, and he wanted to discover if there were anything in the background of his kinsman's history which was likely to interfere with the fruition of his mercenary hopes.
"It was a good many years after Mr. Dalbrook left off sleeping at his chambers that I made a sort of discovery," she said, "and I knew my place too well to take any advantage of that discovery. But still I had my suspicions, and I believed they were not far off the truth."
"What was the nature of your discovery?"
"Oh, well, you see, sir, it wasn't much to talk about, only it set me thinking. It was 2 or 3 years before Mr. Dalbrook left Ferret Court and went to that first floor set in King's Bench Walk, but he was beginning to be a great man, and he had more work than he could do, slave as hard as he might. And he did slave, I can tell you, sir. His rooms in Ferret Court were very shabby. They hadn't had a bit of paint or a pail of whitewash for I don't know how long, so just before the long vacation he says to me, 'I'm going to get these rooms done up, Mrs. Dugget, while I'm out of town. I've got a estimate from a party in Holborn, and he's to paint the wainscot and clear coal the ceiling, and do the whole thing for £9 7 and 8 pence in a workmanlike manner. You'll please to clean up after him, and do away with all the waste paper and rubbish, and get everything tidy before November.'"
Mrs. Dugget paused, and refreshed herself with half a cup of tea, and apologized for the obtrusiveness of the cat.
"I hope you don't object to cats, sir?"
Theodore smiled, reflecting that any man who objected to cats would have fled from that stuffy parlour before now. "No, I am rather fond of them, as an inferior order of dog. Well now, as to this discovery of yours, Mrs. Dugget."
"I'm coming to it as fast as I can, sir. You must know that there was a lot of waste paper in one of the closets beside the fireplace, and you are aware how roomy those closets in Ferret Court are. I never held with burning waste paper, first because it's dangerous with regard to fire, and next because they'll give you 3 shillings a sack for it at some of the paper mills. So I had always emptied the waste paper baskets into this closet, which was made no other use of, and the bottom of the closet was chock full of old letters, envelopes, pamphlets, and such like. So I took my sack, and I sat down on the floor and filled it. Now, as I was putting in the papers by handfuls, taking my time over it, for the painters wasn't coming till the following Monday, and all my gentlemen was away on their holidays, I was struck by seeing such a number of envelopes addressed to the same name. J. Danvers, Esquire, Myrtle Cottage, Camberwell Grove. How did Mr. Dalbrook come to have all those envelopes belonging to Mr. Danvers? There must have been letters inside the envelopes, and what business had he with Mr. Danvers' letters?"
"They may have been letters bearing upon some case on which he was engaged,"
said Theodore. "So they might, sir. But would he have the letters?" asked the laundress shrewdly. "Wouldn't that be the solicitor's business?"
"You are right, Mrs. Dugget. I see you have profited by your experience in the Temple."
"I had the curiosity to look at the postmarks on those envelopes, sir. There was over 100 of 'em, I should think, some whole and some torn across, and the postmarks told me that they spread over years. They most of 'em looked like tradesmen's envelopes, and the Camberwell postmark was on a good many of 'em. That closet hadn't been cleared out for 8 or 9 years, to my knowledge, and those envelopes went back for the best part of that time, and the longer I looked at them the more I wondered who Mr. Danvers was."
"And did you come to any conclusion at last?"
"Well, sir, I had my own idea about it, but it isn't my place to say what the idea was."
"Come, come, Mrs. Dugget, you have no employer now, and you are beholden to no one. You are a free agent, and have a perfect right to give expression to your opinion."
"If I thought it would go no further, sir."
"It shall go no further."
"Very well then, sir. To be candid, I thought that James Dalbrook and J. Danvers, Esquire, were the same person, and that Mr. Dalbrook had been living in Camberwell Grove under an assumed name."
"Would not that seem a very curious thing for a professional man in Mr. Dalbrook's position to do?" inquired Theodore gravely.
"It might be curious to you, sir, but I've seen a good deal of professional gentlemen in my time, and it didn't strike me as very uncommon. Gentlemen have their own reasons for what they do, and the more particular they are from a professional point of view, the more convenient they may find it to make a little alteration in their names now and again."
Mrs. Dugget looked at him with a significant shrewdness which gave her the air of a female Mephistopheles, a creature deeply versed in all things evil. "Did your curiosity prompt you to try and verify your suspicions?" he asked. The old woman looked at him searchingly before she answered, as if trying to discover what value there might be for him in any information she had it in her power to give or to withhold. So far she had been carried along by her inherent love of gossip, stimulated by the wish to stand well with her daughter's employer, and perhaps with a view to such small amenities as a pound of tea or a bottle of whiskey. But at this point something in Theodore's earnest manner suggested to her that her knowledge of his kinsman's life might have a marketable value, and she therefore became newly reticent.
"It doesn't become me to talk about a gentleman like Mr. Dalbrook, your namesake and blood relation too, sir," she said, folding her rheumatic hands meekly. "I'm afraid I've made too free with my tongue already."
Theodore did not answer her immediately. He took a letter case from his breast pocket, and slowly and deliberately extracted 2 crisp banknotes from one of the divisions. These he opened and spread calmly and carefully on the table, smoothing out their crisp freshness, which crackled under his hand. There is something very pleasant in the aspect of a new banknote — money created expressly, as it were, for the first owner — virgin wealth, pure and uncontaminated by the dealings of the multitude. These were only £5 notes, it is true, the lowest in the scale of English paper money, in the eye of a millionaire infinitesimal as the grains of sand on the seashore, yet to Mrs. Dugget those 2 notes lying on the table in front of her suggested vast wealth. It is doubtful if she had ever seen 2 notes together in the whole of her previous experience. Her largest payment was a quarter's rent, her largest receipt had been a quarter's wages. She had managed to save a little money in the course of her laborious days, but her savings had been accumulated in sovereigns and half-sovereigns, which had been promptly transferred to the savings bank. Bank notes, to her mind, were the symbols of the surplus wealth. "Now, I am not going to beat about the bush, Mrs. Dugget," said Theodore with a matter-of-fact air. "I have a great respect for my kinsman Lord Cheriton, who has been a kind friend to me. You may be assured, therefore, that if I am curious about his past life I mean him no harm. I have reasons of my own, which it is not convenient for me to explain, for wanting to know all about his early struggles, his friends, and his enemies. I feel perfectly sure that you followed up your discovery of those envelopes, that you took the trouble to find Myrtle Cottage, and to ascertain the kind of people who lived there." Her face told him that he was right. "If you choose to be frank with me, and tell me all you can, those 2 £5 notes are very much at your service. If you prefer to hold your tongue, I can only wish you a good afternoon, and try to make my discoveries unaided, which will not be very easy after a lapse of over 20 years."
I don't want to keep any useful information from you, sir, provided you'll promise not to let anything I may tell you get to Lady Cheriton's ears. I shouldn't like to make unhappiness between man and wife."
"I promise that Lady Cheriton shall not be made unhappy by any indiscretion of mine."
"That's all I care about, sir," said Mrs. Dugget piously, with her keen old eye upon the notes. "And be sure of that, I don't mind owning that I did take the trouble to follow up the address upon the envelope. Now, when a gentleman like Mr. Dalbrook, a gentleman as always pays his way regular and stands high in his profession, when such a gentleman as that changes his name, you may be sure there's a lady in the case. If you take up a paper, sir, and happen to glance at a divorce case, promiscuous, as I do sometimes when my son-in-law leaves his telegraph or his echo lying about, you'll find that the gentleman who runs away with the lady always changes his name first thing. Whether he and the lady go to an hotel, or takes lodgings, or go on the Continent, he always takes another name. I don't think the change does him much good, for wherever he goes people seem to know all about him, and come out with their knowledge in court directly it's wanted, but it seems as if he must always act so, and act so he does."
Theodore submitted to this disquisition in silence, but he touched the notes lightly with his fingers and made them crackle by way of stimulus to Mrs. Dugget's intellect.
"I felt sure if Mr. Dalbrook had been living at Myrtle Cottage under the name of Danvers there was a lady mixed up in it, and, being in the long vacation, when I knew he generally went abroad, I thought I would try and satisfy myself about him. I thought I should feel more comfortable in waiting upon him when I knew the worst. And then Camberwell Grove was such a little way off. It would be just a nice outing for me of a summer evening. So what did I do one lovely warm afternoon but take my tea a little earlier than usual, and trot off to the corner of Lancaster Place, where I wait for a Waterloo bus, coming sauntering along the Strand as if it was time for slaves, and there was no such things as loop lines or trains to be caught. I hadn't no train to catch, so I didn't mind the sauntering and the dawdling and the taking up and setting down. I had all the summer evening before me when I got out at the Green and made my way to the Grove. It's a beautiful, romantic place, Camberwell Grove, sir. I don't know whether you know it, but if you do, I'm sure you'll own that there ain't a prettier neighbourhood near London. 20 years ago they used still to show you the garden where George Barnwell murdered his uncle, but I dare say that's been done away with by now. It took me a good time to find Myrtle Cottage, for it was one of the smallest houses in the Grove, and it stood back in a pretty little garden, and there was nothing on the gate to tell if it was Myrtle or otherwise. But I did find it at last, thanks to a young housemaid who was standing at the gate talking to a grocer's lad. The grocer's lad made off when he saw me, and for the first few minutes the girl was inclined to be disagreeable. But she came round very quickly, and I dare say she was glad to have someone to talk to on that solitary summer evening. Cook's out for her holiday, she says, and I can't stop in the house alone. And then we got talking, and after we talked a bit standing at the gate, she asked me into the garden, where there was a long narrow grass plot, screened off from the high road by 2 horse-chestnut trees and some laburnums, and there was some garden chairs and a table on the grass, and the young woman asked me to sit down. She'd got her work-basket out there, and she'd been making herself an apron. "I can't bear the house of a summer evening," she says. "It gives me the horrors." Well, we talked of her master and mistress, as was natural. She'd lived with them over a 12-month, and it was a pretty good place, but very dull, and the missus had a temper, and was dreadfully particular, and expected things as nice as if she had 10 servants instead of 2, and was very mean into the bargain, and seemed afraid of spending money. I shouldn't be so particular if I was her, the girl said, and then she told me that she knew things wasn't all right, though they seemed a very respectable couple, and the lady went to church regularly.
"What made her suspect that things were wrong?" asked Theodore, Mrs. Dugget having paused at this point of her narrative.
"Oh, sir, servants always know. They can't live 6 months in a house without finding out how the land lies. They've got so little to think of, you see, except their masters and mistresses. You can't wonder if they're always on the watch and the listen, meaning no harm, poor things. If you was shut up in a stuffy little kitchen all day, never seeing no one but the lads from the tradespeople for 2 or 3 minutes at a time, you'd watch and you'd listen. It's human nature. People don't like reading servants, and they don't like gadding servants, so they must put up with servants that think a good deal of what's going on round them. The housemaid told me she was sure from the solitary way Mr. and Mrs. Danvers lived that there was a screw loose somewhere. No one never comes near them, she said, and she never goes nowhere except for a walk with him. No visitors, no friends. I can't think how she bears her life. She hasn't a party gown even. If anybody asked her to a party she couldn't go. When you took her abroad last month she was all in a fluster and excitement like a child, or like a prisoner that's going to be let out of prison. She shook hands with Cook and me when she said goodbye, and that isn't like her. I feel so happy, Jane, she says. I don't know what I'm doing. No more I think she did. She looked quite wild with pleasure, and quite young too in her new bonnet, although in a general way she looks older than him. And then the girl told me how fond she was of him, although she showed her temper now and then even to him. Not often, the girl said, and any quarrel with him threw her into a dreadful way afterwards, and she would lie awake and sob all night long. The girl had heard her, for it was a trumpery little house, though it was pretty to look at, and the walls were very thin. I could see with my own eyes that it wasn't much of a house, a sort of dressed-up cottage, smothered with creepers up to the roof. It looked pretty and countrified after the Temple, and I could understand that Mr. Dalbrook liked living in such a lovely place as Camberwell Grove.
"Did you find out what the lady was like?" asked Theodore.
You may be sure I tried to do that, sir. How could I help being interested in a lady that had such an influence over one of my gentlemen? The girl told me that Mrs. Danvers was one of the has-beens. She had been handsome perhaps once upon a time, and she might have had a fine figure once upon a time, but she had neither face nor figure now. She was pale and careworn, and she was very thin. She didn't do anything to set herself off either, like other ladies of 35. She wore the same merino gown month after month, and she had only one silk gown in her wardrobe. She was always neat and nice like a lady, but she didn't seem to care much how she looked. She told the girl once that she and Mr. Danvers would be better off by and by, and then all things would be different with them. I am only waiting for those happier days, she says. But the girl fancied she would be an old woman before those days came.
Were there any children?
I could not find out for certain. The girl fancied from chance words she had overheard that there had been a baby, but that it had been sent away, and that this was a grievance between them, and came up when they quarrelled, which was not often, as I said before. Altogether, I left Camberwell Grove feeling very sorry for the lady who was called Mrs. Danvers, and I thought it was a great pity if Mr. Dalbrook wanted to make a home for himself he couldn't have managed it better. I made great friends with Jane the housemaid before I left that garden, and I asked her when she had an evening out to come and take a cup of tea with me, and if she could get leave to go to the theatre my youngest son, who was living at home then, could take her, along with my daughter, who was then unmarried and in service in New Bridge Street. The young woman came once, about Christmas time, and she told me things were just the same as they had been at Myrtle Cottage. She talked very freely about Mr. and Mrs. Danvers over her tea, but she had no idea that he was beknown to me, or that he was a barrister with chambers in the Temple. She thought he was something in the city. I asked her if it was Mr. Danvers who was mean and kept his lady short of money, but she thought not. She thought it was Mrs. Danvers who had a kind of mania for saving, for she was quite put out if Mr. Danvers brought her home a present that cost a few pounds. It seemed as if they were saving up for some purpose, for they used to talk to each other of the money he was putting by, and it was plain they were looking forward to a better house and a happier kind of life. Jane thought that either she had a husband hidden away somewhere, in a lunatic asylum, perhaps, or he had another wife.
Mrs. Duggett stopped to replenish the thrifty little fire with a very small scoopful of coals, during which operation the sleek black cat leaped upon her back and balanced himself upon her shoulders while she bent over the grate.
Well, sir, that was Jane's first and last visit. She got married all of a sudden before Lady Day, and she went to live in the country, where her husband was postman in her native village, and I never see no more of her. I went to Camberwell Grove again in the long vacation, when I knew Mr. Dalbrook was away, but I found only an old woman in the house as caretaker, stone deaf and disagreeable into the bargain. Mr. Dalbrook moved into King's Bench Walk the following year, and less than 6 months after that I saw his marriage in the papers. And his clerk told me he had married a very rich young lady and was going to buy an estate in the country. I went to have another look at the cottage soon after Mr. Dalbrook's marriage, and I found the garden gate locked and a board up to say that the house was to be let unfurnished. And that, sir, is all I could ever find out about the lady called Mrs. Danvers."
"And this history of the home in Camberwell Grove is all you ever knew about Mr. James Dalbrook's life outside the chambers in Ferret Court?"
"Yes, sir, that is all I ever heard, promiscuously or otherwise."
"Well, Mrs. Dugget, you have been frank with me, and you have earned my little present," said Theodore, handing her the 2 notes, which her old fingers touched tremulously in a rapture that was too much for words. It was with an effort that she faltered out her thanks for his generosity, which, she protested, she had never looked for. Theodore walked back towards the Temple deep in thought. Indeed, so troubled and perplexed were his thoughts that upon approaching Ferret Court he stopped short, and instead of going straight to his chambers turned aside and went to the gardens, where he walked up and down the same gravel path for an hour, pondering upon that picture of the hidden home in Camberwell Grove, conjured up before him by the loquacious laundress. Yes, he could imagine that obscure existence almost as if he had seen it with his bodily eyes. He could fancy the solitary home where never kinsman or familiar friend crossed the threshold; a home destitute of all home ties and homely associations; a home never smiled upon by the parson of the parish; cut off from all local interests, identified with nothing, a mystery among the commonplace dwellings around and about it; a subject for furtive observation from the neighbours. He could fancy those 2 lonely lives preying upon each other, too closely united for peaceful union; the woman too utterly dependent upon the man; she feeling her dependence a degradation; he feeling her helplessness a burden. He could picture them, loving each other, perhaps passionately, jealously to the last, and yet weary of each other, worn out and weighed down by the narrowness of a life walled off from the rest of the world and all its changeful interests and widening sympathies. And then he saw the picture in still darker colours, as it might have been ere that unknown figure faded from the canvas. He thought of the ambitious, successful barrister, heartsick at the fetters which he had fastened upon his life, tired of his fated mistress, seeing all gates open to him were he but free to pass them; still living apart from the world at a time of life when all the social instincts are at their highest development, when a man loves the society of his fellow men, the friction of crowds, the sound of his own voice, and every social tribute that the world can offer to his talents and his success. He saw his kinsman galled by the chain which love and honour had hung about him, loathing his bondage, longing for liberty; saw him with the possibility of a brilliant marriage suddenly offering itself to him, a lovely girl ready to throw herself into his arms, a fortune at his feet, and the keen ambition of a self-made man goading him like a spur. How did it end? Did death set him free? Death, the loosener of all bonds? Or did his mistress sacrifice herself and her broken heart to his welfare, and of her own accord release him? There are women capable of such sacrifices. It would seem that his disentanglement, however it came about, had been perfect of its kind; for no rumour of a youthful intrigue, no scandal about a cast-off mistress, had ever clouded the married life of James Dalbrook. Even in Cheriton village, where the very smallest nucleus in the way of fact was apt to swell into a gigantic scandal, even at Cheriton nobody had ever hinted at indiscretions in the earlier years of the local magnate. And then Theodore Dalbrook asked himself the essential question: what bearing, if any, had this episode of his kinsman's life upon the murderer of Juanita's husband? What dark and vengeful figure lurked in the background of that common story of dishonourable love? An outraged husband? A brother? A father? That obscure life apart from friends and acquaintances would show that some great wrong had been done, some sacred tie had been broken. Only a sinful union so hides its furtive happiness. Only a deep sense of degradation will reconcile a woman to banishment from the society of her own sex. Whether that forsaken mistress were dead or living, there might lurk in her sad history the elements of tragedy, the motive for a ghastly revenge.
and on this account the story possessed a grim fascination for Theodore Dalbrook. He lay awake the greater part of the night thinking in a fitful way of that illicit menage in the unfashionable suburb, the suburb whose very existence is unknown to society. He fell asleep long after the sun was up, only to dream confusedly of a strange woman who was now James Dalbrook's lawful wife, and now his victim, and whose face had vague resemblances to other faces, and who was and was not half a dozen other women in succession. He walked to Camberwell on the following afternoon, surprised at the strange world through which he passed on his way there, the teeming, busy, noisy world, the world which makes such a hard fight for life. The Grove itself, after that bustling, seething road, seemed a place in which nightingales might have warbled, and laughing girls hidden from their lovers in the summer dusk. The very atmosphere of decay from a better state was soothing. There were trees still, and gardens, and here and there pretty old-fashioned houses. And in a long narrow garden between two larger houses he found Myrtle Cottage. There was a board up, and the neglected garden indicated that the cottage had been a long time without a tenant. There was a policeman's wife living in it, with a colony of small children in the cotton pinafore stage of existence, and with noses dependent upon maternal supervision, so much so that scarcely had the matron attended to one small snub than her attention was called off to another, which gave a distracted air to all her conversation. She took Mr. Dalbrook over the house, and expatiated upon the damp walls, and the utter incompetence of the cistern and pipes to meet the exigencies of a family, which was the more to be regretted on the ground that the landlord declined to do anything in the way of repairs, as he intended to pull the house down in a few years with a view to making better use of the ground. "And indeed that's about all it's fit for," said the policeman's wife. "It ain't fit for anybody to live in." The rooms had even a more desolate look than rooms in empty houses usually have, in consequence of this long neglect. The cottage had been empty for 2 years and a half, long enough for the damp to make hideous blotches upon all the walls, and trace discoloured maps of imaginary continents upon all the ceilings, long enough for the spiders to weave their webs in all the corners, for dust to eat deep into the iron grates, and for dust and dirt to obscure every window. Theodore stood in the room which had once been a drawing room, and which boasted of a wide French window looking out upon a lawn, with a large weeping ash directly in front of the window, and much too near for airiness or health, a melancholy-looking tree in which Theodore thought Mrs. Danvers might have found a symbol of her own life, as she stood at the window and looked at those dull, drooping branches against a background of ivy-covered wall. End of chapter 3. Volume 2, Chapter 4 of The Day Will Come by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. And if we do but watch the hour, there never yet was human power which could evade, if unforgiven, the patient search and vigil long of him who treasures up a wrong. Theodore made a tour of the little garden in the summer sundown. It was very small, but its age gave it a superiority over most suburban gardens. There were trees and hardy perennials that had been growing year after year, blooming and fading, with little care on the part of successive tenants. The chief charm of the garden to some people might have been its seclusion. There was no possibility of being overlooked in this narrow pleasaunce, and overlooking is the curse of the average garden attached to the average villa. Mr. and Mrs. Jones, taking their ease, or working in their garden in the cool of the evening, are uncomfortably conscious of Mr. and Mrs. Smith eyeing them from the drawing-room windows of next door. Here the high wall on one side, and the tall horse-chestnuts on the other, made a perfect solitude, but seclusion on a very small scale is apt to merge into dullness, and it must be owned that the garden of Myrtle Cottage at sundown was about as melancholy a place as the mind of man could imagine. Theodore, contemplating it from the standpoint of Mrs. Danvers' history, her friendlessness, her sense of degradation, wondered that she could have endured that dismal atmosphere for a single summer. And she had lived there for many years, lived there till weariness must have become loathing. God help her, poor soul, he said to himself. How she must have abhorred that weeping ash! How it must have tortured her to see the leaves go and come again year after year, and to know that neither spring nor autumn would better her fate. He took down the address of the agent who had the letting of the house, and left with the intention of seeing him that evening if possible.
The landlord was a personage resembling the Mikado or the Grand Lama, and was not supposed to be accessible to the human vision, certainly not in relation to his house property. The policeman's wife averred that him and the De Crespignys owned half Camberwell. The agent was represented to live over his office, which was in no less famous a locality than Camberwell Green, and was likely, therefore, to oblige Mr. Dalbrook by seeing him upon a business matter after business hours. It was not much past 7 when Theodore entered the office, where he found the agent extending his business hours so far as to be still seated at his desk, deep in the revision of a catalogue. He was a very genial agent, and he put aside the catalogue immediately, asked Theodore to be seated, and wheeled round his office chair to talk to him. "Myrtle Cottage, yes, a charming little box, convenient and compact, a bijou residence for a bachelor with a small establishment. Such a nice garden, too, retired and rustic. If you were thinking of taking the property on a repairing lease, the rent would be very moderate, really a wonderfully advantageous occasion for anyone wanting a pretty secluded place. To tell you the truth, Mr. Adkins, I am not thinking of taking that house or any house. I have come to ask you a few questions about a former tenant, and I shall take it as a favour if you will be so good as to answer them." The agent looked disappointed, but he put his pen behind his ear, crossed his legs, and prepared himself for conversation. "Do you mean a recent tenant?" he asked. "No. The gentleman I am interested in left Myrtle Cottage 20 years ago, nearer 25 years perhaps. His name was Danvers." The agent gave a suppressed whistle and looked at his interlocutor with increasing interest. "Oh, you wanted to know something about Mr. Danvers? Was he an acquaintance of yours?" "He was." "Humph! He is more than old enough to be your father. He might almost be your grandfather. Do you know him intimately?" "As intimately as a man of my age can know a man of his age. And position," added the agent, looking at his visitor shrewdly. Theodore returned the look. "I don't quite follow your meaning," he said. "Come now, sir, if you know anything at all about the gentleman in question you must know that his name is not Danvers, and never was Danvers, that he took Myrtle Cottage under an assumed name, and lived there for nearly 10 years under that assumed name, that he never let any of his friends or acquaintances cross his threshold, and that he thought he had hoodwinked me, a man of the world, moving about in the world among other men of the world. Why, sir, Mr. Danvers had not paid me 3 half-years' rent in notes or gold, as he always paid, and in his office here, before I had found out that he was the rising barrister, Mr. Dalbrook, and before I had guessed the reason of his hole and corner style of life." "What became of the lady who was called Mrs. Danvers?" "And who in all probability was Mrs. Danvers," said Mr. Adkins. "I have reason to believe that was her name. What became of her? God knows. A servant came to me one August morning with the keys and a half-year's rent. The tenant had given notice to surrender at the Michaelmas quarter, that being the quarter at which he entered upon possession. Mr. and Mrs. Danvers had gone abroad — to Belgium, the woman thought — and as it was their present intention to live abroad, their furniture had all been removed to the Pantechnicon upon the previous day, and the house was empty and at my disposal." "Did you hear nothing more of them after that?" "I heard of him, sir, as all the world heard of him. Heard of his marriage with a wealthy young Spanish lady, heard of his elevation to the peerage, but of Mrs. Danvers I never heard a syllable. I take it she was pensioned off, and that she lived, and may have died, on the Continent. Why, there are a lot of sleepy old Flemish towns — I'm a bit of a traveller in my quiet way — which seem to have been created for that purpose." "Is that all you can tell me about your tenants, Mr. Adkins? I am not prompted by idle curiosity in my inquiries. I have a very strong motive." "Don't trouble yourself to explain, sir. I know nothing about Mr. or Mrs. Danvers which I have any desire to hold back, or which I am under any obligation to keep back. My business relations with the gentleman never went beyond letting him Myrtle Cottage, which I let to him without a reference, on the strength of a 12 months' rent in advance, and a deuce of a hurry he was in to get into the place. As for Mrs. Danvers, you may be surprised to hear that I never saw her face. I'm not a prying person, and as the rent was never overdue, I had no occasion to call at the house. But I did see someone who had a strong bearing upon the lady's life, and a very troublesome customer that person was." "Who was he?" "No less an individual than her husband. A man dashed into this office one winter afternoon, a little after dusk, and asked me if I had let a house to a person called Danvers. I could see that he had been drinking, and that he was in a state of strong excitement.
So I answered him shortly enough, and I kept him well between myself and the door, so as to be able to pitch him out if he got troublesome. He told me that he'd just come from Myrtle Cottage, that he had been refused admittance there, although the woman who lived there was his wife. He wanted to know if the house had been taken by her, or by the scoundrel who passed himself off as her husband. If it had been taken in her name it was his house, and he would very soon let them know that he had the right to be there. I told him that I knew nothing about him or his rights, that my client's tenant was Mr. Danvers, and that there the business ended. He was very violent upon this, abused the tenant, talked about his own wrongs and his wife's desertion of him, asked me if I knew that this man who called himself Danvers was an impostor, who had taken the house in a false name, and who was really a beggarly barrister called Dalbrook. And then from blasphemy and threatening he fell to crying, and sat in my office shivering and whimpering like a half-demented creature, till I took compassion upon him so far as to give him a glass of brandy, and send my office lad out with him to put him into a cab." "Did he tell you his name or profession?" "No, he was uncommonly close about himself. I asked him if the lady's name was really Danvers, and if he was Mr. Danvers. But he only stared at me in a vacant way with his drunken eyes. It was hopeless trying to get a straight answer from him about anything. Heaven knows how he got home that night, for he wouldn't tell the office boy his address, and only told the cabman to drive to Holborn. 'I'll put him up when I get there,' he said. He may have been driven about half the night for all I can tell." "Was that all you ever saw or heard of him?" "All I ever saw, but not all I ever heard. Servants and neighbours will talk, you see, sir, and I happen to be told of 3 or 4 occasions, at considerable intervals, at which my gentleman made unpleasantness at Myrtle Cottage. He would go there wild with drink. I believe he never went when he was sober, and would kick up a row. If he wanted to get his wife away from the life she was leading he would have gone to work in a different manner, but it's my opinion he wanted nothing of the kind. He was savage and vindictive in his cups, and he wanted to frighten her and to annoy the man who had tempted her away from him. But he was a poor creature, and after blustering and threatening he would allow himself to be thrust out of doors like a stray cur." "What kind of a man did he look? A broken-down gentleman?" "Yes, I should say he had been a gentleman once, but he had come down a longish way. He had come down as low as drink and dissipation can bring a man. Altogether I should consider him a dangerous customer." "A man capable of violence, of crime even?" "Perhaps. A man who wouldn't have stopped at crime if he hadn't been a white-livered hound. I tell you, sir, the fellow was afraid of Mr. Dalbrook, although Mr. Dalbrook ought to have been afraid of him. He was a craven to the core of his heart." "What age did you give him?" "At the time he came to me I should put him down at about 36. "And that is how many years ago?" "Say 24. I can't be certain to a year or so. It wasn't a business transaction, and I haven't any record of the fact." "Was he a powerful-looking man?" "He was the remains of a powerful man. He must have been a fine man when he was 10 years younger. A handsome man, too, one of those fair-complexioned, blue-eyed, aquiline-nosed men who set off good clothes. The kind of man to do justice to a rig out from a fashionable tailor. He was a wreck when I saw him, but he was the wreck of a handsome man." "And you take it that he was particularly vindictive?" "He was as vindictive as a cur can be." "And was his anger strongest against the lady, do you suppose, or against the gentleman?" "Decidedly against the gentleman. He was full of envy and hatred and all uncharitableness towards Mr. Dalbrook. He affected to think contemptuously of his talents, and to belittle him in every way, while he was bursting with envy at his growing success. He was jealous and angry as a husband, no doubt, but he was still more jealous and still angrier as a disappointed man against a successful man. He was as venomous as conscious failure can be. And now, sir, that I have spoken so freely about this little domestic drama, which was all past and done with 20 years ago, and in which I only felt interested as a man of the world, now may I ask your name, and how you come to be so keenly interested in so remote an event?" "My name is Dalbrook," replied Theodore, taking out his card and laying it upon the agent's desk. "You don't mean to say so? A relation of Lord Cheriton's?" "His cousin, a distant cousin, but warmly attached to him and his. The motive of my inquiry need be no secret. A dastardly murder was committed last summer in Lord Cheriton's house. Yes, I remember the circumstances. A seemingly motiveless murder, unless it was the act of some secret foe either of the man who was killed or of his wife's father, Lord Cheriton. I have reason to know that the young man who was killed had never made an enemy. His life was short and blameless. Now a malignant cur, such as the man you describe, a man possessed by the devil of drink, would be just the kind of creature to assail the strong man through his defenseless daughter. To murder her husband was to break her heart, and to crush her father's hopes. This man may have discovered long beforehand how my cousin had built upon that marriage, how devoted he was to his daughter and how ambitious for her. Upon my soul, I believe that you have given me the clue. If we are to look for a blind, unreasoning hatred, malignity strong enough and irrational enough to strike the innocent in order to get at the guilty, I do not think we can look for it in more likely a person than in the husband of Mrs. Danvers." "Perhaps not," said Mr. Atkins, keenly interested, yet dubious. "But granted that he is the man, how are you to find him? It is about 24 years since he stood where you are standing now, and I have never set eyes on him from that day to this, close upon a quarter of a century. I can't tell you his calling, or his kindred, the place where he lived, or even the name he bore, with any certainty. Danvers may have been only an assumed name, or it may have been his name. There's no knowing, or rather there's only one person likely to be able to help you in the matter, and that is Lord Cheriton. It would be difficult to question him upon such a subject." "Of course it would. And I don't suppose that even he has taken the trouble to keep himself posted in the movements of that very ugly customer. Having shunted the lady, he wouldn't be likely to concern himself about the gentleman." "A quarter of a century," said Theodore, too thoughtful to give a direct answer. "Yes, it must be very difficult to trace any man after such an interval. But if that man went to Cheriton Chase, he must have left some kind of trail behind him, and it will go hard with me if I don't get upon that trail. I thank you, Mr. Atkins, for the most valuable information I have obtained yet, and if any good comes of it you shall know. Good night." "Good night, sir. I shall be very glad to aid in the cause of justice. Yes, I remember the Cheriton Chase murder, and I should like to see the mystery cleared up." End of chapter 4. Volume 2, Chapter 5 of The Day Will Come by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Upon a tone, a touch of hers, his blood would ebb and flow, and his cheek change tempestuously. But she in these fond feelings had no share. Her sighs were not for him. To her he was even as a brother, but no more. After that conversation with the house agent, the idea that he had found the clue to the Cheriton Chase mystery took root in Theodore Dalbrook's mind. Taking as his starting point the notion of a deadly hatred wreaking itself in an indirect revenge, there seemed no more likely figure for the rôle of avenger than that of the wronged and deserted husband. The one startling improbability in this view of the case was the long interval between the husband's appearance at Myrtle Cottage and the date of the murder. But even this difficulty Theodore was able to account for upon the hypothesis of a gradual perversion, a descent from vice to crime, as the man's nature hardened under the corrupting influence of a profligate life, while the old festering sore grew into a malignant canker, under the lash of misery. He had seen in that great seething cauldron of London life men whose countenances bore the stamp of a degradation so profound that the most ferocious crime might seem the normal outcome of their perverted natures. He could imagine how the broken down gentleman, steeped in drink, and embittered by the idea of wrongs which had been the natural consequence of his own misconduct, had sunk step by step upon the ladder of vice, till he had arrived at that lowest deep where the dreams of men are stained with blood and darkened by the shadow of a hangman. He could imagine such a man brooding over his wrongs for long years, nursing his jealous wrath as the one touch of manliness that survived in him, until some newspaper description of the Dalbrook and Carmichael wedding reminded him of the bitter contrast between his own lot and that of his rival, and, lashed into sudden fury, he set out upon his murderous errand, hardly caring whom he murdered so long as he could hurt the man he hated.
The very fact that Mr. Danvers' husband had been described as a craven made the idea of his guilt more likely. Only a coward would have chosen such a revenge. Only a coward could have stretched out his hand from the darkness to kill a man who had never injured him. The crime was the crime of a coward or a madman, and this man, brutalized by drink, may have been both madman and coward. Here at least was a man closely associated with James Dalbrook's life, and having good cause to hate him. In the darkness surrounding the murder of Godfrey Carmichael, this was the first flash of light. And having arrived at this point, Theodore Dalbrook saw himself face to face with a new and seemingly insurmountable difficulty. To follow this clue to the end, to bring the crime home to the husband of Lord Cheriton's cast-off mistress, was to expose the history of the great man's earlier years to the world at large, to offer up a reputation which had hitherto been stainless as a rich and savoury repast to that carrion brood, consisting of almost everybody, which loves to feast upon garbage. How the evening newspapers would revel in the details of such a story, what denunciations, what gloating over the weakness of a strong man's life. How the contents bills would bristle with appetizing headings, how the shrill-voiced newsboys would yell their startling particulars, their latest developments of the Cheriton Chase scandal. This must all inevitably follow upon the discovery of the murder, if the murderer were indeed the injured husband. There could be no possible escape from that glare of publicity, that swelling symphony of slander. From the moment the law laid its hand upon the criminal, the case would pass beyond individual control, and individual interests and reputations would become as naught. Justice would have to do its work, and in the doing of it must needs afford the usual opportunity to the newspapers. Theodore thought with horror of such humiliation coming upon Lord Cheriton, and through him upon Juanita, who loved her father with a reverential affection, and who was intensely proud of his character and position. He thought of gentle Lady Cheriton, who adored her husband, and who doubtless would be made miserable by the knowledge that his first love had been given to another woman, whom he had loved well enough to sacrifice honour for the sake of that illicit love. What agony to that single-minded, trusting creature to find that dark spot upon her husband's past, and to know that the daughter's happiness had been blighted because of the father's sin. With these considerations in his mind, it seemed to Theodore that it would be better to halt on the very threshold of discovery, and yet there was the appalling thought of further possibilities in the way of crime, of a madman's revenge carried a stage further, a madman's pistol aimed at the defenceless mother or the unconscious child. What was he to do? Was there no alternative between inaction and such action as must speedily set in motion the machinery of the law, and thus deprive him of all free will in the future conduct of the case? Yes, there was an alternative course. If he were once assured of the identity of the assassin, it might be in his power to lay hands upon him, and to place him under such circumstances of control in the future as would ensure Juanita's safety, and render any further crime impossible. If the man were mad, as Theodore thought more than likely, he might be quietly got into an asylum. If he were still master of his actions, he might be got abroad to the remotest colony in the Antipodes. The knowledge of his crime would be a hold over him, a lever which would remove him to the uttermost ends of the earth, if need were. This would be an illegal compromise, no doubt, unjustifiable in the eye of the law, but if it ensured Juanita's safety, and saved her father's character, the compromise was worth making. It was indeed the only way by which her security and her father's good name could be provided for. To arrive at this result, he had to find the man who had appeared in Mr. Atkins's office about 24 years ago, and of whose subsequent existence he, Theodore, had no knowledge. "I must begin at the other end," he told himself. "If that man was the murderer, he must have been seen in the neighbourhood. It is not possible that he could have come to the place, and watched for his opportunity, and got clear off after the deed was done without being seen by human eyes." And yet there remained the fact that the local policeman and a London detective had both failed in obtaining the faintest trace of a suspicious-looking stranger, or indeed of any stranger, male or female, who had been observed in the neighbourhood of Cheriton before or after the murder. There remained the fact that a large reward had been offered without resulting in one scrap of information bearing upon the subject. How could he hope, in the face of these facts, to trace the movements of a man whose personal appearance was unknown to him, and who had come and gone like a shadow? "I can but try, and I can but fail,"
he told himself. "Knowing what I know now, I cannot remain inactive." It may be that he had caught something of the fiery eagerness which consumed Juanita, that in his ardent desire to be worthy of her regard, to waste his life in her service, he had become, as it were, inoculated with the spirit of his mistress, and hoped as she hoped, and thought as she thought. With the beginning of the long vacation he went to Dorchester, but this time not alone. He took his friend Cuthbert Ramsay with him, as a visitor to the grave old house in the grave old town. His sisters often made a complaint against him that he never introduced any of his college friends to them; that whereas the sisters of other university men were rich in the acquaintance of Charlies and Algernons, and Freds and Toms, who were producible at tennis parties and available for picnics at the shortest notice, they were restricted to the use of Dorchester and a horizon bounded by the country houses of the immediate neighbourhood. Remembering these reproaches, and seeing that his friend Ramsay was obviously pining for rest and country air, Theodore suggested that he should occupy the bachelor's room in Cornhill as long as he could venture to stop away from hospitals and lectures and scientific investigations. "You want a long fallow, Cuthbert," he said, "and you couldn't have a better lotus island than Dorchester. There's not an excitement or a feverish sensation to be had within 20 miles, and then I really want to make you known to my cousin, Lord Cheriton. He is a very clever man, an all-around man, and he would be interested in you and all that you are doing." "I shall be proud of knowing him. And then there is your cousin Lady Carmichael. I am deeply interested in her, without having ever seen her face, and when I do see her. You will say she is one of the loveliest women you ever saw in your life, Cuthbert. I have no doubt of that. You will see her beauty under a cloud, for she is not one of those women who begin to get over the loss of a husband as soon as their crape gets rusty; but her beauty is all the more touching on account of the grief that separates her from all other women, even from her past self. I sometimes look at her and wonder if this sad and silent woman can be the Juanita I once knew, the light-hearted, spontaneous girl, a buoyant creature, all impulse and caprice, fancy and imagination. You may be sure that I shall admire her, and you may be sure I shall not forget that there is someone whose admiration has a deeper root than the lust of the eye and the fancy of the moment." Theodore would not affect to misunderstand him. It was not possible that he could have talked of his cousin in the freedom of friendship without having revealed his secret to his friend. "My dear fellow," he said with a sigh, "mine is a hopeless case. You will know that it is so when you see Juanita and me together. Her mother said to me on the first day of this year, 'If ever she comes to care for anybody, it will be some new person,' and I have not the least doubt that her mother was right. Her first love was her playfellow, the companion of her girlhood. A woman cannot have two such loves. Her second attachment, if she ever make one, will be of a totally different character." "Who knows, Theodore? A woman's heart is to be measured by no calipers that I know of. It is subject to no scientific test. We cannot say it shall give this or that result. It may remain cold as marble to a man through years of faithful devotion, and then, in an instant, the marble may change to a volcano, and hidden fires may leap out of that seeming coldness. Nil desperandum should be the motto of all inventors, and of all lovers." Dorchester, and especially the old house in Cornhill, received Mr. Ramsay with open arms. Harrington was in the dejected state of a young man who has been rudely awakened from youth's sweetest delusion. Fooled and forsaken by Juliet Baldwin, he had told himself that all women are liars, and was doing all in his power to establish his reputation as a woman-hater. In this temper of mind he was not averse from his own sex, and he welcomed his brother's friend with unaffected cordiality, and was evidently cheered by the new life which Ramsay's vivacity brought into the quiet atmosphere of home. The sisters were delighted to do honour to a scientific man, and were surprised, on attacking Mr. Ramsay at dinner with the ease and aplomb of confrères in modern science, to discover one of two things: either that he knew nothing, or that they knew very little. They were at first inclined to the former opinion, but it gradually dawned upon them that their own much valued learning was of a very elementary character, and that their facts were for the most part wrong. Chastened by this discovery, they allowed the conversation to drift into lighter channels, and never again tackled Mr. Ramsay either upon the broad and open subject of evolution, or the burning question of the cholera bacillus.
They were even content to leave him to the enjoyment of his own views upon spontaneous generation and the movement of glaciers, instead of setting him right upon both subjects, as they had intended in the beginning of their acquaintance. "He is remarkably handsome, but horribly dogmatic," Sophia told her brother, "and I'm afraid he belongs to the showy, shallow school which has arisen since the death of Darwin. He would hardly have dared to talk as he did at dinner during Darwin's lifetime." "Perhaps not, if Darwin had been omnipresent." "Oh, there is a restraining influence in the very existence of such a man. He is a perpetual court of appeal against arrogant smatterers." "I don't think you can call a man who took a first class in science a smatterer, Sophie. However, I'm sorry you don't like my friend." "I like him well enough, but I'm not imposed upon by his dogmatism." The two young men drove to Millbrook Priory on the following day, Theodore feeling painfully eager to discover what change the last few months had made in Juanita. She had been in Switzerland with Lady Jane and the baby, living first at Grindelwald, and later in one of those little villages on the shores of the Lake of the Forest Cantons, which combine the picturesque and the dull in a remarkable degree, a mere cluster of chalets and cottages at the foot of the Rigi, facing the monotonous beauty of the lake, and the calm grandeur of snow-capped mountains, which shut in that tranquil corner of the earth and shut out all the busy world beyond it. Nowhere else had Juanita felt that deep sense of seclusion, that feeling of being remote from the din and press of life. And now she was again at the Priory. She had settled down there in her new position, as widow and mother, a woman for whom all life's passionate story was over, who must live henceforward for that new life growing day by day towards that distant age of passion and of sorrow through which she had passed suddenly and briefly, crowding into a month the emotions of a lifetime. There are women who have lived to celebrate their golden wedding who in 50 years of wedlock have not felt half her sum of love, and who in losing the companion of half a century have not felt half her sum of grief. It is the capacity for loving and suffering which differs in different people, and weighed against that, time counts but little. She received her cousin with all her old friendliness. She was a little more cheerful than when last they met, and he saw that the new interest of her life had done good. Lady Jane was at Swanage, and Juanita was alone at the Priory, though not without the expectation of company a little later in the year, as the sisters and their husbands were to be with her before the 1st of October, so that the expense of pheasant breeding might not be altogether wasted. "You must be here as much as you can in October, Theodore," she said, "and help me to endure Mr. Grenville and Mr. Morningside. One talks nothing but sport, and the other insists upon teaching me the science of politics." She received Cuthbert Ramsay with a serious sweetness which charmed him. Yes, she was verily beautiful among women, exceptionally beautiful. Those southern eyes shone star-like in the settled pallor of her face, and her whole countenance was etherealized by thought and grief. It touched the stranger to see how she struggled to put away the memory of her sorrow and to receive him with all due hospitality, how she restrained herself as she showed him the things that had been a part of her dead husband's existence, and told him the story of the old house which had sheltered so many generations of Carmichaels. Lady Cheriton had been lunching at the Priory, where she came at least twice a week to watch her grandson's development in all those graces of mind and person which marked his superiority to the average baby. She came all the oftener because of the difficulty in getting Juanita to Cheriton. "My poor child will hardly ever visit us," she told Theodore, as they sauntered on the lawn while Juanita was showing Mr. Ramsay the pictures in the dining room. "She has an insurmountable horror of the house she was once so fond of, and I can't wonder at it, and I can't be angry with her. I have seen how painfully her old home affects her, so I don't worry her to come to us often. I make a point of getting her there once in a way in the hope of overcoming her horror of the place as time goes by, and I have even gone out of my way to make changes in the furniture and decorations, so that the rooms should not look exactly the same as they looked in her fatal honeymoon. But I can see in her face that every corner of the house is haunted for her. Once, when she had been calm and cheerful with me for a whole afternoon, walking about the garden and going from room to room, she flung herself into my arms suddenly, sobbing passionately. 'We were so happy, mother,' she said, 'so happy in this fatal house. We must bear with her, poor girl. God has given her a dark lot.'"
Theodore had seen an anxious, questioning look in Juanita's eyes from the beginning of his visit, and he took the first opportunity of being alone with her, while Lady Cheriton entertained Mr. Ramsay with an exposition of the merits of her grandson, who was calmly slumbering in a hammock on the lawn, unconscious of her praises, and half smothered in embroidered coverlets. "Have you found out anything?" she asked eagerly as soon as they were out of earshot. "Yes, I believe I have really come upon a clue, and that I may ultimately discover the murderer. But I can give you no details as yet. The whole thing is too vague." "How clever of you to succeed where the police have utterly failed. Oh, Theodore, you cannot imagine how I shall value you — how deeply grateful." "Stop, Juanita. For heaven's sake, don't praise me. I may be chasing a will-o'-the-wisp. I don't suppose that any experienced detective would take up such a clue as I am going to follow — only you have set me to do this thing, and it has become the business of my life to obey you." "You are all that is good. Pray tell me everything you have discovered, however vague your ideas may be." "No, Juanita, I can tell you nothing yet. You must trust me, dear. I am at best only on the threshold of a discovery. It may be long before I advance another step. Be content to know that I am not idle." She gave an impatient sigh. "It is so hard to be kept in the dark," she said. "I dream night after night that I myself am on the track of his murderer. Sometimes that I meet him face to face. Oh, the hideous pallid face — the face of a man who has been hanged and brought to life again. It is always the same kind of face — the same dull livid hue, though it differs as to features, though the man is never the same. You cannot imagine the agony of those dreams, Theodore. Lay that ghost for me if you can. Make my life peaceful, though it can never be happy." "Never is a long word, Nita. As the years go by, your child's love will give life a new colour." "Yes, he is very dear. He has crept into my heart, a little nestling unconscious thing, knowing nothing of my love or my sorrow, and yet seeming to comfort me. I sometimes think my darling spirit looks out of those clear eyes. They seem so full of thought far beyond human wisdom." Theodore could see that the work of healing was being done, slowly but surely. The gracious influence of a new love was being exercised, and the frozen heart was reviving to life and warmth under the soft touch of those baby fingers. He saw his cousin smile with something of the old brightness as she stood by while Cuthbert Ramsay dandled the little Lord of Carmichael Priory in his great strong arms, smiling down at the tiny pink face peeping out a cloud of lace and muslin. "Anyone can see that Mr. Ramsay is fond of children," said Lady Charrington approvingly, as if a liking for infants just short-coated were the noblest virtue of manhood. "Oh, I am fond enough of the little beggars," answered Cuthbert lightly. "All the gutter brats about St. Thomas's know me, and hang on to my coat-tails as I go by. I like to look at a child's face, those old shrewd London faces especially, and speculate upon the life that lies before those younglings, the things those eyes are to see, the words those lips are to speak. Life is such a tremendous mystery, don't you know? One can never be tired of wondering about it. But this fellow is going to be very happy, and a great man in the land. He is going to belong to the new order, the order of the rich who go through life shoulder to shoulder with the poor, the redressers of wrongs, the adjusters of social levels." "I hope you are not a Socialist, Mr. Ramsay," said Lady Cheriton, with an alarmed air. "Not much. But I acknowledge that there are points where my ideas touch the boundary line of Socialism. I don't want impossibilities. I have no dream of a day where there shall be no more millionaires, no great patrons of art or great employers of labour, but only a dead level of small means and shabby dwellings and sordid colourless lives. No, there must be butterflies as well as ants, if it were only that the ants may have something pretty to look at. What I should like to see is a stronger bond of friendship and sympathy between the two classes, a real knowledge and understanding of each other between rich and poor, and the twin demons patronage and sycophancy exorcised for ever and ever." The tea tables were brought out upon the lawn by this time. Sir Godfrey Carmichael was carried off by his nurse, and the two young men sat down with Lady Cheriton and her daughter under the tree beneath which Juanita and her husband had sat on that one blissful day which they had spent together at the Priory as man and wife. They seemed a very cheery and pleasant quartette as they sat in the sultry afternoon atmosphere, with the level lawn and flower beds stretching before them, and the white belt of old timber shutting out all the world beyond. Cuthbert Ramsay was the chief talker, full of animal spirits, launching the wildest paradoxes, the most unorthodox opinions. The very sound of his strong, full voice, the very ring of his buoyant laugh, were enough to banish gloomy thoughts and sad memories. Lady Cheriton was delighted with this new acquaintance, first because he was dexterous in handling a baby, next on the score of general merits. She was not a deeply read person, but she had a profound respect for culture in other people, and she had an idea that a scientific man was a creature apart, belonging to a loftier world than that which she and her intellectual equals inhabited. Theodore had told her of his friend's claims to distinction, his hard work in several cities, and seeing this earnest worker, boyish and light-hearted, interested in the most frivolous subjects, she was lost in wonder at his condescension. She begged him to go to Cheriton with Theodore at the earliest opportunity, an invitation which he accepted gladly. "I have long wished to know Lord Cheriton," he said. The two young men left soon after tea. Cuthbert's high spirits deserted him at the Priory gates, and both men were thoughtful during the homeward drive. "Well, Cuthbert, what do you think of my cousin, now that you have seen her?" Theodore asked, when he had driven the first mile. "I can only agree with you, my dear fellow. She is a very lovely woman. I think there could hardly be two opinions upon that point." "And do you think, as I do, that it is hopeless for any man to spend his life in worshipping her? Do you think her heart is buried with her dead husband?" "Only as Proserpine was buried with Pluto. It is not in human nature for so young a woman to wear her weeds for a lifetime. The hour of revival must come sooner or later. She has too bright and quick an intellect to submit to the monotony of an inconsolable sorrow. Her energy expends itself now in the desire to avenge her husband's death. Failing in that, her restless spirit will seek some new outlet. She is beginning to be interested in her child. As that interest grows with the child's growth, her horizon will widen. And then, when she has discovered that life can still be beautiful, her heart will become accessible to a new love. The cure and the change, the awakening from death to life, may be slower than it is in most such cases, because this woman is the essence of sincerity and all her feelings lie deep. But the awakening will come, you may be sure of that. Wait for it, Theodore. Possess your soul in patience." "You can afford to be philosophical," said the other with a sigh. "You are not in love." "True, my friend. No doubt that makes a difference." Chapter 6. Volume 2, Chapter 6 of The Day Will Come by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. And one, an English home, grey twilight poured on dewy pastures, dewy trees, softer than sleep, all things in order stored, a haunt of ancient peace. Theodore and his friend betook themselves to Cheriton Chase on the following Friday, for that kind of visit which North Country people describe as a week end. They carried their portmanteau in that portion of the dog cart which is more legitimately occupied by a leash of spaniels or Irish setters, and they arrived in the golden light of the afternoon, just when that sunk lane approaching the west gate was looking its loveliest. Hart's Tongue and Rocky Boulder, the great brown trunks of the oaks, and the polypodium growing amidst their cloven branches were all touched with sungleams, while evening shadows lay soft and cool upon the tall flowering grasses in the meadows on either side of the deep gully. "That is Mrs. Porter's cottage," said Theodore, indicating the gatekeeper's house with a turn of his whip towards the end of the lane where the clustered chimneys showed through a gap in the trees. Ramsay had been introduced to Miss Newton, and had constituted himself honorary surgeon and medical adviser to that lady and all her humble friends. He had been invited to the tea parties in Wedgwood Street, and had interested himself in the young woman called Marian, and in her probable identity with the lodge-keeper's missing daughter, for which reason he had a keen desire to make the lodge-keeper's acquaintance. "From your account of the lady she must be a piece of human adamant," he said. "I like to tackle that kind of individual. I've met a few of them, and I'm happy to say that if I haven't been able to melt them, I've generally succeeded in making them smart. I should enjoy exhibiting my moral aquafortis in the case of this lady. I shall get you to accompany me in a morning call upon her while we are at Cheriton." "My dear Cuthbert, I would sooner call, uninvited and without credentials, upon the Archbishop of Canterbury. I don't forget how she froze me when I tried to be friendly with her last New Year's Day. She was more biting than the northeast wind that was curdling the ponds in the park. A fig for her bitingness. Do you suppose I mind? If you won't take me to her, I shall go by myself. A character of that kind has an irresistible fascination for me. I would go 100 miles any day to see a bitter bad woman. She is bitter enough, but she may not be bad. She may be only a creature who mistakes fanaticism for religion, who has so misread her Bible that she thinks it her bounden duty to shut her heart against a beloved child rather than to forgive a sinner. I believe she is to be pitied rather than blamed, odious as she may seem. Very likely. A hard heart or an obstinate temper is a disease like other diseases. One ought to be sorry for the sufferer. But this woman has a strong character, anyhow, for good or evil, and I delight in studying character. The average man and woman is so colourless that there is infinite relief in the study of any temperament which touches the extreme. Think how delightful it would be to meet such a man as Iago or Othello. Picture to yourself the pleasure of watching the gradual unfolding of such a mind as Iachimo's, and consider how keen would be one's interest in getting to the bottom of a woman like that poisoning stepmother of Imogen's, whose name Shakespeare does not take the trouble to record. So this is the lodge. Charming early English cottage. Real rustic English, not Bedford Parkish. Half timbered, thatched gables, dormers like eyes under bushy eyebrows, walls 4 feet thick, lattices 200 years old. It might be the very cottage in which Grandmamma Wolf waited for the dear plump little girl, with chubby cheeks shining like the butter in her basket, and with lips as sweet as her honey. Poor little girl. The servant maid ran down the steps to open the gate, and as the wheel stopped an upper casement swung suddenly open, and a woman's face appeared in the golden light, a pale, wan face, whose most noticeable expression was a look of infinite weariness. "Anemic," said Cuthbert as they drove in at the gate. "Decidedly anemic. I should suspect that woman — of what?" "Of being a vegetarian," answered Cuthbert gravely. "But I'll call to-morrow and find out all about her." Lord Cheriton received his kinsman's friend with marked cordiality, and seemed to enjoy his freshness and spontaneity. They talked of Cambridge, the Cambridge of 40 years ago, and the Cambridge of to day; and they talked of the Continental schools of medicine, a subject in which the lawyer was warmly interested. There were no other visitors expected before September, when 3 old friends of Lord Cheriton's were to shoot the partridges. In October there was to be a large party for the pheasant shooting, which was the chief glory of Cheriton Chase. There had been no shooters at the Chase last year, and Lord Cheriton felt himself so much the more constrained to hospitality. "You fellows must come in October, when we have our big shoot," he said, but Cuthbert Ramsay told him that he must be at work again in London before the end of September. Cuthbert was much impressed by the master of Cheriton Chase, and the grave and quiet dignity with which he wore success that might have made a weaker man arrogant and self-assertive. It would seem as if scarcely anything were wanting to that prosperous career. Yet Cuthbert saw that his host was not free from a cloud of care. It was natural, perhaps, that he should feel the tragedy of his son-in-law's death as a lasting trouble, not to be shuffled off and forgotten when the conventional period of mourning was past. Theodore had some private talk with his cousin on the first evening of his visit, walking up and down the terrace, while Cuthbert was looking at the books in the library under Lady Cheriton's guidance. He had it fully in his mind that the time must come when he would be obliged to take Lord Cheriton into his confidence, but he felt that time was still far off. Whenever the revelation came it must needs be infinitely painful to both, and deeply humiliating to the man whose hidden sin had brought desolation upon his innocent daughter, and untimely death upon the man whose fate had been linked with hers. It was for his dishonour, for the wrongs inflicted by him, that those two had made expiation. No, the time to be outspoken, the time to say in the words of the prophet, "Thou art the man," had not yet come. When it should come he would be prepared to act resolutely and fearlessly, but in the meantime he must needs go on working in the dark. He remembered his last conversation with Lord Cheriton on that subject, remembered how Cheriton had said that he believed Godfrey Carmichael incapable of a dishonourable action, incapable of having behaved cruelly to any woman. Had he who pronounced that judgment been guilty of dishonour? Had he been cruel to the woman who sacrificed herself for him? There are so many degrees in such wrongdoing. There is the sin of impulse, there is the deliberate betrayal, the coldly planned iniquity,
the sin of the practised seducer who has reduced seduction to a science, and who has no more heart or conscience than a machine. There is the sin of the generous man who finds his feet caught in the web of circumstance, who begins innocently enough by pitying a neglected wife and ends by betraying the neglectful husband. Theodore gave his kinsman credit for belonging to the category of generous sinners. Indeed, the fact that he had lived aloof from the world for many years, sharing the isolation of the woman who loved him, was in itself evidence that he had not acted as a villain. Yet it was possible that when the final hour came, the hour for breaking those illicit bonds, the rupture may have been in some wise cruel, and the remembrance of that cruelty might be a burden upon the sinner's conscience at this day. Such partings can never be without cruelty. The fact that one sinner is to marry and begin a new life, while the other sinner is to finish her days in a dishonoured widowhood, is in itself a cruelty. She may submit as to a fate which she foresaw dimly even in the hour of her fall, but she would be more than human if she did not think herself hardly used by the man who forsakes her. Nothing he can do to secure her worldly comfort or to screen her from the world's disdain will take the sting out of that parting. The one fact remains that her day is done. He has ceased to care for her, and he has begun to care for another. "Nothing has occurred since I was here to throw any light upon the murder, I suppose?" Theodore said quietly as they smoked their cigars, walking slowly up and down the summer night. "Nothing." "Did her ladyship tell you that I have met a girl in London whom I believe to be no other than Mercy Porter?" "Yes, she told me something about that fancy of yours, for I take it to be nothing more than a fancy. The world is too wide for you and Mercy Porter to meet so easily. What was your ground for identifying her with the lodge-keeper's girl?" The lodge-keeper's girl. There was something needlessly contemptuous in the phrase, it seemed to Theodore, a studied disdain. It was she herself who suggested the idea by her inquiries about Cheriton. She confessed to having come from this part of the world, and she has an air of refinement which shows that she does not belong to the peasant class. She is a very good pianist, plays with remarkable taste and feeling, and Lady Cheriton tells me that Mercy had a talent for music. I have no doubt in my own mind that this young woman is Mercy Porter, and I think her mother ought to go to London and see her, even if she should not think fit to bring her back to the home she left. Mrs. Porter is a woman of peculiar temper. The girl may be happier away from her." "Yes, that is very likely, but the mother ought to forgive her. The penitent sinner, whose life for the last few years has been blameless, ought to feel that she is pardoned and at peace with her mother. I tried to approach the subject, but Mrs. Porter repelled me with an almost vindictive air, and I do not think it would be any good for me to plead for my poor friend again. If you or Lady Cheriton would talk to her. I will get my wife to manage her. It is a matter in which a woman would have more influence than you or I. In the meantime, if there is anything I can do to make Mercy Porter's life easier, I shall be very glad to do it, for her father's sake." "You are very good, but she is not in want, and she seems content with her lot." "What is she doing for a living?" "Her employment is fine needlework. She lives in one small back room in Lambeth, and has only one friend in the world, and that friend happens to be a lady who once lived in this house." "A lady who lived in this house?" exclaimed Lord Cheriton. "Who, in heaven's name, do you mean?" "Miss Newton, who was governess to Miss Strangway nearly 40 years ago." "What brought Miss Newton and you together?" "That is rather a long story. I took some trouble to find the lady in order to settle one question which had disturbed my cousin Juanita since her husband's death." "What question?" "She was haunted by an idea that Sir Godfrey's murderer was one of the Strangways, and his murder an act of vengeance by some member of that banished race. It was in order to set this question at rest for ever that I took some trouble to hunt out the history of Squire Strangway's 2 sons and only daughter. I traced them all 3 to their graves, and have been able to convince Juanita that they and their troubles were at rest long before the time of her husband's murder." "What could have put such a notion into her head?" "Oh, it came naturally enough. It was only a development of Churton's idea of a vendetta." "She was always full of fancies. Yes, I remember she used to say the house was haunted by the ghosts of the Strangways. I really think she had a dim idea that I had injured that spendthrift race in buying the estate which they had wasted. And so to satisfy Juanita you took the trouble to ferret out Miss Newton. Upon my word, Theodore, your conduct is more quixotic than I could have believed of any young man in the 19th century.
And pray, by what means did you discover the ci devant governess?" Theodore told the story of his visit to the scholastic agencies, his journey to Westmoreland, and his friendly reception by Miss Newton in her Lambeth lodgings. She was much attached to Miss Strangway, who was her first charge, and near enough to her own age to be more of a companion than a pupil, he said, and she spoke of her melancholy fate with great tenderness. "It was a melancholy fate, was it? I know she made a runaway marriage, but in what way was her fate sadder than the common destiny of a spendthrift's daughter? A girl who has been reared in extravagance and self-indulgence, and who finds herself face to face with penury in the bloom of her womanhood. That in itself would be sad, but Miss Strangway's destiny was sadder than that, commonplace enough, no doubt, only the old story of an unhappy marriage and a runaway wife." He could not help looking at Lord Cheriton at this point, thinking how this common story of an unfaithful wife must needs remind his kinsman of that other story of another wife which had influenced his early manhood. He must surely have a sensitive shrinking from the discussion of any similar story. "She ran away from her husband? Yes, I remember having heard as much. What did Miss Newton know about her, beyond that one fact?" "Very little. Only that she died at Boulogne nearly 20 years ago. This fact Miss Newton heard from the lips of the man for whom Mrs. Darcy left her husband. I had been at Boulogne a week or so before I saw Miss Newton, and I had hunted there for any record of Mrs. Darcy's death without result. But this is not very strange, as it is quite likely that she lived at Boulogne under an assumed name, and was buried in that name, and so lies there in a foreign land, dissevered for ever from any association with her name and kindred." "There are not many of her kindred left, I take it," said Lord Cheriton. "There seems to have been a blight upon that race for the last half century. But now tell me about someone in whom I am more interested. The girl you believe to be Mercy Porter." "I should be very glad to make her life happier, and so I told her ladyship." "You, Theodore, might be the intermediary. I would allow her 100 a year, which would enable her to live in some pretty country place — in Devonshire or Cornwall, for instance, in some quiet sea-coast village, where no one would know anything about her or her story." 100 a year! My dear Cheriton, that is a most generous offer." "No, no, there is no question of generosity. Her father was my friend, and I was under some obligation to him. And then the girl was my wife's protégée. And finally, I can very well afford it. I am almost a childless man, Theodore. My grandson will be rich enough when I am gone, rich enough to be sure of a peerage, I hope, so that there may be a Baron Cheriton when I am in the dust." "You are very good. I believe this girl has a great deal of pride, the pride of a woman who has drunk the cup of shame, and she may set herself against being your pensioner. But if the matter can be arranged as you wish, she may yet see happier days. I think the first thing to be done is to reconcile mother and daughter. Mrs. Porter ought to go up to London. To see Miss Newton's protégée? On no account. I tell you Mrs. Porter is a woman of strange temper. God knows how bitterly she might upbraid her daughter. And if the girl is proud, as you say she is, the mother's reproaches would goad her to refuse any help from me or my wife. No, Theodore. The longer we keep mother and daughter apart, the better for Mercy's chances of happiness." "But if this young woman should refuse to confess her identity with Mercy Porter, it will be impossible to benefit her." "That difficulty may be easily overcome. You can take my wife to see her. She was always fond of my wife." "And you will leave the mother out of the question. That seems rather hard upon her." "I tell you, Theodore, it is better to leave the mother out of the question. She never acted a mother's part to Mercy. There was never any real motherly love. At least that was Lady Cheriton's opinion of the woman, and she had ample opportunity for judging, which of course I had not. If you want to help the daughter, keep the mother aloof from her." "I dare say you are right, and I shall of course obey you implicitly," said Theodore, inwardly reluctant. He had an exalted idea of maternal love, its obligations and privileges, and it seemed to him a hard thing to come between a penitent daughter and a mother whose heart ought to be full of pity and pardon. Yet he remembered his brief interview with Mrs. Porter, and he could but own to himself that this might be an exceptional case. End of chapter 6. Volume 2, Chapter 7 of The Day Will Come by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. And from that time to this I am alone, and I shall be alone until I die. Theodore and his friend strolled across the park on Saturday afternoon in the direction of the West Gate, Cuthbert Ramsay intent upon carrying out his intention of introducing himself to Mrs. Porter, and Theodore submitting meekly to be led as it were into the lion's den. "You have no idea what hard stuff this woman is made of," he said. And then he told Ramsay what Lord Cheriton had said to him about Mrs. Porter on the previous evening, and how the daughter's life was to be made happy if possible without reference to the mother. "The harder she is, the more I am interested in making her acquaintance," replied Cuthbert. "I don't care a jot about commonplace women, were they as lovely as Aphrodite. I go to see this soured widow as eagerly as Romeo scaled Juliet's balcony. Did his lordship ever tell you what it was that soured the creature, by the way? That kind of hardness is generally in some wise the result of circumstance, even where there is the adamantine quality in the original character. I never heard any details about the lady's past life, only that her husband was in the merchant navy upon the India and China line, that he died suddenly and left her penniless, that she was a lady by birth and education and had married somewhat beneath her. I have often wondered how my cousin, as a barrister, came to be intimate with a captain in the merchant service." They were at the gates of the park by this time, and close to the rustic steps which led up to Mrs. Porter's garden. It was one of those tropical days which often occur towards the end of August, and the clusters of cactus, dahlias in the old-fashioned border and the tall hollyhocks in the background made patches of dazzling colour in the bright white light, against which the cool greys of the stone cottage offered repose to the eye. One side of the cottage was starred with passion flowers, and on the other the great waxen chalices of the magnolia showed creamy white against the scarlet of the trumpet ash. It was the season at which Mrs. Porter's hermitage put on its gayest aspect, the crowning feast of bloom and colour before the chilling breath of autumn brought rusty reds and pallid greys into the picture. The two young men heard voices as they approached the steps, and on looking upward, Theodore saw the curate and his wife standing on the little grass plot with Mrs. Porter. There could hardly be a better opportunity for approaching her, as she was caught in the act of receiving visitors, and could not deny herself. Mr. and Mrs. Kempster were young people, and of that social temperament which will make friends under the hardest conditions. Mr. Kempster belonged to the advanced Anglican school, and ministered the offices of the church, as it were, with his life in his hand, always prepared for the moment when he should come into collision with his bishop upon some question of posture or vestments. He had introduced startling innovations into the village church, and hoped to be able to paraphrase the boast of Augustus, and to say that he found Cheriton evangelical and left it ritualistic. Needless to say that while he gratified one half of his congregation he offended the other half, and that old-fashioned parishioners complained bitterly of his guffaws fetched from Aaron's old wardrobe or the Flayman's vestry. Mrs. Kempster had hard work enough to do in smoothing down the roughened furs of these antediluvians, which smoothing process she effected chiefly by a rigorous system of polite afternoon calls, in which no inhabitant of the parish was forgotten, and an occasional small expenditure in the shape of afternoon tea and halfpenny buns, toasted and buttered by her own fair hands. She was a bright, good-tempered little woman, whom her husband generally spoke of as a body. The Kempsters had just accepted Mrs. Porter's invitation to tea, and were making an admiring inspection of her garden before going into the cottage. "I don't believe anyone in Cheriton parish has such roses as you, Mrs. Porter," said the curate's wife, gazing admiringly at the standard Gloire de Dijon, which had grown into gigantic dimensions in the middle of the grass plot. "I never saw such a tree, but then you see you give your mind to your garden as none of us can." "I have very little else to think about, certainly," said Mrs. Porter. "Except Algernon's sermons. I know you appreciate them," cried Mrs. Kempster in her chirruping little voice. "Algernon says no one listens as attentively as you do. She quite carries me away sometimes with that rapt look of hers," he said the other day. "I am half inclined to feel jealous of you, Mrs. Porter. Oh, here is Mr. Dalbrook. How d'ye do, Mr. Dalbrook?" Mrs. Kempster shook hands with Theodore before he could approach Mrs. Porter, but having got past this vivacious lady he introduced Cuthbert Ramsay to the mistress of the house. "My friend is a stranger in the neighbourhood, Mrs. Porter," he said, "and he was so struck by the beauty of your cottage yesterday that he set his heart upon being introduced to you, and I was really obliged to bring him." "My cottage is not generally considered a show place, Mr. Dalbrook," she answered coldly, turning her dull grey eyes full upon Theodore with a look which made him uncomfortable, "but I shall be very happy to show it to your friend, "And his lordship's friend, I conclude?" "I don't know if I dare claim that distinction, Mrs. Porter," answered Cuthbert, in his cheerful resonant voice. "This is my first visit to the Chase, and if Lord Cheriton has received me with open arms, it is only because I am his kinsman's friend." Theodore introduced the stranger to the Kempsters, who welcomed him eagerly, as one who came fraught with the interests and excitements of the outer world. "May I ask if our man has got in for Southwark?" demanded Mr. Kempster. "His lordship would be sure to get a telegram after the polling." "I blush to say that I forgot all about the election, and didn't ask after the telegram," replied Cuthbert. "When you say 'our man,' you mean—" "The Conservative candidate. I conclude you belong to us." "Again, I blush to say I don't belong to you the least little bit. I am an advanced Liberal." Mr. Kempster sighed, with a sigh that was almost a groan. "A destroyer and disestablisher of everything that has made the glory of England since the days of the Heptarchy," he said plaintively. "Well, yes, there have been a good many false gods toppled over, and a good many groves of Baal cut down, since the Saxon kings ruled over the 7 kingdoms. You don't want Baal and the rest of them stuck up again, do you, Mr. Kempster? Mr. Ramsay, there are times and seasons when I would to God I could wake up in the morning and find myself a subject of King Egbert. Yes, when I see the rising tide of anarchy, the advancing legions of unbelief, the Upistry of sensual science," said Kempster, slipping airily from metaphor to metaphor, "I would gladly lay hold upon all that was most rigid and uncompromising among the bulwarks of the past. I would belong to the church of Wolsey and A. Becket. I would lie prostrate before the altar at which St. Augustine was celebrant. I would grovel at the feet of Dunstan. Ah, Mr. Kempster, we can't go back. That's the plague of it, for romantic minds like yours. I am afraid we have done with the picturesque in religion and in everything else. We are children of light, of the fierce white light of science and common sense. We may regret the scenic darkness of medievalism, but we cannot go back to it. The clouds of ignorance and superstition have rolled away, and we stand out in the open in the searching light of truth. We know what we are and whom we serve." At Mrs. Porter's invitation they all followed her into the cottage parlour, where the tea table stood ready, and much more elegantly appointed than that modest board which the curate's wife was wont to spread for her friends. Here there appeared both old china and old silver, and the tea which Mrs. Porter's slender white hands dispensed was of as delicate an aroma as that choice Indian pekoe which Theodore occasionally enjoyed in Lady Cheriton's boudoir. Mrs. Porter placed herself with her back to the window, but Cuthbert's keen eyes were able to note every change in her countenance as she listened to the conversation going on round her, or on rare occasions took part in it. He observed that she was curiously silent, and he was of opinion that Theodore's presence was in some manner painful to her. She addressed him now and then, but with an effort which was evident to those studious eyes of Cuthbert Ramsay's, though it might escape any less keen observer. The conversation was of politics and of the outer world for the first 10 minutes, and was obviously uninteresting to Mrs. Kempster, who fidgeted with her teaspoon, made several attempts to speak, and had to wait her opportunity, but finally succeeded in engaging Theodore's attention. "Have you seen Lady Carmichael lately, Mr. Dalbrook?" she inquired. "I saw her 3 days ago." "And how did you find her? In better spirits, I hope? She hardly ever comes to Cheriton now, and her old friends know very little about her. I am told she has a horror of the place, though she was once so fond of it. Poor thing, it is only natural. You found an improvement in her, I hope?" "Yes, I saw at least the beginning of improvement," answered Theodore. "Her child gives a new interest to her life." "What a blessing that is! And by she will meet someone else who will interest her even more than her baby, and she will marry again. She is too young to go on grieving for ever. Don't you think so, Mrs. Porter?" "Yes, I suppose she will forget sooner or later. Most women have a faculty for forgetting." "Most women, but not all women," said Cuthbert with his earnest air, which made the commonest words mean more from him than from other men. "I do not think you would be the kind of woman to forget very quickly, Mrs. Porter." She was in no hurry to notice this remark, but went on pouring out tea quietly for a minute or two before she replied. "There is not much room in my life for forgetfulness," she said, after that protracted pause. "So, without being in any way an exceptional person, I may lay claim to a good memory." "She remembers her daughter, and yet memory does not soften her heart," thought Theodore. "With her, memory means implacability."
He looked around the room in the flickering light of the sunshine that crept in between the bars of the Venetian shutters. He had not expected ever to be sitting at his ease in Mrs. Porter's parlour after that unpromising conversation upon the first day of the year. He looked around the room, thoughtfully contemplative of every detail in its arrangement which served to tell him what manner of woman Mrs. Porter was. He was not a close student of character like Ramsay. He had made for himself no scientific code of human expression in eye and lip and head and hand, but it seemed to him always that the room in which a man or a woman lived gave a useful indication of that man's or that woman's mental qualities. This room testified that its mistress was a lady. The furniture was heterogeneous. Shabby for the most part, from an upholsterer's point of view, old-fashioned without being antique, but there was nevertheless a cachet upon every object which told that it had been chosen by a person of taste, from the tall Chippendale bureau which filled one corner of the room to the solid carved oak table which held the tea-tray. The ornaments were few, but they were old china, and china of some mark from the collector's point of view. The draperies were of Madras muslin, spotless and fresh as a spring morning. Theodore noticed, however, that there were no flowers in the vases, and none of those scattered trifles which usually mark the presence of refined womanhood. The room would have had a bare and chilly aspect, lacking these things, if it had not been for a few pictures, and for the bookshelves which were filled with handsomely bound books. "You have a nice library, Mrs. Porter," he said somewhat aimlessly, as he took a cup of tea from her hands. "I suppose you are a great reader." "Yes, I read a great deal. I have my books and my garden. Those make up my sum of life." "May I look at your books?" "If you like," she answered coldly. He went about the small low room, so low with its heavily timbered ceiling that Cuthbert Ramsay's head almost touched the crossbeams, and surveyed the collection of books in their different blocks. Whoever had so arranged them had exercised both taste and dexterity. Everything in the room fitted like a Chinese puzzle, and everything seemed to have been adapted to those few pieces of old furniture, the walnut wood bureau, the oak table, and the old Italian chairs. The books were theological or metaphysical for the most part, but among them he found Carlyle's Sartor Resartus, Past and Present, and French Revolution, Bulwer's mystical stories, and a few books upon magic, ancient and modern. "I see you have a fancy for the black art, Mrs. Porter," he said lightly. "One would hardly expect to find such books as these in the Isle of Purbeck." "I like to know what men and women have built their hopes upon in the ages that are gone," she answered. "Those dreams may seem foolishness to us now, but they were very real to the dreamers, and there were some who dreamed on till the final slumber — the one dreamless sleep." This was the longest speech he had made since the young men entered her garden, and both were struck by this sudden gleam of animation. Even the large grey eyes brightened for a few moments, but only to fade again to that same dull, unflinching gaze which made them more difficult to meet than any other eyes Theodore Dalbrook had ever looked upon. That unflinching stare froze his blood. He felt a restraint and an embarrassment which no other woman had ever caused him. It was different with Cuthbert Ramsay. He was as much at his ease in Mrs. Porter's parlour as if he had known that lady all her life. He looked at her books without asking permission. He moved about with a wonderful airiness of movement which never brought him into anybody's way. He fascinated Mrs. Kempster, and subjugated her husband, and impressed everybody by that strong individuality which raises some men a head and shoulders above the common herd. It would have been the same had there been 100 people in the room instead of 5. Mrs. Porter relapsed into silence, and the conversation was carried on chiefly by Cuthbert Ramsay and the curate, until Mrs. Kempster declared that she must be going, lest the children should be unhappy at her absence from their evening meal. "I make a point of seeing them at their tea," she said, "and then they say their prayers to me before nurse puts them to bed — so prettily, and Laura sings a hymn with such a sweet little voice. I am sure she will be musical by and by, if it is only by the way she stands beside the piano and listens while I sing. And such an ear as that child has, as fine as a bird's. You must come and hear her sing 'Abide with Me' some day, Mrs. Porter, when you drop in to take a cup of tea." Mrs. Porter murmured something to the effect that she would be pleased to enjoy that privilege. "Ah, but you never come to tea with me, though I am always asking you. I am afraid you are not very fond of children." "I am not used to them, and I don't think that children like people who are out of habit of associating with them," answered Mrs. Porter deliberately. "I never know what to say to a child. My life has been too grave and too solitary for me to be fit company for children."
The curate and his wife took leave, and went briskly down the steps to the lane, and Theodore made a little movement towards departure, but Cuthbert Ramsay lingered as if he were really loath to go. "I am absolutely in love with your cottage, Mrs. Porter," he said. "It is an ideal abode, and I can fancy a lady of your studious habits being perfectly happy in this tranquil spot." "The life suits me well enough," she answered icily. "Perhaps better than any other." "You have a piano yonder, I see," he said, glancing through the half open door to an inner room with a latticed window, beyond which a sunlit garden on a bit of shelving ground sloped upwards to the edge of the low hillside, the garden vanishing into an upland meadow, where cows were seen grazing against the evening light. This second sitting room was more humbly furnished than the parlour in which they had been taking tea, and its chief feature was a cottage piano, which stood diagonally between the lattice and the small fireplace. "You too are musical, I conclude," pursued Cuthbert, "like little Miss Kempster?" "I am very fond of music." "Might we be favoured by hearing you play something?" "I never play before people. I played tolerably once, perhaps. At least my master was good enough to say so. But I play now only snatches of music, by fits and starts, as the humour seizes me." She seated herself by the casement with a resigned air, as much as to say, "Are these young men never going?" Her long, thin fingers busied themselves in plucking the faded leaves from the pelargoniums which made a bank of colour on the broad window ledge. "You were at home at the time of the murder, I suppose, Mrs. Porter?" said Cuthbert, after a pause, during which he had occupied himself in looking at the water colour sketches on the walls, insignificant enough but good of their kind, and arguing a cultivated taste in the person who collected them. "I am never away from home." "And you heard and saw nothing out of the common course? You have no suspicion of any one?" "Do you suppose if I had it would not have been made known to the police immediately after the murder? Do you think I should hoard and treasure up a suspicion or a scrap of circumstantial evidence till you came to ask me for it?" she said with suppressed irritation. "Pray forgive me. I had no idea of offending you by my question. It is natural that any one coming to Cheriton Chase for the first time should feel a morbid interest in that mysterious murder." "If you had heard it talked about as much as I have, you would be as weary of this subject as I am," said Mrs. Porter, rather more courteously. "I have discussed it with the local police and the London police, with his lordship, with the doctor, with Mr. Dalbrook's father, with Lady Carmichael, with Lady Jane Carmichael, these having all a right to question me, and with a good many other people in the neighbourhood who had no right to question me. I answer you as I answered them. No, I saw nothing, I heard nothing on that fatal night, nor in the week before that fatal night, nor at any period of Lady Carmichael's honeymoon. Whoever the murderer was, he did not come in a carriage and summon my servant to unlock the gate for him. The footpath through the park is open all night. There was nothing to hinder a stranger coming in and going out, and the chances were 1,000 to 1, I fancy, against his being observed, once clear of the house. That is all I know about it. And as an old resident upon the property, you have no knowledge of any one who had a grudge against Lord Cheriton or his daughter, such a feeling as might prompt the murder of the lady's husband as a mode of retaliation upon the lady or her father. I know no such person, and I have never considered the crime from such a point of view. It is too far-fetched a notion. Perhaps. Yet where a crime is apparently motiveless, the mainspring must be looked for below the surface. Only a far-fetched theory can serve in such a case. Shall I tell you what I think about the murder, Mr. Ramsay?" asked Mrs. Porter, looking up at him suddenly, and fixing him with those steady grey eyes. "Pray do." "I think that no one upon God's earth will ever know who fired that shot. Only at the day of judgment will the murderer stand revealed, and then the secret of the crime and the motive will stand forth written in fire upon the scroll that records men's wrongs and sorrows and sins. You and I and all of us may read the story there, perhaps, in that day when we shall stand as shadows before the great white throne." "I believe you are right, Mrs. Porter," answered Cuthbert quietly, holding out his hand to take leave. "A secret that has been kept for more than a year is likely to be kept till we are all in our graves. The murderer himself will be the one to tell it, perhaps. There are men who are proud of a bloody revenge, as if it were a noble deed. Good day to you, Mrs. Porter, and many thanks for your friendly reception." He held the thin, cold hand in his own as he said this, looking earnestly at the imperturbable face, and then he and Theodore left the cottage. "Well, Cuthbert, what do you think of that woman?" asked Theodore, after they had passed through the gate and into the quiet of the long glade where the fallow deer were browsing in the fading day. "I think a good deal about her, but I haven't thought out my opinion yet. Has she ever been off her head?" "Not to my knowledge. She has lived in that house for 20 years. I never heard that there was anything wrong with her mentally." "I believe there is something, or has been something very wrong. There is madness in that woman's eye. It may be the indication of past trouble, or it may be a warning of an approaching disturbance. She is a woman who has suffered intensely, and who has acquired an abnormal power of self-restraint. I should like to know her history." "My God, Cuthbert," cried Theodore, grasping him by the arm, and coming suddenly to a standstill, "do you know what your words suggest? To what your conclusion points? The murder of my cousin's husband was an act of vengeance, or of lunacy. We have made up our minds about that, have we not? The detective, Juanita, you and I, everybody. We are looking for some wretch capable of a blindly malignant revenge, or for homicidal madness, with its unreasoning thirst for blood. And here at these gates is a woman whom you suspect of madness, a woman who could have had access to the gardens at any hour, who knew the habits and hours of the servants, who would know how to elude observation." "My dear fellow, you are going a great deal too far. Who said I suspected that unhappy woman of homicidal madness? The brain disease I suspect in Mrs. Porter is melancholia, the result of long years of self-restraint and solitude, the not unfrequent consequence of continuous brooding upon a secret grief." End of chapter 7. Volume 2, Chapter 8 of The Day Will Come by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. My eyes are dim with childish tears, my heart is idly stirred, for the same sound is in my ears which in those days I heard. That suggestion of Cuthbert Ramsay's of latent madness in the lodge-keeper came upon Theodore like a flash of lurid light, and gave a new colour to all his thoughts. It was in vain that his friend reminded him of the wide distinction between the fury of the homicidal lunatic and the settled melancholy of a mind warped by misfortune. After that conversation in the park he was haunted by Mrs. Porter's image, and he found his mind distracted between two opposite ideas. One pointing to the man who had claimed Mrs. Danvers as his wife, the deserted and betrayed husband of James Dalbrook's mistress; the other dwelling upon the image of this woman living at his kinsman's gate, with an existence which was unsatisfactorily explained by the scanty facts which he had been able to gather about her former history. He recalled her conduct about her daughter, her cold and almost vindictive rejection of the penitent sinner, her stern resolve to stand alone in the world. Was that madness, or the consciousness of guilt, or what? It was conduct too unnatural to be accounted for easily, consider it how he might. He had heard often enough of fathers refusing to be reconciled with erring or disobedient children. The flinty hardness of a father's heart has become proverbial; but an unforgiving mother seems an anomaly in nature. He determined upon confiding Ramsay's opinion and his own doubts to Lord Cheriton without delay. Whatever abnormal circumstances there had been in Mrs. Porter's history, her benefactor was likely to be acquainted with them; and if those circumstances had affected her intellect, it was vital that he should be made aware of the fact before evil of any kind could arise. He contrived an after-dinner stroll upon the terrace with his kinsman as upon the previous evening, and entered upon the subject without loss of time. "Ramsay and I took our afternoon tea with Mrs. Porter," he said. "Indeed? How did that come about? She is not a sociable person in a general way, or accessible to strangers." "It was to gratify a fancy of Ramsay's that I went there. He admired her cottage, and was interested in her history, and took it into his head that she was a woman of exceptional character." "He was not far wrong there, I believe. Mrs. Porter is a very hard nut to crack. I never have been able to fathom her." "And yet with your knowledge of her previous history you must have the safest clue to her character." "I don't know about that. There is nothing exceptional in her history, and there is much that is exceptional in her character, as your friend says. Pray, what was the result of his observation of the lady in the leisure of afternoon tea drinking?" "He believed that he saw the traces of madness in her countenance and manner — madness either past, present, or impending; he could not decide which." There was not light enough upon the terrace to show Theodore any change in his cousin's countenance, but the movement of Lord Cheriton's hand as he took the cigar from his mouth, and the sudden slackening of his pace, were sufficient indications of troubled thought. It could hardly be pleasant for him to hear so melancholy a suggestion about the pensioner whom he had established in comfort at his gate, intending that she should enjoy his bounty for all the days of her life. "Upon what does your friend base this fantastical notion?" he asked angrily. "Upon physiological and psychological evidence. You can question him if you like. It appears to me that you ought to know the truth." "I have no objection to hear anything he may have to say, but it is very unlikely I shall be influenced by him. These young men who are by way of being savants are full of crotchets and theories. They look at everyone as Darwin looked at a Virginia creeper or a cowslip, with a preconceived notion that they must find out something about him. I believe Mrs. Porter, with her calm, impassible nature, is much better able to reckon up your friend Ramsay than he is able to come up to a correct opinion about her." "I should like to discuss the question with him, at any rate," said Theodore. "The horror of last year's calamity is a reason you should have nobody about the estate whom you cannot trust." "What do you mean?" "I mean that while you have madness at your gate you may have murder in your house." "Theodore, you cannot be so cruel as to associate that unhappy woman with Godfrey Carmichael's death." "God knows. That murder has to be accounted for somehow. Can you, as Juanita's father, know rest or peace till it has been accounted for? I could not in your place." "I hope you do not think it necessary to teach me my duty to my daughter," said Lord Cheriton coldly, and Theodore felt that he had said too much. His cousin addressed him upon some indifferent subject a minute or so afterwards, when he had lighted a fresh cigar and his manner resumed its usual friendliness. There was no further mention of Mrs. Porter that night, but on Sunday Lord Cheriton walked home from church with Cuthbert Ramsay, and questioned him as to his impressions about the lodge keeper. "Theodore has exaggerated the significance of my remark," explained Cuthbert. "I take it Mrs. Porter's case is one of slight aberration brought on by much brooding upon troubles, real or imaginary. If my power to diagnose is worth anything, her mind has lost its balance, her thoughts have lost their adjusting power. She is like a piece of mechanism that has got out of square, and will only work one way. You may hardly consider that this amounts to madness, and I may have done wrong in speaking of it. Only were Mrs. Porter concerned in my existence, I should feel it incumbent on me to watch her, and I recommend you to have her watched, so far as it can be done without alarming or annoying her. I will do what I can. I will get another opinion from a man of long experience in mental cases. I have an old friend in the medical profession, a specialist, who has made mental disease the study of his life. He will give me any advice I want. You cannot do better than get his opinion of Mrs. Porter if you are interested in her welfare. I am interested in all who are dependent upon me, and in her especially, on account of old associations." Lady Carmichael drove over to Cheriton after luncheon, upon one of those Sunday visits which she paid from time to time in deference to her father, albeit she could never approach the house without pain. She came in the useful family landau which had carried the Misses Carmichael to tennis parties, dinners, and dances, before they married, and which now conveyed the nurse and baby on their visits to Cheriton. She came for what Lady Cheriton called a long afternoon, and she was received in the library, which was now the most used room in the house. No one cared to occupy that fatal drawing room; and although it was always accessible, and there was a feint of daily occupation, its cold elegance was for the most part untenanted. And over all there hung a cloud of fear. Today, for the first time, Theodore discovered numerous alterations in the arrangement of pictures and furniture in the hall. He had promised Cuthbert to show him the portraits of the Strangways, and most particularly that picture of the Squire's 3 children, painted nearly 40 years before, but he found that this picture, among others, had been removed, and that a fine Rhodian plate occupied its place on the dark oak panelling. He noticed the fact to his cousin. "I am sorry to miss the family group," he said. "It was a really interesting picture." "Interesting to you, perhaps, who knew the history of the race," answered Lord Cheriton, "but very uninteresting to a stranger. I think I've made an improvement over there. That plate is a splendid bit of colour, and lights up a dark corner. But that was not my motive. I wanted to make such trifling alterations as would change the aspect of the hall for Juanita, without any ostensible refurnishings. I have done the same thing in the library. The changes there are slight, but the room is not as it was when she and her husband occupied it. I should like to show Ramsay the Strangway portraits, if they are get at able." "They are not just at present. The canvases were rotting, and I have sent them to London to be lined. You can show them to your friend by and by, when I get them back." Mr. Ramsay's thoughts seemed a long way from the Strangway portraits this afternoon, although he had expressed a curiosity as to the lineaments of that luckless race. He was out in the garden, in Lady Cheriton's rose garden, with Juanita and her son, and was giving further proofs of his adaptability to infantile society. The grandmother was of the party, looking on with profound admiration at that phase of awakening intellect which is described as "taking notice." It was held now as an established fact that the infant Godfrey James Dalbrook took notice, and that his notice dwelt with especial favour upon Cuthbert Ramsay. "I think it must be because you are so tall and big," said Juanita lightly. "He feels your power, and he wants to conciliate you." "Artful little beggar. No, that is much too low a view. There is a magnetic affinity between us, love at first sight. When babies do take a fancy, they are thoroughly in earnest about it. Loafing about in the New Cut sometimes, studying human nature from the Saturday night point of view, I have had a poor woman's baby take a fancy to me. A poor little elfin creature, a year old perhaps, and not half so big as this bloated aristocrat, a sour-smelling baby which would give you mal au coeur, Lady Carmichael, and the wretched little waif would hook on to my elephantine finger and cleave to me as if I were its mother. Oh, how sorry I felt for such a baby, with the pure starry eyes of infancy shining in the flabby withered face that has grown old for want of cold water and fresh air. For such infancy and for stray dogs I have suffered acutest agonies of pity. And yet I have done nothing, only pitied and passed on. That is the worst of us. We can all pity, but we don't act upon the divine impulse. You may be sure the Levite felt very sorry for the wounded traveller, though he did not see his way to helping him." This was one of Cuthbert's tirades, which he was wont to indulge in when he found himself in congenial society, and Juanita's society was particularly congenial to him. He felt as if no other woman had ever sympathized with him or understood him, and he gave her credit for doing both. Never had he felt so happy in the society of any woman as he felt in this sunlit garden to-day, among the roses which were just now blooming in a riotous luxuriance, the branching heads of standards top-heavy, with great balls of blossom swaying gently in the summer wind. He had expected to see her a gloomy creature, self-conscious in her grief, but the child's little fingers had loosened her heartstrings. If she was not gay, she was at least able to endure gaiety in others. She listened to the young man's rhapsodies and paradoxes with a gentle smile. She admired her mother's roses. She cast no shadow upon the quiet happiness of the summer afternoon, that tranquil contentedness which belongs to the loveliness of nature, and which makes a blessed pause in the story of human passion and human discontent. It was one of those summer afternoons which make one say to oneself, "Could life be always thus? What a blessed thing it were to live." And then the sound of evening bells break the spell, and the shadows creep across the woods, and it is dinner time, and all that halcyon peace is over. How lovely she looked in her simply made black gown, with its closely fitting bodice and straight flowing skirt, of that thick, lustreless silk which falls in such statuesque folds. The plain little white crape cap seemed in perfect harmony with that raven hair and pure white forehead. She was unlike any other woman Cuthbert Ramsay had ever known. There was not one touch of society slang, nor of the society manner of looking at life. She had passed through the fiery ordeal of 2 London seasons unscorched in the furnace. Love had been the purifying influence. She had never lived upon the excitement of everyday pleasures and volatile loves, the intermittent fever of flirtations and engagements that are on and off half a dozen times in a season. The influence that guided all her thoughts and all her actions had been one steadfast and single-minded love. She had cared for no praises but from her lover's lips. She had dressed and danced, and played and sung, for none other than he. And now in her devotion to her child there was the same concentration and simplicity. She did not know that she was looking her loveliest in that severe black gown and white cap. She did not know that Cuthbert Ramsay admired her far too much for his peace. She only felt that he was very sincere in his devotion to the baby, and that he was a clever young man whose society suggested new ideas, and made her for the moment forgetful of her grief. It was evening before she left Cheriton. She had stayed later than usual, and the shadows were creeping over the park as she walked to the west gate with Theodore and his friend, the carriage following slowly with nurse and baby ensconced among light fleecy wraps, lest vesper breezes should visit the human blossom too roughly. Theodore had proposed the walk across the park, and Juanita had assented immediately. "I am always glad of a walk," she said. "I have so few excuses for a ramble nowadays. I have to stay at home to take care of baby." "Do you doubt the capabilities of that highly experienced nurse?" asked Ramsay laughingly. "I doubt every one but myself, and I sometimes doubt even my own discretion where my precious one is concerned." "You will have more reason to doubt by and by when your precious one is old enough to be spoilt," said Theodore. "He has begun to take notice, and before very long he will notice that he is monarch of all he surveys, and that everybody about him is more or less his slave. He will live in that atmosphere till you send him to Eton, and then he will find himself suddenly confronted with the hard, cruel world of strictly republican boyhood, which will jostle and hustle him with ruthless equality." Lady Cheriton had business in London early in the following week. She was going to London to see her dentist and her dressmaker, the latter being one of the arbiters of fashion who never go out of their way to wait upon their clients, but who do the rather exact reverence and attention from those clients. She had shopping to do at the West End of London, that shopping which is so delightful to a lady who spends 2/3 of the year in the country. Above all, she had things to get at the "Stores," an institution which was dear to Lady Cheriton's heart, in spite of all her husband's lectures upon political economy, and the necessity of sustaining private enterprise and the shopkeeping interest. Hearing of the engagements, and that Lady Cheriton intended to spend 2 nights in Victoria Street, Theodore suggested that he should be allowed to accompany her ladyship to London, and to arrange a meeting between her and the young woman who called herself Marian Gray. "If you really wish to help her," he concluded. "I do really wish it," answered Lord Cheriton earnestly, "and the sooner the matter is put in hand the better pleased I shall be. Shall my wife call on this person?" "She is very proud and very reserved. It might be better to bring about a meeting which would appear accidental. Marian goes for a walk with Miss Newton once or twice a week. I could arrange with her good friend that they should be walking in a particular place — Battersea Park, for instance — at a certain hour, and Lady Cheriton could drive that way with me, and we could meet them. It would be the easiest way of arriving at the truth as to Marian Gray's identity with Mercy Porter." "Very good. You might suggest that to my wife." Lady Cheriton, who was the soul of good nature, fell in at once with Theodore's idea. "I would do anything in my power to help that poor girl," she said, "for I think her sadly to be pitied. Her girlhood was so dull and joyless, such a ceaseless round of lessons and practice, without any of those pleasures to which most schoolgirls look forward. Her mother seemed to take a pride in keeping the girl apart from every one, in dressing her plainly, and in making her whole life as dreary as she could. I hardly wonder that the poor hopeless creature surrendered to the first tempter, a man whose manner to women had always been called irresistible, even by women of the world, and a man who would not shrink from any amount of falsehood in pursuing his wicked aim. And now she is paying forfeit for her sin with a lonely life of toil in a London garret. Poor Mercy! She was so pretty and so refined — a lady in all her instincts." Cuthbert Ramsay left on Monday, promising to return at the end of the week; and Theodore went up to town with Lady Cheriton on the following Wednesday. He went straight from the terminus to Wedgewood Street, where he saw Miss Newton, told her of Lord Cheriton's benevolent intentions to Marian, alias Mercy, and arranged the walk in Battersea Park for the following afternoon. Miss Newton and her protege were to be walking upon the pathway beside the river at 3:30, when Lady Cheriton would drive that way. Miss Newton had no difficulty in carrying out her part of the little plot. Marian was always ready to put aside her work for the pleasure of an afternoon with that one friend to whom her heart was ever open. She met Miss Newton at the starting place of the tramcar, and they rode through the dusty crowded highways to the People's Park, where the flower beds were gaudy with the rank luxuriance that is the beginning of the end of summer's good things, and where the geranium leaves were riddled by voracious slugs. There was a dustiness and worn out air upon all the foliage and all the flowers, despite the coolness that came from the swiftly flowing river — an air of fading and decay which pervades even the outermost regions of London when the season is over and the world of fashion has fled, the air of a theatre when the play is done and the lights are extinguished. Sarah Newton and her young friend walked slowly along the gravel pathway, looking dreamily at the bright river, with its gay movement of passing boats and flowing waters. The elder of the two friends, who was wont to be full of cheery talk of newspapers and books, the history of the present and the history of the past, was to-day unusually grave and silent. "I'm afraid you are not well, dear Miss Newton," said Marian, looking at her anxiously. "Oh, yes, my dear, I am well enough. You know I am made of cast iron, and except for the toothache or a cold in my head, I hardly know what illness means. I am only a little thoughtful." They walked a few paces in silence, and then Miss Newton stopped suddenly to admire an approaching carriage. "What a stylish victoria! Why, I declare there is Mr. Dalbrook, with a lady." The carriage drew up as she spoke, and Theodore alighted. Marian had reddened a little at the mention of his name, but the flush upon her cheek deepened to crimson when she saw the lady in the carriage, and as the lady got out and came towards her, the crimson faded to a deadly white. "Mercy, child, I am glad with all my heart to find you," said Lady Cheriton, holding out both her hands. She was determined that there should be no doubt in the young girl's mind as to her friendship and indulgence; that there should be nothing in the mode of her approach, in the tone of her voice, or the expression of her countenance that could bruise that broken reed. Love and pity looked out of those lovely southern eyes, which even in mature age retained much of their youthful beauty. Mercy Porter went towards her, trembling, and with eyes brimming with tears. The calm, self-restrained nature had melted all at once at those gentle words in the familiar voice which had given her words of kindness and of praise in her desolate childhood. The transformation filled Theodore with wonder. "Dear Lady Cheriton, I thought you would long ago have forgotten the wretched girl to whom you were once so kind," she faltered. "No, Mercy, I have never forgotten you. I have always been sorry, deeply sorry for you. And when Mr. Dalbrook told me about having met a person who interested him, a person associated with Cheriton, I knew that person must be you. My dear girl, I thank God that we have found you. My cousin will call upon you to-morrow and talk to you about your future, and of our plans for making your life happier than it is." "There is no need," said Mercy quickly. "I get on very well as I am. My life is quite good enough for me. I hope for nothing better, wish for nothing better." "Nonsense, Mercy. His lordship and I are your friends, and we mean to help you." "I will accept help from no one, Lady Cheriton. I made up my mind about that long ago. I can earn my own living very well now. If ever my fingers or my eyes fail me, I can go to the workhouse. I am deeply thankful for your pity, but I ask for no more. I will accept no more." "We will see about that, Mercy," said Lady Cheriton with her gentle smile, quite unable to estimate the mental force in opposition to her. She could understand a certain resistance, the pride of a sensitive nature painfully conscious of disgrace, unable to forget the past. She was prepared for a certain amount of difficulty in reconciling this proud nature to the acceptance of benefits; but she never for one moment contemplated an implacable resistance. "Let me see your friend, Mercy," she said, "the lady who has been kind to you." "Kind is a poor word. She has been my angel of deliverance. She has saved me from the great dismal swamp of self-abasement and despair." Miss Newton had walked briskly ahead with Theodore so as to leave Lady Cheriton and Mercy together. Mercy ran after her friend and brought her back a little way as Lady Cheriton advanced to meet her. "Miss Newton, my one true and good friend in all this great world of London, and the only friend of my miserable childhood, Lady Cheriton," said Mercy, looking from one to the other with that intent look of thoughtful minds that work in narrow grooves. "I thank you for being good to one in whose fate I am warmly interested, Miss Newton," said Lady Cheriton. "You have done the work of the Good Samaritan, and at least one wounded heart blesses you." They walked on a little way together, and Lady Cheriton spoke of the old house and the old family, the vanished race with which Sarah Newton had been associated in her girlhood. "They are all dead, I understand," she said in conclusion. "Yes, there is none left of the old family. They are not a fortunate race, and I fear there are few who regret them; but I cannot help feeling sorry that they are all gone. They have passed away like a dream when one awakens." Lady Cheriton lingered on the riverside pathway for nearly half an hour, talking to Mercy and Miss Newton. Theodore left them together, after having obtained Mercy's permission to call at her lodgings on the following afternoon. End of chapter 8. Volume 2, Chapter 9 of The Day Will Come by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. I saw her too. Yes, but you must not love her. I will not, as you do, to worship her as she is heavenly and a blessed goddess. I love her as a woman. A decent-looking woman opened the door of the house in Hercules Buildings, and ushered Mr. Dalbrook up 2 flights of stairs to the small back room in which Mercy Porter had lived her lonely life from year's end to year's end. The tasteful arrangement of that humble chamber struck Theodore at the first glance. He had seen such rooms at Cambridge, where an undergraduate of small means had striven to work wonders with a few shabby old sticks that had done duty for 6 other undergraduates, and which had been of poorest quality when they issued, new and sticky with cheap varnish, from the emporium of a local upholsterer. Mercy was very pale, and although she received her visitor with outward calmness, he could see that she had not yet recovered from yesterday's agitation. "What induced you to take so much trouble to betray me, Mr. Dalbrook?" she asked. "Betray is a very hard word, Miss Porter." "You don't suppose that I believed yesterday's meeting was accidental? You took the trouble to bring Lady Cheriton across my path in order to satisfy your curiosity about my identity. Was that generous?" "God knows that it was meant in your best interests. I knew that Lady Cheriton was your true and loyal friend, that she had more of the mother's instinct than your real mother, and that no pain could possibly come to you from any meeting with her. And then I had a very serious reason for bringing you together. It was absolutely necessary for me to make sure of your identity." "Why necessary? What can it matter to you who I am?" "Everything. I am the bearer of a very generous offer from Lord Cheriton, and it was essential that I should make that offer to the right person." Mercy's face underwent a startling change at the sound of Lord Cheriton's name. She had been standing by the window in a listless attitude, just where she had risen to receive her visitor. She drew herself suddenly to her fullest height, and looked at him with flushed cheeks and kindling eyes. "I will accept no generosity from Lord Cheriton," she said. "I want nothing from him except to be let alone. I want nothing from Lady Cheriton except her sympathy, and I would rather have even that at a distance. You have done the greatest harm you could do me in bringing me face to face with my old life." "Believe me, I had but one feeling — anxiety for your happiness." "What is my happiness to you?" she retorted almost fiercely. "You are playing at philanthropy. You can do me no good. You may do me much evil. You see me contented with my life, accustomed to its hardships, happy in the possession of one true friend. Why come to me with officious offers of favours which I have never sought?" "You are ungenerous and unjust. From the first hour of our acquaintance I saw that you were of a different clay to that of the women among whom I found you — different by education, instinct, associations, family history. How could I help being interested in one who stood thus apart? How could I help wanting to know more of so exceptional a life?" "Yes, you were interested, as you might have been in any other wreck — in any derelict vessel, stranded on a lonely shore, battered, broken, empty, rudderless, picturesque in ruin. It was a morbid interest, an interest in human misery." He stated his commission plainly and briefly. He told her that it was Lord Cheriton's earnest wish to provide for her future life, that he was ready, and even anxious, to settle a sum of money which would ensure her a comfortable income for the rest of her days. He urged upon her the consideration of new happiness, and larger opportunities of helping others, which this competence would afford her; but she cut him short with an impatient movement of her head. "Upon what ground does he base his generous offer?" she asked coldly. "Upon the ground of his interest in your mother and yourself, an interest which it is only natural for him to feel in one who was brought up on his estate, and whose father was his friend. It may be also that he feels himself in some wise to blame for the great sorrow of your life." "Tell him that I appreciate his noble contempt for money, his readiness to shed the sunshine of his prosperity upon so remote an outcast as myself; but tell him also that I would rather starve to death, slowly, in this room, than I would accept the price of a loaf of bread from his hands. Do not hesitate to tell him this, in the plainest form of speech. It is only right that he should know the exact measure of my feelings towards him."
After this, Theodore could only bow to her decision and leave her. "Lord Cheriton is my cousin, and a man whom I have every reason to regard with affection and respect," he began. She interrupted him sharply.
"He has never denied the cousinship, never treated you as the dirt under his feet, never looked down upon you from the altitude of his grandeur, with insufferable patronage."
"Never. He has been most unaffectedly my friend, and ever since I can remember."
"Then you are right to think well of him. But you must let me have my opinion in peace, even although you are of his blood, and I am — nothing to him. Good bye. Forgive me if I have been ungracious and ungrateful. I have no doubt you meant well by me, only I would so much rather be let alone. It did me no good to see Lady Cheriton yesterday. My heart was tortured by the memories her face recalled." She gave him her hand, the thin white hand, with taper fingers worn by constant work. It was a very pretty hand, and it lay in his strong grasp to-day for the first time, so reserved had been her former greetings and farewells. He looked at the delicate hand for a moment or two before he let it go, and from the hand upwards to the fair, finely cut face, and the large dark grey eyes. That look of his startled her, the hollow cheeks flushed, and the eyelids fell beneath his steady gaze. "Good-bye, Mercy," he said gently. "Let me call you Mercy, for the sake of the link between us, the link of common recollections, and the sad secrets of the past." "Call me what you like. It is not very probable we shall meet often."
"You are very stubborn, cruel to yourself, and more cruel to those who want to help you. Good-bye."
"Good-bye," she echoed, almost in a whisper. He went out into the shabby street, haunted by those sad uplifted eyes, and the hollow cheeks faintly flushed with delicate bloom. How lovely she must have been in her dawning womanhood, and how closely she must have kept at home in the cottage by the west gate, seeing that he who had been so frequent a guest at Cheriton had never once met her there. He was not satisfied to submit to this total failure of his mission without one further effort. He went from Hercules Buildings to Wedgewood Street, and saw his admirable Sarah Newton, into whose attentive ear he poured the story of Mercy's obstinacy. "She is a strange girl. A girl who could live in closest friendship with me all this time, and never tell me the secret of her past life," said Miss Newton thoughtfully. "Why she should be so perverse in her refusal of Lord Cheriton's offer I can't imagine, but you may depend she has a reason." Theodore escorted Lady Cheriton back to Dorsetshire by the afternoon train, but they parted company at Wareham Station, he going on to Dorchester, where his sisters received him with some wonderment at his restlessness. "It is rather a farce for you and Mr. Ramsay to make engagements which you never intend to keep," said Sophie peevishly; and it was thereupon expounded to him that he and his friend had pledged themselves to be present at a certain tennis party upon the previous afternoon.
"I'm very sorry, we both forgot all about it," he apologized, "but I don't suppose we were missed."
"I don't suppose you would have been," answered his sister sulkily, "if there had been half a dozen decent young men at the party. But as Harrington preferred the office to our society or our friends, and as there were only 3 curates and 1 banker's clerk at Mrs. Hazeldene's, you and Mr. Ramsay would at least have been something."
"It is hardly worth any man's while to endure an afternoon's boredom, to fetch and carry teacups in a sweltering sun, and play tennis upon an unlevel lawn, if he is only to count for something, a mere make-weight."
"Oh, you young men give yourselves such abominable airs nowadays," retorted Sophie, with a manner which implied that the young men of former generations had been modesty incarnate. "As for your friend, he has made a mere convenience of this house."
"As how, Sophie?"
"I don't think the fact requires explanation. First he goes to the Priory, and then to Cheriton, and then he is off to London, and then he is to be back on Saturday in order to lunch at the Priory on Sunday. If that is not making an hotel of your father's house, I don't know what is."
"Perhaps I have been too unceremonious, forgetting that I no longer live here, that it behoves me now, perhaps, to act in all things as a visitor. It was I who made the engagement, Sophie. You must not be angry with Ramsay."
"I am not angry. It cannot matter to me how Mr. Ramsay treats this house. No doubt he thinks himself a great deal too clever for our society, although we are not quite so feather-headed as most girls. He finds Metal more attractive at the Priory."
"What do you mean, Sophie?"
"That he is over head and ears in love with Juanita. It does not need a very penetrating person to discover that."
"What nonsense! Why, he has not seen her above 3 times."
"Quite enough for a young man of his vehement character."
"What can have put such an idea into your head?"
"His way of talking about her. The expression of his face when he pronounces her name. The questions he asked me about her, showing the keenest interest in even the silliest details. What kind of a girl was she before she married, and how long had she known Sir Godfrey before they were engaged, and had their love been a grand passion full of romance and poetry, or only a humdrum kind of affection encouraged by their mutual relations? Idiotic questions of that kind could only be asked by a man who is in love. And then how eagerly he snapped at your suggestion that he should go with you to the Priory next Sunday."
"It may be as you think," Theodore answered gravely. "I know his fervid temperament about most things, but I did not think he was the kind of man to fall in love — upon such very slight provocation."
"She may have given more encouragement than you suppose," said Sophy. "He is the kind of man that a frivolous, half educated girl would think attractive. She would never find out the want of depth under that arrogant, self-assured manner. However, she has asked Janet and me for next Sunday, and I shall soon see how the land lies. You were always unobservant."
Theodore did not try to vindicate his character as an observer, albeit he knew no look or tone of his cousin's was likely to escape him — that even sharp-eyed malevolence could never watch her more closely than love would watch out of his eyes. Yes, it was not unlikely that Cuthbert admired her too much for his own peace. He recalled words which had passed unnoticed when they were together. Poor Cuthbert! He felt he had done wrong in exposing his friend to such an ordeal. Who could know her and not love her? Chapter 10. Volume 2, Chapter 10 of The Day Will Come by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. For life must life, and blood must blood repay. Cuthbert Ramsay arrived at Dorchester on Saturday just in time to dress for dinner, and he contrived to make himself so agreeable to all the family in the course of that friendly meal, that Janet and Sophia forgave him for his base desertion, and Harrington forgave him for being a great deal cleverer and happier than himself. He was in very high spirits, had been working hard in London, attending lectures, witnessing operations, and looking after those gratis patients in the slums who were his chief delight. "I love to find out what life means below the surface," he said. "One only gets at realities when one comes face to face with the struggle for existence. The children — the poor pinched atomies whom one looks at with a shudder, remembering that they are the men and women of the future. That is the terrible point — to think that in those little half-starved faces one sees the men who are to meet in Trafalgar Square and unmake our smooth, easy world. To think that in those wizened morsels of humanity we have all the elements of discord and destruction in the days to come. That is the appalling thought." "It is a thought that should teach us our duty to them," said Janet. "What do you take that duty to be?" "To educate them." "Educate, yes. Educate them in the ways of health and cleanliness, after we have fed them. That I take to be our primary duty to the children as much as to the lower animals. You know the old adage, Miss Dalbrook, mens sana in corpore sano. Did you ever hear of a sound and a healthy mind in an unsound scrofulous body? So long as we leave the little children to semi-starvation, we are sacrificing to the demon scrofula, which is to our enlightened age what the demon leprosy was to those darker ages whose ignorance we prate about." "I am not in favour of pauperising the working classes," said Harrington. "The idea of pauperism is a bugbear and a stumbling block in the path of benevolence. Do you pauperise an agricultural labourer whose utmost wages are 15 shillings a week if you provide his children with 2 good meals of fresh meat in the 7 days, and so grow better bone and sinew than can be produced upon bread and dripping or bread and treacle? Do you pauperise a man by giving him a free supply of pure water, and larger airier rooms than his scanty wages will buy for him? To subsidize is not to pauperise, Mr. Dalbrook. And if England is to hold together upon the old lines during the coming centuries, the well-to-do will have to help the poor upon a stronger and wider basis than that on which they have helped them in the past, and a good deal of the spare cash that is now being spent on fine clothes and dinner parties will have to be spent upon feeding and housing the million." The 2 young men drove over to Millbrook early on Sunday morning, in order to attend morning service at the picturesque old church. Matthew Dalbrook and his daughters were to join them at the Priory in time for luncheon, which was to be a regular family party. Cuthbert was silent for the greater part of the drive, and Theodore was thoughtfully observant of him. Yes, there might be something in Sophie's idea. More than once during the long drive the young man's face brightened with a sudden smile, a smile of ineffable happiness, as of a dreaming lover who sees the gates of his earthly paradise opening, sees his mistress coming to meet him on the threshold. Theodore's heart sank at the thought that Sophie had hit upon the truth. Anyway, there was hopelessness in the idea. If it were to be Theodore's blessed fate to see the one love of his life victorious, soon or late, after long patience and devoted sacrifice, Cuthbert must taste the bitterness of having loved in vain. But he would hardly be worth of pity, perhaps, seeing that he had known from the first how the land lay, seeing that honour forbade his falling in love with Juanita. But will honour make a man blind to beauty, deaf to the music of a voice, impervious to the subtle charms of all that is purest, best, and loveliest in womanhood? Theodore began to think that he had done wrong in bringing his friend within the influence of irresistible charms. I was a fool to think that he could help himself. I was a worse fool to suppose that she will ever care for me. The humdrum cousin whom she has known all her life, the country solicitor whose image she has always associated with leases and bills of dilapidation, and a little less than a gentleman. They consigned the dog cart to the village ostler, who was expiating the jovial self-indulgence of Saturday night in the penitential drowsiness of Sunday morning, and they were in their places in the grey old church when Lady Carmichael came to the chancel pew. Theodore's watchful eyes followed her from her entrance in the halo of sunshine which was suddenly obscured as the curtain dropped behind her, to the moment when she bowed her head in prayer. He saw her face brighten as she passed the pew where he and his friend were sitting, and he told himself that it was Cuthbert's presence which conjured up that happier light in her soft dark eyes. On the walk from the church to the Priory it was with Cuthbert she talked, Cuthbert, the irrepressible, who had so much to say that he must needs find listeners. It was Cuthbert who sat next her at luncheon, and who engrossed her attention throughout the meal. It was Cuthbert who went through the hothouses, fern houses, and greenhouses with her after luncheon, and gave her practical lessons in botany and entomology as they went along, and who promised her some Austrian frogs. The day was one long triumph for Cuthbert Ramsay, and he gave himself up to the intoxication of the hour as a drunkard surrenders to strong drink, unconditionally, without thought of the morrow. "What do you think of your friend's infatuation now?" asked Janet, with her most biting accent, as she and Theodore followed in the horticultural procession, she carefully picking up her gown at every one of those treacherous puddles which are to be found in the best regulated hothouses. "Have you any doubt in your mind now?" "No, I have no doubt." The carriages were at the door half an hour afterwards, and all through the homeward drive Cuthbert was silent as the grave. Only as they came into Dorchester did he find speech to say, "I shall have to go back to town early to-morrow morning, Theodore." "So soon? What an unquiet spirit you are. You'll come back to us next Friday or Saturday, I hope." "I don't know. I'll try. But I'm rather afraid I can't." Theodore did not press the point, and his friend kept his word and left by the first train on Monday morning, after having been intolerably stupid on Sunday evening, according to the sisters, who were disposed to think themselves especially ill-used by Mr. Ramsay's obvious infatuation for Lady Carmichael. "I was beginning to respect Juanita for her conduct in the difficult position of a young widow," said Sophie, "but I begin to fear that she is no better than the rest of them, and that her leaving off crape upon her last gowns is a sign that she means to marry again before the second year of her widowhood is over." Lady Cheriton's roses were in danger from a failure of the water in that old-fashioned well which had hitherto supplied the flower gardens. There had been an unusually long spell of dry weather since the beginning of July, and the gardeners were in despair. When Theodore went over to the Chase with his portmanteau, in accordance with an engagement made the previous week, he found that Lord Cheriton had that morning given an order for the sinking of the old well from 20 to 30 feet deeper. "There is plenty of water, my lord," said the head gardener, "if we only go deep enough for it." "Very well, Mackenzie, go as deep as you like, so long as you don't go below the water-bearing strata. You had better put on plenty of hands. Her ladyship is uneasy about her roses, seeing how you have been stinting them lately. It has been hard work, my lord, to do our duty by the roses and keep the lawns in decent order. The grounds would be hard as iron if we didn't use a good deal of water for the grass. Get to work, Mackenzie, and don't waste time in talking about it.
Drive over to Gadby's and tell him to send some good men." This conversation took place upon the terrace directly after Theodore's arrival, and when the gardener had gone off to the stables to get the dog cart of all work, Lord Cheriton and his cousin walked in the direction of the well. The well was in one of the kitchen gardens, quite the oldest bit of garden ground at Cheriton, a square garden of about 2 acres, shut in with high crumbling old red brick walls, upon which grew blue gages and William pears, egg plums and apricots, attaining more or less to perfection as the aspect favoured them. It was a pleasant garden to dream in upon a summer afternoon, for there was an air of superabundant growth that was almost tropical in the century-old espaliers, albeit they had long ceased to produce meritorious fruit, and in the sprawling leaves and yellow blossoms of the vegetable marrows, which seemed to be grown for no purpose except to produce champion gourds or pumpkins, to be ultimately hung up as ornaments in the gardener's cottage, or to rot in a corner of the greenhouse. There is always one old greenhouse in such a garden given over to preserving spiders and accumulating rubbish. In the middle of a vegetable marrow warren stood the well, a well of 8 feet in diameter, surrounded by a low brick wall, of that same bright red brick which crumbled behind the blue gages and the egg plums, and which the birds pecked and perforated for very wantonness. It was a well of the old pattern, with a ponderous wooden roller and an iron spindle, which had wound up water from those same cool depths for over 100 years. It had run dry often, in the time of the Strangways, that good old well, but no Strangway had ever thought of improving anything upon the estate. So in seasons of drought the flowers had drooped and the turf had withered unheeded by the proprietorial eye. Mr. Gadby's men appeared after their dinner, and got seriously to work by about 3 o'clock, at which hour Theodore and Lady Cheriton were strolling in the rose garden, while the master of the house sat in the library reading. Theodore had observed a marked change in his cousin since his last visit to the Chase. There was a worried look in Lord Cheriton's face which had not been there even after the shock of the murder, a look of nervous apprehension which showed itself from time to time in a countenance where firmness of character and an absolute fearlessness had been hitherto the strongest characteristics. He had not yet told his lordship the result of his interview with Mercy Porter. He had waited till an opportunity for quiet, confidential talk should come about naturally, and that opportunity now occurred. Lady Cheriton left him after half an hour's review of the roses, and he went through the open window into the library, where Lord Cheriton sat in his large armchair, at his own particular table, reading the political summing up in the last quarterly. "Shall I be disturbing you if I sit here?" asked Theodore, taking a volume from the table where the newest books were always to be found. "On the contrary, I shall be very glad of a little conversation. I have been struggling through an analysis of last session, which is all weariness and vexation of spirit. The session was dull, the commentary is duller. I am anxious to know how you got on with Mrs. Porter's daughter." "Very badly, I regret to say, from our point of view. She rejects your generous offer. She prefers her present hard life with its independence. She will accept no obligation from anyone." "Humph! She must be a curious young woman," said Lord Cheriton with a vexed air. "I should have liked very much to have made her life bright and easy, if she would have let me, for her father's sake. On what ground does she refuse my offer?" "On the ground of preferring to work for her living, and to live a hard life. She has taken that upon herself, I believe, as an expiation for her past errors, although she did not say that in so many words. She is wonderfully firm. I never saw such a resolute temper in so young, and so gentle-mannered a woman. You tried to overcome her objections, you represented to her how easy and pleasant her life might be in some picturesque village, among the hills and lakes, or by the sea, and how she might live among people who would know nothing of her past history, who would grow to be fond of her for her own sake. I urged all this upon her. I am as anxious as you are that she should leave that dreary attic, that monotonous labour, but nothing I could say was of the least use. She was resolute. She would accept nothing from you." "From me? Ah, that is it," cried Lord Cheriton suddenly. "Had the offer come from anyone else she might have been less stubborn. But from me she will take nothing, not a loaf of bread if she were starving. That is the explanation of her hardness. It is to me she is adamant. Tell me the truth, Theodore. Don't spare my feelings. This girl hates me, I suppose?" "I fear she has a deeply rooted prejudice against you. She may, most unjustly, blame you for her misery because Colonel Tremaine was your friend." "Yes, that is her feeling, no doubt. It is on that account she hates me. Perhaps she is justified in her anger. I ought to have shot that scoundrel. Had we both lived 50 years sooner, I suppose I should have shot him. I don't think you could have been called upon to do that even by the old code of honour. Mercy was not allied to you." "No, but she dwelt at my gates. She was under my protection. She had no other man living to defend her. I ought to have punished her seducer. It was incumbent on me to do it. Because there was no one else," he added slowly after a long pause. "It may be on that account she rejects your generous offer. I cannot pretend to interpret her feelings, but there was certainly some strong personal prejudice on her part. She was deeply moved. She burst into a passion of sobs. 'Not from him,' she cried. 'I will accept nothing from him. Of all the men upon this earth he shall be the last to help me.'" Lord Cheriton flung the Quarterly from him with a passionate gesture, as he started to his feet and began to walk up and down the long clear space in front of the windows. "Theodore," he said suddenly, "you have not yet come face to face with all the problems of life. Perhaps you have not yet found out how hard it is to help people. I would have given much to be able to help that girl, to assure her an easy and reputable existence, the refinements of life amidst pleasant surroundings. What would it matter to me whether I allowed her 100 or 200 a year? All I desire is that her life should be happy. And of deliberate malice, of sheer perversity, she rejects my help. She dooms herself to the seamstress slavery and to a garret in Lambeth. My God, to think that with all the will and all the power to help her, I cannot come between her and that sordid misery. It is hard, Theodore, it is very hard upon a man like me. There is nothing I hold of this world's goods that I have not worked for honestly, and when I want to do good for others with what I have won, I am barred by their folly. It is enough to make me mad." Never before had Theodore seen this self-abandonment in his stately cousin, the man who bore in every tone and every gesture the impress of his acknowledged ascendancy over his fellow men. To see such a man as this so completely unhinged by a woman's perversity was a new thing to Theodore Dalbrook, and his heart went out to his kinsman as it had never done before. "My dear Cheriton, you have done all that was in your power to do for that mistaken young woman," he said, holding out his hand, which the elder man grasped warmly. "Whatever wrong you may have unwittingly brought about by the presence of a blackguard under your roof, you have done your best to atone for that wrong. The most sensitive, the most punctilious of men could do no more. I thank you, Theodore, for your sympathy. Yes, I have done my best for her. You will bear witness to that. A father could scarcely do more for an erring daughter. I only wish her mother felt half as kindly towards her as you, upon whom her claim is so slight." "No, no, it is a substantial claim. She is fatherless, and her mother is dependent upon me. I stand as it were in loco parentis. Well, we will say no more about her. She must go her own way. Only, if ever you find an opportunity of helping her, for me, you will do me a great favour by taking prompt advantage of it." "I shall gladly do so. I am interested in her for her own sake, as well as for yours." "You are a good fellow, Theodore, and I know you wish us well. I will go a step further than that, and say I know that I can trust you." This was said with an earnestness which impressed Theodore. It seemed to him almost as if his kinsman foresaw that inevitable hour in which there must be perfect unreserve between them; in which the younger man would have to say to his senior and superior in rank, "I know the secret of your earlier years. I know the dark cloud that has overshadowed your life." They talked for a little while of indifferent subjects, and then Lord Cheriton proposed a stroll in the direction of the well. "I should like to see whether those fellows have begun work," he said. The old garden looked its sleepiest in the westering sunlight, but there was business going on there nevertheless, and a great heap of damp clay had been flung out by the side of the low brick parapet. 2 men were at work below, and there were 2 men above, while a fifth, a foreman and leading light, looked on and gave directions. "Glad to see you've tackled the job, Carter," said Lord Cheriton. "Yes, my lord, we've got on to it pretty well. Could I have a word with your lordship?" "Certainly, as many words as you like. How mysterious you look, Carter. There is nothing in your communication that Mr. Dalbrook is not to hear, I suppose?" "No, my lord, Mr. Dalbrook don't matter, but I thought you wouldn't care for anybody to know, lest it should get round to her ladyship and give her a scare."
What are you driving at, Carter, with your ladyships and your scares? Have you seen a ghost at the bottom of the well?" "No, my lord. But the men found this on the surface clay, and I thought it might have some bearing upon — last year — the murder." He dropped out his words hesitatingly, as if he hardly dared approach that ghastly theme, and then took something out of his jacket pocket and handed it to Lord Cheriton. It was a Colt's revolver, by no means of the newest make, rusted by lying long under water. The foreman had amused his leisure since the discovery in trying to rub off the rust with a large cotton handkerchief, assisted by his corduroy coat sleeve, and had succeeded in polishing a small silver plate upon the butt of the pistol so as to make the initials T.D. engraved upon it easily decipherable. There was not much in the discovery, perhaps, but by the ghastly change in Lord Cheriton's face Theodore saw that to him at least it appeared of fatal significance. His hand shook as it held the pistol, his eyes had a look of absolute horror as they scrutinized it, and nothing could be more obvious than the effort with which he controlled his agitation, and looked from the builder's foreman to Theodore with an assumption of tranquillity. "It may mean much or nothing, Carter," he said, putting the pistol in his coat pocket. "It was quite right of you to bring the matter before me." "I thought the initials on the pistol might lead to something being found out, my lord," said the foreman. "I don't think there can be much doubt the murderer chucked it in there." "Don't you? I have gone into the subject of circumstantial evidence a little deeper than you have, Carter. It was my trade, don't you know, just as laying bricks was yours, and I can tell you that the odds are 10 to 1 against this pistol having belonged to the murderer. Do you think it likely that the man who shot Sir Godfrey Carmichael would have gone out of his way to throw his pistol down that particular well? I don't know about that, my lord. It would have been a safe hiding place, if the water hadn't given out, and would be in his way if he were making for the west gate. He could hardly have taken a shorter cut than across this garden. Perhaps not, if both the garden doors were open that night. I don't think anybody ever saw them shut, my lord, night or day," answered Carter with respectful persistency. Theodore knew by the very look of the clumsy wooden doors, pushed back against the old wall with rusty hinges, and with the tendrils of vine or plum tree growing over their edges, that the man was right. The path across this garden and the next garden led in a direct line to the West Lodge, and it was by this way by which the servants went on most of their errands to the village. The one idea suggested by the choice of that hiding place was, that the person who threw away that pistol was familiar with the premises. The well was about 30 feet away from the path and screened by the old espaliers. There was a gap in the espaliers where an ancient and cankered apple tree had been taken out, and it was by this opening that the gardeners generally went to draw water. They had trodden a hard foot track in their going and coming. It was always possible that a stranger exploring the grounds furtively and in haste might have been sharp enough to hit upon the well as a safe and handy hiding place. It would of course have been vital to the murderer to get rid of his weapon as soon as possible after the deed was done, lest he should be taken red-handed and with that piece of evidence upon him. Theodore saw in that pistol with the initials T.D. confirmatory evidence against the husband of Mrs. Danvers, the one person in the world who had ground for an undying hatred of Lord Cheriton and his race. He made no remark upon the discovery of the weapon, fearing to say too much, and he waited quietly to see how his kinsman would act in the matter. That ghastly change in Lord Cheriton's countenance as he examined the pistol suggested that he had come to the same conclusion as Theodore. Remorse and horror could hardly have been more plainly expressed by the human countenance, and what remorse could be more terrible than that of the man who saw the sin of his youth visited upon his innocent daughter? "Shall you take any steps with reference to this discovery?" asked Theodore, when they had gone halfway back to the house in absolute silence. "What steps can I take, do you think? Send for another London detective, or for the same man again, and give him the pistol? To what end? He would be no nearer finding the murderer because of the finding of the pistol. The initials might lead to identification. Did you ever hear of such a thing as a second-hand pistol? And do you think an assassin would make use of a pistol with his own initials upon it to commit murder? I do not. Not the professional assassin. But we are all agreed that this murder was an act of vengeance, for some reason at present unknown, and the semi-lunatic who would commit murder for such a motive would not be likely to do his work very neatly. His brain would be fevered by passion or alcohol in all probability, and he would go to work blindly. That is no more than a theory, and my experience has shown me that such theories are generally falsified by fact. The murder was so far neatly done that the murderer got clear off, in spite of a most rigorous search.
I doubt if the pistol, with initials which may belong to anybody in the world, will help us to track him after more than a year." "Then you mean to do nothing in the matter?" "I think not. I cannot see my way to doing anything at present. But if you like to take the pistol to Scotland Yard and see what impression it makes upon the experts there—" "I should much like to do so. I cannot ignore the fact that so long as Sir Godfrey's murderer remains undiscovered, there is a possibility of peril for you and for Juanita, and for Juanita's child. Who can tell whether that deadly hatred is appeased — whether the man who killed your daughter's husband is not on the watch to kill you or your daughter, when he sees his opportunity? As for myself, I must take my chance. I would to God that the ball had struck me instead of my son-in-law. It would have been better — a lighter chastisement. I have lived my life. I have done all I ever hoped to do in this world. A few years more or less could matter very little to me. And yet life is sweet, Theodore. Life is sweet. However heavily we are handicapped, we most of us would choose to finish our race." There was infinite melancholy in his tone, the melancholy of a man who sees the shadows of a great despair darkening round him, the melancholy of a man who gives up the contest of life, and feels that he is beaten. "Do not say anything to my wife about this business," he said. "Let her be happy as long as she can. She has not forgotten last summer, but she is beginning to be something like what she was before that blow fell upon us. The advent of Juanita's baby has worked wonders. There is something to look forward to in that child's existence. Life is no longer a cul-de-sac." "There is one thing to be done," said Theodore after an interval of silence. "The bullet was kept, of course." "Yes, it is in the possession of the police, I believe." "Would it not be well to ascertain if it fits the pistol you have in your pocket?" "Yes. I will go to the station to-morrow and look into that." There was no more said about the pistol that evening. Theodore felt that it would be cruelty to dwell upon the subject, seeing that his kinsman had been deeply affected by the discovery, and that he was oppressed by a gloom which he strove in vain to shake off. It was evident to Theodore that those initials on the pistol had a terrible meaning for Lord Cheriton, that he recognized in those initials the evidence of an injured husband's vengeance, a hatred which had been undiminished by the lapse of years. He told himself that the tardiness of that revenge might be accounted for by various contingencies, any one of which would lessen the improbability of that long interval between the wrong done and the retribution exacted. It might be that the murderer had been an exile in a distant world. It might be that he had been a criminal fretting himself against the bars of a felon's prison, nursing his anger in the dull, dead days of penal servitude. Such things have been. It was clear to Theodore Dalbrook that in those initials upon the Colt's revolver lay the clue to the murderer, and that Lord Cheriton shrank with horror from the revelation which those two letters might bring about. Yet whatever evil might come upon the master of Cheriton out of the secret past, it was vital that the murderer should be found, lest his second crime should be more hideous than his first; and Theodore was resolved that he would spare no effort in the endeavour to find him, living or dead. "God grant that I may find a grave rather than a living man," he thought, "for Cheriton's sake. God grant that he may be spared the humiliation of having his story told to all the world." He went into Cheriton village early upon the following afternoon, and dropped in upon the doctor, an old inhabitant, whose father and grandfather before him had prescribed for all the parish, rich and poor. Mr. Dolby, par excellence Dr. Dolby, was a bachelor, a spare, sharp-visaged man of about 40, social and expansive, a keen sportsman, and a good billiard player, a man whose lines had been set in pleasant places, for he had inherited a roomy old cottage with capacious stabling, and 20 acres of the fattest meadow land in Cheriton parish, and he led exactly that kind of life which his soul loved. It would have been no gain to such a man to have changed places with Baron Rothschild or Lord Salisbury. He would have been in all that constitutes human happiness a loser by such an exchange. So cheery a person was naturally popular in a narrow world like Cheriton, and Mr. Dolby was a general favourite, a favourite in polite society, and in the billiard room at the Cheriton Arms, which, in default of a club, served as the afternoon and evening rendezvous for lawyer, doctor, and the tenant farmers of a gentlemanly class, the smock frock farmers and tradespeople having their own particular meeting place at the old house at home, a public house at the other end of the village. Theodore had known Mr. Dolby from his childhood, and the medical adviser of Cheriton was an occasional dropper in at the luncheon table in Cornhill, when business transactions with his tailor or his banker took him to the county town. There was nothing unusual, therefore, in Theodore's afternoon call at Dovecotes, a somewhat picturesque name which had been given to the doctor's domicile by his predecessor, who had devoted his later years to an ardent cultivation of barbs and Jacobins and other aristocratic birds, and who had covered 1/4 of an acre of garden ground with pigeon houses of various construction. Theodore found Mr. Dolby smoking his afternoon pipe in the seclusion of his surgery. He had made a long morning round, had driven something between 20 and 30 miles, and considered himself entitled to what he called his otium cum whisky and water, which refreshment stood on a small table at his elbow while he lolled in his capacious easy-chair. He welcomed his visitor with effusion, and insisted on calling for another siphon, and having another little table arranged at the elbow of the other easy-chair. "Make yourself comfortable, old chap, and let us have a jaw," he said. "I haven't seen you for ages. Are you at the Chase?" They talked of the usual village topics, glanced at the great world of politics, speculated upon the prospects of the shooting season, and then Theodore approached the real business of his visit. "There is a fellow I am interested in from a business point of view," he began, "who has been hanging about this place off and on for the last 25 years, I believe, though I have never happened to meet him. He is a drinking man, and altogether a bad lot, but it is my business to hunt him down." "On account of some property, I suppose?" "Yes, on account of some property. Now I know what an observer you are, Dolby, and what a wonderful memory you have." "I haven't wasted it up in London," interjected Dolby. "A week in Oxford Street and the Strand would take 10 years off my memory. It's pretty clear at present, thank God. Well now, what about this fellow? What kind of a fellow is he? A gentleman or a cad?" "He was once a gentleman, but he may have tumbled pretty low by this time. He was going downhill at a good pace 25 years ago." "Egad, then he must be at the bottom of the hill, I take it. What is he like, fat or lean, dark or fair, short or tall?" "A tall man, fair complexion, a man who has once been handsome, a showy looking man," answered Theodore, quoting the house agent. "That will do. Yes, just such a man as that was at the Arms one night, upon my word I believe it must have been 10 years ago. A man who put on a good deal of side, though his clothes were no end seedy. Ragged edges to his trousers, don't you know, and though his hand shook like an aspen leaf, I played a 50 game with him, and I should say, though I beat him easy, that he had once been a fine player. He was in wretched form, poor creature, but—" "10 years ago? Do you really think it was as long ago you saw him?" "I know it was. It would be in 74. That was the year Potter was returned from Screwmouth. I remember we were all talking of the election the night that fellow was there. Yes, I remember him perfectly. A tall fair man, a wreck, but with the traces of former good looks. I fancy he must have been a soldier. He slept at the Arms that night, and I met him rather early next morning, before 9 o'clock, coming away from the Chase. Met him within 10 yards of the West Lodge." "Did he talk about Lord Cheriton?" "A good deal, talked rather wild too, and would have blackguarded your cousin if we hadn't shut him up pretty sharply. He pretended to have been intimate with him before he made his way at the bar, and he talked in the venomous way a man who has been a failure very often does talk about a man who has been a success. It's only human nature, I suppose. There's a spice of venom in human nature." "Have you never seen this man at Cheriton since that occasion? Never within the last 10 years?" "Never. And I should be inclined, looking at the gentleman from a professional point of view, to believe that he must have been under the turf for a considerable portion of that period. I don't think there could have been 3 years' life in the man I played billiards with that evening. Hard lines for him, poor beggar, if there was property coming to him. He looked as if he wanted it bad enough." "What had he been doing at the Chase, do you suppose?" "I haven't the least idea. I was driving in my cart when I passed him. I looked back and watched him for 2 or 3 minutes. He was walking very slowly and with a languid air, like a man who was not used to walking. 10 years. No, Theodore, I don't think it's possible such a shaky subject as that could have lasted 10 years. One certainly does see very miserable creatures crawling on for years after they have been ticketed for the undertaker. But this man? No. I don't think he could hold out long after that October morning. I fancy he was booked for a quick passage." "He may have pulled himself together and turned over a new leaf." "Too old and too far gone for that." "Or what if he had done something bad and got himself shut up for a few years?" "Penal servitude, do you mean? Well, that might do something. It's a very severe regimen for the habitual drunkard, and it means kill or cure. In this case I should say decidedly kill. But it might cure." "I should think the chances of cure were as 2 in 200. "I won't say it would be impossible, not having examined the patient, but so far as observation can teach a man anything, observation taught me that the case was hopeless. And yet it is my belief that this man was at Cheriton some time last year. You know everybody and talk to everybody, my dear Dolby. I wish you'd find out for me whether I am right." "I'll do my best," answered Mr. Dolby cheerfully. "If the man has been seen by anybody in the village, I ought to be able to hear about him. Everybody was tremendously on the lookout last year after the murder, and no stranger could have escaped observation." "Perhaps not, but before the murder?" "Anybody who had been seen shortly before the murder would have been remembered and talked about. You can have no idea of the intense excitement that event caused among us. We seemed to talk of nothing else, and to think of nothing else for months." "And you suppose that if the man I want had been about, for a few hours only, just long enough to come and go away again on that fatal night, he would have been remembered?" "I am sure of it. He would have inevitably been taken for the murderer. Remember, we were all on the alert, ready to fix upon the first suspicious-looking person our memory could suggest to us." "Do you think Johnson would remember the man?" Johnson was the proprietor of the Cheriton Arms. "My dear fellow, did you ever find Johnson's memory available about any transaction 6 months old? Johnson's memory is steeped in beer, buried in flesh. Johnson is a perambulating barrel of forgetfulness, a circumambulatory hogshead of stupidity. Ask Johnson to tell you the Christian name of his grandmother, and I would venture a new hat he would be unable to answer you. There is nothing to be got out of mine host of the Cheriton Arms. Be sure of that." "I'm afraid you are right," said Theodore. He felt as if he had come to a point at which there was no thoroughfare. There was the pistol, with the initials T.D., and he had made up his mind that the man for whom these initials had been engraved was the man who gave his name as Danvers when he called upon the house agent, the man whose wife had been known for years as Mrs. Danvers. He had made up his mind that this man and no other had murdered Godfrey Carmichael; that many years after the wife's death the husband had returned from exile or imprisonment, embittered so much the more vindictive, so much the more malignant for all that he had suffered in that interval, and had taken the first opportunity to attack a hated household. That he would strike again if he should be allowed to live and be at large, Theodore had no doubt. A second murder and a third murder seemed the natural sequence of the first. He remembered the murders of the Jermys at Stanfield Hall, the savage hatred which tried to slay 4 people, 2 of whom were utterly unconnected with the wrong that called for vengeance. In the face of such a story as that of the murderer Rush, who could say that Theodore's apprehension of an insatiable malignity, wreaking itself in further bloodshed, was groundless? He left Dovecotes disheartened, hardly knowing what his next step was to be, and very hopeless of tracking a man who so contrived as to be unseen upon his deadly errand. He must have come and gone verily like a thief in the night, sheltered by darkness, meeting no one. And yet there was the evidence of the servants at the inquest, who swore to having heard mysterious footsteps outside the house late at night upon more than one occasion shortly before the murder. If the murderer had been about upon several nights, creeping round by the open windows of the reception rooms, watching his opportunity, what had he done with himself in the day? Where had he hidden himself? How had he evaded the prying eyes of a village, which is all eyes, all ears for the unexplained stranger? End of chapter 10. Volume 2, Chapter 11 of The Day Will Come by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. When haughty expectations prostrate lie, and grandeur crouches like a guilty thing.
Theodore walked moodily along the lane leading to the west gate, brooding over discrepancies and difficulties in the case which he had set himself to unravel. As he drew near Mrs. Porter's cottage he saw Lord Cheriton come out of the porch unattended. He came slowly down the steps to the gate with his head bent, and his shoulders stooping wearily, an attitude which was totally unlike his usual erect carriage, an attitude which told distinctly of mental trouble. Theodore overtook him and walked by his side, at the risk of being considered intrusive. He was very curious as to his kinsman's motive for visiting Mrs. Porter, after yesterday's conversation about Mercy. "Have you been trying to bring about a reconciliation between mother and daughter?" he asked. "No, I have told you that little good could result from bringing those two obstinate spirits together. You have seen for yourself what the daughter can be — how perverse, how cruel, what a creature of prejudice and whim. The mother's nature is still harder. What good could come of bringing such a daughter back to such a mother? No, it was with no hope of reconciliation that I called upon Mrs. Porter. I have been thinking very seriously of your friend Ramsay's suggestion of mental trouble. I regret that I did not act upon the hint sooner, and get my friend Mainwaring to see her and advise upon the case. I shall certainly consult him about her, but as he has a very important practice and a large establishment under his care, it may be very difficult for him to come to Cheriton. I think therefore it might be well to send her up to the neighbourhood of London, to some quiet northern suburb, for instance, within half an hour's drive of Mainwaring's asylum, which is near Cheshunt. Then, if it should be deemed advisable to place her under restraint for a time, though I cannot suppose that likely, the business could be easily accomplished." "Your idea then would be—" "To take her up to London with her servant as soon as I have found comfortable lodgings for her in a quiet neighbourhood. I have proposed the journey to her this afternoon, on the ground of her being out of health and in need of special advice. I told her that people had remarked upon her altered appearance, and that I was anxious she should have the best medical care. She did not deny that she was ailing. I think, therefore, there will be very little difficulty in getting her away when I am ready to remove her." "What is your own impression as to her mental condition?" "I regret to say that my impression very much resembles that of your friend. I see a great change in her since I last had any conversation with her. Yes, I fear that there is something amiss, and that it is no longer well for her to live in that cottage, with a young girl for her only companion. It would be far better for her to be in a private asylum, where hers being a very mild case, life might be made easy and agreeable for her. I know my friend Mainwaring to be a man of infinite benevolence, and that there would be nothing wanting to lighten her burden." He sighed heavily. There was a look in his face of unutterable care, of a despondency which saw no issue, no ray of light far off in the thickening gloom. Theodore thought he looked aged by several years since yesterday, as if the evidence of the pistol had struck him to the heart. "He knows now that it was his own sin that brought about this evil," thought Theodore. He could conceive the agony of the father's heart, knowing that for his own wrongdoing his innocent daughter had been called upon to make so terrible an expiation. He could penetrate into the dark recesses of the sinner's mind, where remorse from that early error, and for all the false steps which it had necessitated, dominated every other thought. Till yesterday James Dalbrook might have supposed his sin a thing of the past, atoned for and forgiven, its evil consequences suffered in the past, the account ruled off in the book of fate, and the acquittance given. Today he knew that his sin had cost him his daughter's happiness, and over and above that horror of the past there lay before him the hazard of some still greater horror in the future. Could anybody wonder that his eyes were sunken and dull, as they never had been before within Theodore's memory? Could anybody wonder at the strained look in the broad open forehead, beneath which the eyes looked out wide apart under strongly marked brows, or at the hard lines about the mouth, which told of sharpest mental pain? Late that evening, when Lady Cheriton had gone to bed, Theodore approached the subject of the pistol. "Did you compare the ball with the revolver that we found yesterday?" he asked. "Yes, the ball fits the bore. I don't know that the fact goes to prove much; but so far as it goes it is now in the knowledge of our local police. Unfortunately they are not the most brilliant intellects I know of. If you will let me have the pistol tonight before we go to bed, I will go up to town by an early train tomorrow and take it to Scotland Yard, as you suggested." "I suggested nothing of the kind, my dear Theodore.
I attach very little importance to the discovery of the pistol as a means towards discovering the murderer. I said you might take it to Scotland Yard if you liked, that was all." "I should like to do so. I should feel better satisfied." "Oh, satisfy yourself by all means," interrupted Lord Cheriton irritably. "You are great upon the science of circumstantial evidence. There is the pistol," taking it out of a drawer in the large writing table. "Do what you like with it." "You are not offended with me, I hope?" "No, I am only tired. Tired of the whole business, and of the everlasting talk there has been about it. If it is a vendetta, if the hand that killed Godfrey Carmichael is to kill me and my daughter and her son, if my race is to be eradicated from the face of this earth by an unappeasable hatred, I cannot help my fate. I cannot parry the impending blow. Nor can you or Scotland Yard protect me from my foe, Theodore." "Scotland Yard may find your foe and lock him up." "I doubt it, but do as you please." Theodore's train left Wareham at 9 o'clock. There was a still earlier train at 7, by which farmers and other enterprising spirits who wanted to take time by the forelock were accustomed to travel. But to be in time for the 9 o'clock train, Theodore had to leave Cheriton at 7:45, and to drive to the distant town in the dog cart made and provided for station work, and drawn by one of 2 smart cobs kept for the purpose. He left the park by the west gate. He had to wait longer than usual for the opening of the gate; and when the chubby-cheeked maidservant came down the steps with a key in her hand and unlocked the gate, there was that in her manner which indicated a fluttered mind. "Oh, if you please, sir, I'm sorry to keep you waiting so long, but I couldn't find the key just at first, though I thought I'd hung it up on the nail last night after I locked the gate. But I was so upset at my mistress leaving so suddenly, never saying a word about it beforehand, that I hardly knew what I was doing." Theodore stopped the groom as he drove through the gate. He had a few minutes to spare, and could afford himself time to question the girl, who had a look of desiring to be interrogated. "What is this about your mistress leaving suddenly?" he asked. "Do you mean that Mrs. Porter has gone away on a journey?" "Yes, indeed, sir. She that never left home before since I was a child, for I've known her ever since I can remember, and never knew her to be away for so much as a single night. And the first thing this morning when I was lighting the kitchen fire, she opens the door and just looks in and says, 'Martha, I'm going to London. Don't expect me back till you see me. There's a letter on the parlour table,' she says. 'Let it lie there till it's called for. Don't you touch it, nor yet the box,' and she shuts the kitchen door and walks off just as quietly as if she was going to early church, as she has done many a time before it was daylight. I was that upset that I knelt before the stove a good few minutes before I could realize that she was gone, and then I run out and looked after her. She was almost out of sight, walking up the lane towards Cheriton." "Had she no luggage? Did she take nothing with her?" "Nothing, not so much as a handbag." "What time was this?" "It struck 6 a few minutes after I went back to the kitchen." "What about the letter and the box your mistress spoke of?" "There they are, sir, on the parlour table where she left them. I'm not going to touch them," said the girl with emphasis. "She told me not, and I'm not going to disobey her." "To whom is the letter addressed?" "Do you mean who it's for, sir?" "Yes." "It's for his lordship, and is to lie there till his lordship sends for it." "In that case I may as well give it to his lordship's servant, who can take it up to the house presently." "I don't know if that will be right, sir. She said it was to be called for." "Then we call for it. I, his lordship's cousin, and James, his lordship's groom. Won't that do for you?" "I suppose that will be right, sir," the girl answered doubtfully. "The letter and the box are both on the table, and I wasn't to interfere with either of 'em, and I'm not going to it. That's all I can say." The girl was swollen with the importance of her mission as being associated with a mystery, and she was also in lively dread of her very severe mistress, who might come down the lane at any moment and surprise her in some act of dereliction. Theodore passed her by and went into the sitting room, where he had taken tea with the Kempsters and Cuthbert Ramsay. A letter lay on the carved oak table in front of the window, and beside the letter there stood a walnut wood box 18 inches by 9. The letter was addressed in a bold, characteristic hand, to Lord Cheriton. To be called for. The box had a small brass plate upon the lid, and a name engraved upon the plate. Thomas C. Darcy, 9th foot. No one who had ever seen such a box before could doubt that this was a pistol case. It was unlocked, and Theodore lifted the lid. One pistol lay in its place, neatly fitted into the velvet-lined receptacle. The place for the second pistol was vacant. Theodore took the Colt's revolver from his pocket and fitted it into the place beside the other pistol. It fitted exactly, and the two pistols were alike in all respects. Alike as to size and fashion, alike as to the little silver plate upon the butt and the initials T.D. Thomas Darcy. Darcy was the name of Evelyn Strangway's husband, and one of those pistols which had belonged at some period to Evelyn Strangway's husband had been found in the well in the fruit garden, and the other in possession of Lord Cheriton's protege and pensioner, the humble dependent at his gates, Mrs. Porter. Theodore changed his mind as to his plan of procedure. He did not send Mrs. Porter's letter to Lord Cheriton by the groom as he had intended, after he himself had been driven to Wareham. His journey to London might be deferred now. Indeed, in his present condition of mind, he was not the man to interview the authorities of Scotland Yard. He left Mrs. Porter's letter in its place beside the pistol case, and wrote a hasty line to his kinsman at Mrs. Porter's writing table, where all the materials for correspondence were arranged ready to his hand. The West Lodge, 8:15. Pray come to me here at once if you can. I have made a terrible discovery. There is a letter for you. Mrs. Porter has gone to London. He put these lines into an envelope, sealed it, and then took it out to the groom, who was waiting stolidly, neatly tickling the cob's ears now and again, with an artistic circular movement of the lash, which brought into play all the power and ease of his wrist. "Drive back to the house with that note as fast as you can," said Theodore, "and let his lordship know that I am waiting for him here." End of chapter 11. Volume 2, Chapters 12 and 13 of The Day Will Come by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Thy love and hate are both unwise ones, lady. "Well, Theodore, what is your discovery?" asked Lord Cheriton half an hour later, the two men standing face to face in Mrs. Porter's sitting room, amidst the silence of the summer morning, a gigantic bee buzzing in the brown velvet heart of a tall sunflower, painfully audible to the younger man's strained ears. "There is a letter, sir. You had better read that before I say anything," answered Theodore. It was years since he had called his cousin sir, not since he had been a schoolboy, and had been encouraged to open his mind upon politics or cricket over his single glass of claret after dinner. On those occasions a boyish respect for greatness had prompted the ceremonious address. To-day it came to his lips involuntarily, as if a barrier of ice were suddenly interposed between himself and the man he had esteemed and admired for so many years of his life. Lord Cheriton held the letter in his hand unopened, while he stood looking at the pistol case, where both pistols occupied their places, one bright and undamaged, the other rusted and spoilt, as to outward appearance at least. He was ghastly pale, but not much more so than he had looked yesterday after he left Mrs. Porter's cottage. "That is my discovery," said Theodore, pointing to the pistols. "I stopped short in my journey to Scotland Yard when I found that case upon the table here. I want to secure Juanita and her son from the possibilities of an insatiable hatred, but I don't want to bring trouble, or disgrace, upon you if I can help it. You have always been good to me, Lord Cheriton. You have regarded the claims of kindred. It would be base in me if I were to forget that you are of my own blood, that you have a right to my allegiance. Tell me, for God's sake, what am I to do? Trust me if you can. I know so much already that it will be wisest and best for you to let me know all, so that I may help you find the murderer and to avoid any reopening of old wounds." "I doubt if you or anyone else can help me, Theodore," said Lord Cheriton wearily, looking straight before him through the open lattice and across the little flower garden where the roses were still in their plenitude of colour and perfume. "I doubt if all my worldly experience will enable me to help myself even. There is a pass to which a man may come in his life, not wholly by his own fault, at which his case seems hopeless. He sees himself suddenly brought to a dead stop, deep in the mire of an impassable road, and with the words, 'No thoroughfare,' staring him in the face. I have come to just that point." "Oh, but there is always an issue from every difficulty for a man of courage and resolution," said Theodore. "I know you are not a man to be easily broken down by fate. I am half in the light and half in the dark. It must have been the owner of that pistol who killed Godfrey Carmichael.
But how came the case and the fellow pistol into Mrs. Porter's possession? Was she that man's accomplice? And who was he, and what was he, that she should be associated with him?
You believe that it was a man who fired that pistol?"
Most assuredly. I believe it was the man whose wife lived for many years at Myrtle Cottage, Camberwell Grove. The man who called upon a house agent at Camberwell to make inquiries about his wife, and who called himself by the name she bore in the neighbourhood, the name of Danvers. Danvers may have been only an alias for Darcy, and in that case the man who called upon the agent was the husband of Evelyn Strangway, and the woman who lived for so many years in the seclusion of Myrtle Cottage was old Squire Strangway's only daughter, and Captain Darcy's runaway wife.
"And you think Tom Darcy murdered my son-in-law?" asked Lord Cheriton with a ghastly smile.
"I do."
"And what do you suppose to have been the motive of that murder?"
"Revenge. Revenge upon the man who tempted his wife away from him.
The cur who ill-used and neglected his wife, whose conduct drove her from her wretched home and justified her abandonment of him, was never man enough to conceive such a revenge, or to hate with such a hatred. However, in this case we need not enter upon the question of motive. There is one reason why Tom Darcy cannot be suspected of any part in Sir Godfrey's murder. He died 9 years ago, and was buried at my expense in Norwood Cemetery."
"Great God! Then who could have fired that pistol?"
"The answer to that question is most likely here," replied Lord Cheriton quietly, as he tore open the envelope of Mrs. Porter's letter. The letter was brief but comprehensive, and all sufficing. "You know now who killed your cherished daughter's husband. If she is like me, she will carry her sorrow to the grave. If she is like me, all her days will be darkened by cruel memories. Your broken promise blighted my life. I have blighted her life. An eye for an eye. I told you 23 years ago that a day would come when you would be sorry for having abandoned me. I think that day has come. Evelyn Darcy."
Lord Cheriton handed the letter to his kinsman without a word.
"Since you know so much of my history, you may as well know all," he said. "So know the thorny pillow which a man makes for himself when he sacrifices the best years of his life to an illicit love."
Theodore read those ghastly lines in silence. The signature told all. What in heaven's name brought Evelyn Strangway to be a lodgekeeper at the entrance of the house where she was born? He asked at last. How could you permit such a lifelong humiliation?
"It was her own desire. It was at her insistence I allowed her to come here. I opposed her fancy with all my power of argument, with all the strength of opposition. I offered to provide her with a home in town or country, at home or abroad, near at hand or at the Antipodes. I offered to settle 400 a year upon her, to sink capital to that amount, to make her future and that of our child secure against the chances of fate."
"Your child? Mercy!" exclaimed Theodore.
"Yes, Mercy. My daughter and hers. You understand now why she refused my help. She would take nothing from her father. There was a like perversity in mother and daughter, a determination to make me drink the cup of remorse to the dregs. Oh, Theodore, it is a long and shameful story. To you, for the first time in my life, to you only among mankind, these lips have spoken of it. I have kept my secret. I have brooded upon it in the slow hours of many and many a wakeful night. I have never forgotten. I have not been allowed to forget. If time could have erased or softened that bitter memory under other conditions, I know not. But for me the case was hopeless. My victim was there, at my gates, a perpetual memento of my folly and my wrongdoing.
Strange that a woman of refinement and education should elect to fill so degrading a position.
Perhaps only a refined and highly educated woman could have devised so refined a punishment. "Let me live near you," she pleaded. "Let me live at the gate of the park I loved so well when I was a child. Let me see you pass sometimes, open the gate for you, and just see you go by, without a word, without a look even upon your part. It will be some consolation for me in my lonely, loveless life. I shall know that at least I am not forgotten." Forgotten? As if it had been possible for me to forget, in the happiest circumstances, even if she had made for herself a home at the farthest extremity of Europe, or in the remotest of our colonies. As it was, her presence embittered the place I loved, the great reward and aim of my life. Her shadow fell across my young wife's pathway. Her influence darkened all my days." He began to pace up and down the little room with a feverish air. He seemed to find a sort of relief in talking of this burden which he had borne so long in secret — borne with a smile upon his lips, suffering that silent agony which strong men have borne again and again in the history of mankind, carrying their silent punishment upon them till the grave revealed the hidden canker, and lay bare the festering wound which had rankled unsuspected by the world. "She was cruelly treated by her husband, Theodore. A young and beautiful woman married to a profligate and a sot. It had been a love match, as the world calls it — that is to say, a marriage brought about by a schoolgirl's impatience to break her bonds, and a woman's first delight in hearing herself called beautiful. She had flung herself away upon a handsome reprobate, and 3 or 4 years after marriage she found herself alone and neglected in a shabby lodging in one of the squalidest streets of the Strand. I can see the wretched room she lived in to-day as I stand here, the lodging-house furniture, the dingy curtains darkening the dirty windows looking into the dirty street. What a home for youth and beauty!" He paused with an impatient sigh, took another turn across the narrow space, and then resumed. "Our acquaintance began by accident, under an umbrella. I met them together one night, husband and wife, leaving the little Strand Theatre in the rain. I heard him tell her that it was not worth while to take a cab, they were so near home; and something in her proud, handsome face, and her contemptuous way of replying to him, caught my attention and interested me in her. I offered my umbrella, and we all 3 walked to Essex Street together. Just in that fortuitous way began the alliance which was to give its colour to all my life. The husband cultivated my acquaintance, was glad to meet me at my club, and dined with me as often as I cared to ask him. We used to go to Essex Street after dining together, and finish the evening with her, and so by degrees I came to know all about her — that she was the only daughter of the owner of Cheriton Chase; that she was very handsome and very clever, though only half educated; that she had offended her father by her marriage, and that she had not brought her husband a penny; that he neglected her, and that he drank; and that she was miserable. I came to know this very soon. I came very soon to love her. She was the first woman I had ever cared for, and I loved her passionately." He took another turn and sighed again, regretfully, despairingly, as one who looks back upon the pallid ghost of a love that has long been dead. "It began with pity. I was so sorry for her, poor soul, her wasted life, her slighted beauty. God knows that for a long time I had no thought of sin. Gradually the yearning to see more of her, to bring some brightness and pleasure into her life, became too strong for prudence, and I persuaded her to meet me unknown to her husband. We planned little excursions, innocent enough in themselves — a morning drive and a modest luncheon at Richmond or Greenwich, or Jack Straw's Castle, a trip to Hampton Court or Windsor by boat or rail. She had hardly any acquaintances in London, and there was little fear of her being recognized. We went to a theatre together now and then, and sat in a dark stage box, happy, talking of an impossible future in the intervals of the performance. We never said as much, but I think we both had a vague idea that Providence would help us, that her husband would die young and leave us free to be happy together. Yes, we were very fond of each other, very single-hearted in those days. She was only 22, remember, and I was still a young man." Another pause, another sigh, and a look across the roses, as if across the long lapse of years to an unforgotten past. "Heaven knows how long we might have gone on this way without sin, if not without treachery to the husband, who cared so little for his wife that it seemed scarcely dishonourable to deceive him. Our fate was precipitated by circumstances. Darcy surprised a little note of mine, asking Evelyn to meet me at a theatre. He attacked his wife brutally, refused to believe anything except the worst. He called her by names that were new and hideous to her ear, and her soul rose up in arms against him. She defied him, ran out of the house, took a cab, and came to my chambers in the foggy November evening. She came to me helpless, friendless, with no one in this wide world to love her or to protect her except me. This was the turning point. Of course she could not stay there to be seen by my clerk and my laundress.
I took her to Salisbury that night, and we spent a fortnight moving from village to village along the south coast of Devonshire. My hope was that Darcy would apply for a divorce, and that in less than a year I might make the woman I loved my wife. I rejoiced in the thought of his obscurity and hers. The record of the case would pass unnoticed in the papers, and years hence, when I should have made a position at the bar, nobody need know that the wife I loved and honoured was once the runaway wife of another man. I had argued without allowing for the malignity of a cur. Darcy wrote his wife one of the most diabolical letters that ever was penned by man. He wreaked his venom upon her, the weaker sinner. He called her by all the vile epithets in his copious vocabulary, and he told her that she should never have the right to the name of an honest woman, for that he would sooner hang himself than divorce her. And so she was to drag her chain for the rest of his days. And so she was to pay the bitter price of having trusted her young life to a low-bred scoundrel. "Hard luck for both of you," said Theodore. "Yes, it was indeed hard luck. If you could know how truly and entirely I loved her in those days, how completely happy we should have been in each other's society, but for the embittering consciousness of our false position. Cut off by his malevolence from escape by divorce, we naturally hoped for a day when we should be released by his death. His habits were not those which conduced to length of years. We talked of the future. We had our plans and dreams about that life which was to be ours in after days, when I should be making a large income, and when she would be really my wife. With that hope before her, she was content to live in the strictest seclusion, to economize in every detail of our existence, to know no pleasure except that of my society. Never did a handsome woman resign herself to a duller or more unselfish existence. And yet I believe for the first few years she was happy. We were both happy, and we were full of hope. I remember the day she first suggested to me that I should buy Cheriton Chase when it came into the market. I was beginning to be employed in important cases, and to get big fees marked upon my briefs, and I had taken silk. I had made my name, and I was saving money. Yet the suggestion that I should buy a large estate was too wild for any one but a woman to have made. From that hour, however, it was Evelyn's idée fixe. She had a passionate love for her birthplace, an overweening pride in her race and name. She urged me to accumulate money. The estate would be sacrificed at half its value, perhaps, would go for an old song. She became rigidly economical, would hardly allow herself a new gown, and her keenest delight was in the deposit notes I brought her as my money accumulated at the Union Bank. She had no idea of investments or interest for my accumulations. Her notions about money were a child's notions, the idea of saving a large sum to buy the desire of her heart, and the desire of her heart was Cheriton Chase. God knows I was honest and earnest enough in those days. I meant to buy that estate for her sake, if it was possible to be done. I meant to marry her directly she was free to become my wife. My fidelity had not wavered after a union of 10 years and more. But Darcy was very far from dying. He had hunted out his wife in her quiet retreat, had threatened and annoyed her, and I had been obliged to buy him off by paying his passage to Canada, where he had been quartered with his regiment years before, and which he pretended would open a new field for him. Our case, so far as he was concerned, seemed hopeless, and I was beginning to feel the darkness of the outlook, when I made Maria Morales's acquaintance. It was the old story, Theodore. God forbid you should ever go through that hackneyed experience. Just as the old chain was beginning to drag heavily, a new face appeared upon my pathway, a girlish face, bright with promise and hope. I saw the opportunity of a union which would smooth my way to a great position, crown the edifice of my fortune, give me a wife of whom I might be proud. Could I ever have been proud of the woman who had sacrificed her good name for my sake? I was bound to her by every consideration of honour and duty. But there was the fatal stain across both our lives. I could not take her into society without the fear of hearing malignant whispers as we passed. However well these social secrets may be kept, there is always some enemy to hunt them out, and the antecedents of James Dalbrook's wife would have been public property. And here was a beautiful and innocent girl who loved me well enough to accept me as her husband although I was 20 years her senior, loved me with that youthful upward-looking love which is of all sentiments the most attractive to a man who has lived a hard workaday life in a hard workaday world,
To spend an hour with Maria was to feel a Sabbath peacefulness which solaced and refreshed my soul. I felt 10 years younger when I was with her than I felt in my own home." He stopped with a heart-broken sigh. "Oh, Theodore, beware of such burdens as that which I laid upon my shoulders. Beware of such a chain as I wound about my steps. What a dastard a man feels himself when his love begins to cool for the woman who cast her life upon one chance, who leans upon him as the beginning and end of her existence. I have walked up and down the quiet pathway before Myrtle Cottage for an hour at a stretch, dreading to go in, lest she should read my treason on my face. The break came at last, suddenly. I paltered with my fate for a long time. I carried on a kind of platonic flirtation with Maria Morales, taking monstrous pains to let her know that I never meant to go beyond platonics, reminding her of the difference of our ages and of my almost paternal regard, the vain subterfuge of a self-deluded man. One moment of impulse swept away all barriers, and I left Onslow Square Maria's engaged husband. Her father's generosity precipitated matters. Squire Strangway had been dead nearly a year, and the estate was in the hands of the mortgagee, who had been trying to sell it for some time. My future father-in-law was eager for the purchase directly I suggested it to him, and my wife's dowry afforded me the means of realizing Evelyn's long-cherished dream. Cruel for her, poor creature. Cruel, brutal, diabolical. I felt the blackness of my treason, and yet it had been brought about by circumstances rather than by any deliberate act of mine. I had to go to the woman who still loved me and still trusted me, and tell her what I was going to do. I had to do this, and I did it, by word of mouth, face to face, not resorting to the coward's expedient of pen and ink. God help me, the memory of that scene is with me now. It was too terrible for words, but after the storm came a calm, and a week later I went across to Boulogne with her and saw her comfortably established there at a private hotel, where she was to remain as long as she liked while she made up her mind as to her future residence. The furniture was sent to the Pantechnicon. The home was broken up forever. And the daughter, where was she? Lord Cheriton answered with a smile of infinite bitterness. The daughter had troubled us very little. Evelyn was not an exacting mother. The child's existence was a burden to her, rendered hateful by the stigma upon her birth, which the mother could not forget. Mercy's infancy was spent in a Buckinghamshire village, in the cottage of her foster mother. Mother and daughter never lived under the same roof till they came here together, when Mercy was 7 years old. Yet, according to the village tradition, Mrs. Porter was passionately fond of her daughter and broken-hearted at her loss. Village tradition often lies. I do not believe that Evelyn ever loved her child. She bitterly felt the circumstances of her birth. She bitterly resented her unhappy fate. But I believe it was her pride, her deep sense of wrong done to herself, which tortured her rather than her love for her child. She is a strange woman, Theodore. A woman who could do that deed, a woman who could write that letter. Your friend has fathomed her unhappy secret. She was a mad woman when she fired that shot. She was mad when she penned that letter. And now, Theodore, I have trusted you as I have never before trusted mortal man. I have ripped open an old wound. You know all, and you see what lies before me. I have to find that woman, and to save her from the consequences of her crime, and to save my daughter and my grandson from the hazards of a mad woman's malignity. You can help me, Theodore, if you can keep a cool, clear brain, and do just what I ask you to do, and no more." He put aside his emotion with one stupendous effort, and became a man of iron, cool, resolute, unflinching. "I will obey you implicitly," said Theodore. He had been completely won by his kinsman's candour. Had James Dalbrook told him anything less than the truth he would have despised him. As it was, he felt that he could still respect him, in spite of that fatal error which had brought such deadly retribution. "It is early yet," said Lord Cheriton, looking at his watch, and from that to the neat little clock on the mantelpiece, where the hands pointed to 20 minutes past 9. "The dog-cart is waiting outside. Do you drive to the Priory, and put yourself on guard there till that unhappy woman has been traced. You can tell Juanita that I have sent you there, that I have heard of dangerous characters being about, and that I am afraid of her being in the house with only servants. My wife shall follow you later, and can stay at the Priory while I am away from home, which I must be, perhaps, for some time. I have to find her, Theodore."
"Have you any idea where she may be gone?"
"For the moment, none. She may have made her way to the nearest river and thrown herself in. Living or dead, I have to find her. That is my business. And when I have found her, I have to get her put away out of the reach of the law. That is my business."
"God help you carry it through," said Theodore. "I shall stay at the Priory till I hear from you. Be so kind as to ask Lady Cheriton to bring my portmanteau and dressing bag in her carriage this afternoon. I may tell Juanita that her mother is coming to day, may I not?"
"Decidedly. Good-bye. God bless you, Theodore. I know that I may rely upon your holding your tongue. I know I can rely upon your active help if I should need you."
And so, with a cordial grasp of hands, they parted, Theodore to take his seat in the dog cart, and drive towards the Priory to offer himself to his cousin as her guest for an indefinite period. It was a curious position in which he found himself, but the delight of being in Juanita's society, of being in some wise her protector, was a counterbalance to the embarrassing conditions under which he was to approach her. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. Love's Reasons Without Reason. The cob was all the fresher for the impatience which he had suffered in standing for nearly an hour in the lane, and he bowled the dog cart along the level roads at a tremendous pace. Theodore arrived at the Priory before 11, and found Juanita sitting on the lawn with her baby in her lap and her dog Styx at her side. His heart leapt with gladness at the sight of her sitting there, safe and happy in the morning sunshine, for his morbid imagination had been at work as he drove along, and he had been haunted by hideous visions of some swift and bloody act which might be done by the fugitive madwoman before he could reach the Priory. What deed might not be done by a woman in the state of mind which that woman must have been in when she left the evidence and the confession of her crime upon a table and fled out of her house in the early morning? A silent thanksgiving went up from his heart to his God as he saw Juanita sitting in the sunshine, smiling at him, holding out her hand to him in surprised welcome. She was safe, and it was his business to guard her against that deadly enemy. He knew now whence the danger was to come, whose the hand he had to fear. It was no longer a nameless enemy, an inscrutable peril from which he had to defend her. "How early you are, Theodore. Everybody is well, I hope. There is nothing wrong at home?" "No, everyone is well. Your father is going to London for a few days, and your mother is coming to stay with you during his absence, and I come to throw myself on your hospitality while she is here. His lordship has heard of some suspicious characters in your neighbourhood, and has taken it into his head that it will be well for you to have me as your guest until your brothers-in-law come to you for the shooting. I hope you won't mind having me, Juanita."
"Mind? No. I am delighted to have you, and my mother too. I was beginning to feel rather lonely, and had half decided on carrying baby off to Swanage. Isn't he a fortunate boy to have two doting grandmothers?"
She checked herself with a sudden sigh, remembering in what respect the richly dowered infant was so much poorer than other babies.
"Yes, darling,"
she murmured, bending over the sleeping face, rosy amidst its lace and ribbons as it nestled against her arm.
"Yes, there is plenty of love for you upon earth, my fatherless one. And, who knows, perhaps his love is watching over you in heaven."
After this maternal interlude she remembered the obligations of hospitality.
"Have you breakfasted, Theodore? You must have left Cheriton very early."
Theodore did not tell her how early, but he confessed to having taken only a cup of tea.
"Then I will order some breakfast out here for you. It is such a perfect morning. Baby and I will stay with you while you take your breakfast."
She called the nurse, who was close by, and gave her orders, and presently the gipsy table was brought out and a cosy breakfast was arranged upon the shining damask, and Theodore was having his coffee poured out for him by the loveliest hands he had ever seen, while the nurse paraded up and down the lawn with the newly awakened baby.
"I cannot understand my father taking an alarm of that kind," Juanita said presently, after a thoughtful silence. "It is so unlike him. As if any harm could come to me from tramps or gypsies, or even professional burglars, with half a dozen men servants in the house, and all my jewels safe at the bank. Theodore, does it mean anything?" she asked suddenly. "Does it mean that my father has found out something about the murder?"
He was silent, painfully embarrassed by this home question. To answer it would be to break faith with Lord Cheriton,
To refuse to answer was in some manner to break his promise to Juanita. "I must ask you to let me leave that question unanswered for a few days," he said. "Whatever discovery has been made, it is your father's discovery, and not mine. His lips alone can tell it to you." "You know who murdered my husband?" "No, Juanita, I know nothing. The light we are following may be a false one." He remembered how many lying confessions of crime had been made by lunacy since the history of crime began; how poor distraught creatures who would not have killed a worm had taken upon themselves the burden of notorious assassinations, and had put the police to the trouble of proving them self-accusing perjurers. Might not Mrs. Porter be such an one as these? "Ah, but you are following some new light. You are on the track of his murderer?" "I think we are. But you must be patient, Juanita. You must wait till your father may choose to speak. The business is out of my hands now, and has passed into his." "And he is going to London to day, you say. He is going upon that business?" "I have said too much already, Juanita. I entreat you to ask me no more." She gave an impatient sigh, and turned from her cousin to the dog, as if he were the more interesting companion of the two. "Well, I suppose I must be content to wait," she said. "But if you knew what I have suffered, what I shall suffer till that mystery is solved, you would not wonder if I feel angry at being kept in the dark. Has your friend gone back to London?" "Yes, but he is coming again before my holiday is over. You like him, I know, Juanita," he added, looking at her somewhat earnestly. "Yes, I like him," she answered carelessly, but with a faint blush. "I suppose most people like him, do they not? He is so bright and clever." "I am very glad you like him. He is the most valued friend I have. Indeed, I might almost say he is the only friend I made for myself at the University. I made plenty of acquaintances, but very few I cared to meet in after life. Ramsay was like a brother. It would have been a real grief to me if our friendship had not lasted." "He is ambitious, is he not?" "Very ambitious." "And proud?" "Very proud. But it is a noble pride. The pride that keeps a man straight in all his doings. The pride that prefers bread and cheese in a garret to turtle and venison at a parvenu's table. He is a splendid fellow, Nita, and I am proud of his friendship." "Is he very busy, that he should be so determined to leave Dorchester?" "Yes, he is full of work always. I thought he might have been content to take 2 or 3 weeks' quiet reading in our sleepy old town, but he wanted to get back to the hospital. He will come back for a day or two when the whim seizes him. He has always been erratic in his pleasures, but steady as a rock in his work." End of chapter 13. Volume 2, Chapter 14 of The Day Is Come by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. The heaviness and guilt within my bosom takes off my manhood. Lord Cheriton put the pistol case under his arm and left the cottage. The case was covered by his loose summer overcoat, and anybody meeting him in the park might have supposed that he was carrying a book, or might have failed to observe that he was carrying anything whatever. As it happened, he met nobody between the west gate and the house. He went in at the open window of the library, locked the pistol case in one of the capacious drawers of the large writing table, drawers which contained many of his most important documents, and which were provided with the safest lever locks. When this was done, he went to his wife's morning room, where she was generally to be found at this hour, her light breakfast finished, and her newspaper reading or letter writing begun. "Where have you been so early, James?" she asked, looking up at him with an affectionate smile. "I was surprised to hear you had gone out before breakfast." He looked at her in silence for a few moments, lost in thought. The beautiful and gracious face turned towards him in gentle inquiry had never frowned upon him in all their years of wedded life. Never had that tranquil affection failed him. There had been no dramatic passion in their love, no fierce alternations of despair and bliss, no doubts, no jealousies. His girlish wife had given herself to him in implicit trustfulness, fond of him and proud of him, believing in him with a faith second only to her faith in God. For 23 years of cloudless wedded life she had made his days happy. Never in all those years had she given him reason for 1 hour of doubt or trouble. She had been his loving and loyal helpmate, sharing his hopes and his ambitions, caring for the people he cared for, respecting even his prejudices, shaping her life in all things to please him. Great Heaven! What a contrast with that other woman, whose fiery and exacting love had made his life subordinate to hers, whose jealousy had claimed the total surrender of all other ties, of all other pleasures, had cut him off from all the advantages of society, had deprived him of the power to make friends among his fellow men, had kept him as her bond slave, accepting nothing less than a complete isolation from all that men hold best in life. He looked at his wife's calm beauty, where scarce a line upon the ivory white forehead marked the progress of years, the soft, gazelle-like eyes lifted so meekly to meet his own. He compared this placid face with that other face, handsome too after its fashion, long after the bloom of youth had gone, but marked in every feature with the traces of a nervous temperament, a fiery temper, the face of a woman in whose character there were none of the elements of domestic happiness, or in a word, the face of a Strangway, the daughter of a perverse and unhappy race, from whose line no life of happiness and well-doing had arisen within the memory of man. "My dear Maria, I was wrong in not leaving a message. I was sent for to Mrs. Porter's cottage. She has gone away in a rather mysterious manner." "Gone away?" "Yes, that in itself is rather astonishing, you know, but there was something so strange in her manner of leaving that I feel it my duty to look after her. I shall go up to town by the midday train. I have other business which may keep me in London for a few days till the shooting begins, perhaps. I have sent Theodore to the Priory to tell Juanita that you are going to her this afternoon, and that you will stay with her till I come back." "That is disposing of me rather as if I were a chattel," said his wife, smiling. "I knew you would be glad of a few days' quiet baby worship at the Priory, and I knew this house would be dull for you without any visitors." "Yes, there is always a gloom about the house when you are away, a much deeper gloom since last summer. No sooner am I alone than I begin to think of that dreadful night when my poor girl saw her murdered husband lying at her feet. Yes, James, you are right in sending me away. I shall be happy at the Priory with my darling, and she can never again be happy with me in this house." Lord Cheriton breakfasted in his wife's room. It was only an apology for breakfast, for he was too agitated to eat; but he refreshed himself with a cup of strong tea, and he enjoyed the restfulness of his wife's companionship while he sat there waiting for the carriage which was to take him to Wareham. "What makes you so uneasy about Mrs. Porter?" Lady Cheriton asked presently. "The suddenness and strangeness of her departure, in the first place. It would have been only natural she should have communicated with you or me before she left. And in the second place, I have been made uneasy by an observation of Mr. Ramsay's. He has conceived the opinion that Mrs. Porter is not altogether right in her mind — that there is a strain of madness." "Oh, James, that would be dreadful." "Yes, it would be dreadful to think of her wandering about alone. The very fact that she has hardly left that cottage for the last 20 years, except to go to church, would make her nervous and helpless among strangers and in a strange town. She would hardly be able to take care of herself, perhaps; and if, in addition to this, her mind is not quite right— Oh, poor thing, it is terrible to think of it. And you do not even know where she has gone?" "She told the servants she was going to London. God knows whether that is true or false. She took no luggage, not even a handbag." "She may have gone to her daughter." "To Mercy? Yes, that is an idea. It never occurred to me. She has been so cold and hard about her daughter in all these years, and yet it may be so. She may have relented at last." A servant announced the carriage. His lordship's portmanteau had been got in, and all was ready. "Goodbye, Maria. I have no time to lose, as I have inquiries to make and telegrams to dispatch at the station." "You will stay in Victoria Street, of course?" "Yes, I shall telegraph Mrs. Begbie. I am taking Wilson. I shall be very well taken care of, be sure, dearest." He kissed her and hurried away. He sighed as he left that atmosphere of perfect peace, sighed again as he thought of the business that lay before him. He had to find her, this murderess. He had to prove that she was mad, if it were possible, and to put her away for the rest of her days in some safe retreat, secure from the hazard of discovery — a hard and bitter task for the man who had once loved her, and whose love had been her destruction. He made his inquiries of the station master. Yes, Mrs. Porter had left by the early train. She had taken a second-class ticket for Waterloo. Lord Cheriton telegraphed to Miss Marian Gray at 69 Hercules Buildings, Lambeth. "If your mother is with you when you receive this, I beg you to detain her till I come. Cheriton." His wife's suggestion seemed to him like an inspiration. Where else could that desolate woman seek for a shelter but under the roof which sheltered her only child? She was utterly friendless in London and elsewhere, unless indeed her old governess Sarah Newton could be counted as a friend. The Weymouth up train steamed in, and he took his seat in the corner of a first-class compartment, where he was tolerably secure of being left to himself for the whole of the journey, guards and porters conspiring to protect his seclusion, albeit he had not taken the trouble to engage a compartment. His greatness was known all along the line. He had ample leisure for thought during that 3 hours' journey, leisure to live over again that life of long ago which had been brought so vividly back to his memory by the events of today. He had made it his business to forget that past life, so far as forgetfulness was possible, with that living reminder forever at his gate. Habit had even reconciled him to the presence of Mrs. Porter at the West Lodge. Her supreme quietude had argued her contentment. Never by so much as one imprudent word or one equivocal look had she aroused his wife's doubts as to her past relations with her employer. She had been accepted by all the little world of Cheriton, she had behaved in the most exemplary manner; and although he had never driven in at the West Gate, and seen her standing there in her attitude of stern humility, without a pang of remorse and a stinging sense of shame, yet that sharp moment of pain being past, he was able to submit to her existence as the one last forfeit he had to pay for his sin. And now he knew that the statue-like calm of her face, as she had looked up at him in the clear light under the branching beeches, had been only the mask of hidden fires; that through all those years in which she had seemed the image of quiet resignation, of submission to a mournful fate, she had been garnering up her vengeance to wreak it upon the offender in his most unguarded hour, piercing the breast of the father through the innocent heart of the child. He knew now that hatred had been for ever at his doors, that angry pride had watched his going in and coming out, under the guise of humility; that by day and by night hideous thoughts had been busy in that hyperactive brain, such thoughts as point the way to madness and to crime. When he had made up his mind to break his promise to Evelyn Darcy, and to marry another woman, 15 years her junior, he had told himself that the wrench once made, the link once sundered, all would be over. She would submit as other women have submitted to the common end of such ties. She could not deem herself more unfortunate than those other women had been, since his attachment had endured far longer than the average span of illicit loves. He had been patient and faithful and unselfish in his devotion for more than a decade. He would have gone on waiting perhaps had there been a ray of hope; but Tom Darcy had shown a malignant persistency in keeping alive. And even were Tom Darcy dead, how bitter a thing it would be for the fashionable Queen's Counsel to enter society with a wife of damaged character. In the old days of hopefulness and fond love they had told each other that the stain upon the past need never be known in that brilliant future to which they both looked forward; but now he told himself that despite their secluded life the facts of that past would ooze out. People would insist upon finding out who Mr. Dalbrook's wife was. It would not be enough to say, "She is there, handsome, clever, and a lady." Society would peer and pry into the background of her life. Whose daughter was she? Had she been married before? And in that case who was her husband? Where had she lived before her recent marriage? Had she spent her earlier years in the colonies or on the Continent, or how was it that society had seen nothing of her? Those inevitable questions would have made his life a burden and her life an agony, James Dalbrook told himself; even had Darcy been so complacent as to die and leave them free to rehabilitate their position by marriage. But Darcy had shown no disposition towards dying, and now here was a lovely girl with a fortune willing to marry him; a girl to whom his heart had gone out, despite his conscientious endeavour to be faithful to that old attachment. Today, in his agony of remorse and apprehension, he could recall the scene of their severance as well as if it had happened yesterday. He had gone home in the chill March twilight, in that depressing season when the pale spring flowers, daffodils, primroses, and narcissus are fighting their ineffectual battle with the cutting east wind, when the sparrows have eaten the hearts of all the crocuses, and the scanty grass in suburban gardens is white with dust, when the too early lighted lamps have a sickly look in the windy streets, and the neglected fires in suburban drawing rooms are more dismal than fireless hearths. Camberwell Grove was not at its best in this bleak March season. The time had been when the long narrow garden at Myrtle Cottage was carefully kept, and when Evelyn had taken a pride in the old-fashioned flower borders and the blossoming creepers upon the veranda; but for the last 2 or 3 years she had been careless and indifferent, and one jobbing gardener having left the neighbourhood she had taken no pains to get another in his place.
Nor had she done any of that weeding and watering and pruning which had at one time helped to shorten the long light evenings. A weariness of all things had come upon her, tired out with waiting for brighter days. He had refused Don Jose's pressing invitation to dine on Onslow Square. He had turned his back upon the warm brightness of newly furnished drawing rooms, an atmosphere of hothouse flowers, great rush baskets of tulips, hyacinths, and narcissus, low vases of lilies of the valley and Parma violets; and amidst all this brightness and colour, the beautiful Spanish girl, with her pale, clear complexion and soft black eyes. He had left his newly betrothed wife reluctant to let him go, in order to face the most painful crisis that can occur in any man's life; in order to tell the woman who had loved and trusted him that love was at an end between them, that the bond was broken, and his promise of no account. "I expected you earlier, James," she said, opening the door to him. It was rarely that the door was opened by a servant when he went home. She was always waiting for his knock. "Yes, it is late, I know. I have been detained. I have lingered a little on the way. I walked from the West End." "What, all the way? By the Walworth Road? The neighbourhood you dislike so much?" "I did not care where I walked, Evelyn. I was too miserable to think about my surroundings." "Miserable?" she asked, looking at him searchingly, and growing pale as she looked, as if the pallor of his face reflected itself in hers. "What should make you miserable?" They were standing in the drawing room, where the moderator lamp upon the table shone bright and clear upon his troubled face. "You have lost your money, James. You have speculated. You won't be able to buy Cheriton Chase," she said breathlessly. "Nonsense, Evelyn. Don't you know that you have the deposit notes for every pound I ever saved locked up in your desk?" "Ah, but you might speculate. You may have ruined yourself all the same." "I have not ruined myself that way, Evelyn. Oh, for God's sake, forgive me, pity me if you can. I have engaged myself to a girl who loves me, though I am 20 years her senior; a girl who is proud of me and believes in me. This engagement means a new and happy life for me, and may mean release for you. Who knows? We have neither of us been happy lately. I think we have both felt that the end must come." She laid her hand upon his breast, holding the lapel of his coat tightly within her thin white fingers, as if she would pin him there for ever, looking straight into his eyes, with her own eyes dilated and flaming. "You are a coward and a traitor," she said between her clenched teeth. "You are lying, and you know you are lying. The tie has grown weaker for you, perhaps. Not for me. For me every year has strengthened it. For me every hope I have has pointed to one future, the future in which I am to be your wife. You know what my husband's habits are. You know what his life is worth as compared with yours. You know that we must be near the end of our probation, that suddenly, without any hour's warning, we may hear of his death, and you will be free to give me the name and place I have earned for 10 years' fidelity and patience and self-denial. You know this, and that my life is bound up in yours. That I cannot exist without you except as the most miserable of women. That I have not a friend in the world, not a hope in the world, not an ambition in the world but you. And you look at me in the face with those cold, cruel eyes, and tell me you have engaged yourself to a girl 20 years your junior, that you are going to cast me off. Me, your wife of 10 years. More than wife in devotion. More than wife in self-sacrifice. God knows the sacrifice was mutual, Evelyn. If there has been surrender on your side, there has been surrender on mine. I have turned my back upon society just at the time when it would have been most enjoyable and most valuable. But I won't even try to excuse myself. I have acted very badly. I deserve the worst you can say of me. I thought I was sure of myself. I thought I was a rock. But the hour of temptation came, and I was not strong enough to withstand it. Be generous, Evelyn. Clasp hands and forgive me. Wherever I am and whatever I do, your welfare shall be my first, most sacred care. The money I have saved shall be invested for your benefit, shall be secured to your use and our daughters after you." "Money? Benefit?" she cried wildly. "How dare you talk to me of money? How dare you put my wrongs in the balance against your sordid money? Do you think money can help me to forget you, or to hate myself less than I do for having loved and trusted you?"
And then followed a paroxysm of passionate despair at the memory of which, after all the intervening years of peace and prosperity, wedded love and deadened conscience, his blood ran cold. He found himself face to face with a woman's frenzy, impotent to comfort or to tranquilize her. There was a moment when he had to exert brute force to prevent her from dashing her brains out against the wall. All through that long, hideous night he watched by her and pleaded with her and guarded her from her own violence. At one time he was on his knees before her, offering to give up the desire of his heart, to break his solemn engagement of a few hours old, and to remain true to her till the end of time, but she spurned his offered sacrifice. "What? Now that I know you love another woman? What? Keep you by my side while I know your heart is elsewhere? What? Have you mine by the strength of a chain, like a galley slave linked to his jail companion, knowing that you hate me? Not for worlds, not to be a duchess. No, no, no. The wrong is done. The wrong was in withdrawing your love. There is no such thing as faithfulness from you to me. All is over." He argued against himself, implored her to accept his sacrifice. "I would do anything in this world, pay any price, rather than see such despair as I have seen tonight," he said, standing in the cold grey dawn, haggard and aged by the long night of agony, beside the bed where that convulsed form lay writhing, with tear-disfigured face, lips wounded, and blood-stained, strained eyeballs, and dishevelled hair. She was adamant against his pleading. "You cannot give me back my trust in you. I am not the coarse, common creature you think me. I do not want to keep your dull clay when your heart has gone to another. I will show you that I can live without you." This was the beginning of a calmer mood, which he was fain to welcome, though he knew that it was the icy calmness of despair. Before the world was astir in Camberwell Grove she had grown curiously quiet and rational. She had bathed her distorted features and bound up her hair. She was clothed and in her right mind again, and she sat quietly listening while he told her the story of his temptation, and how this new love had crept into his heart unawares, and how an innocent girl's naive preference had flattered him into infidelity to the love of 10 years. She listened quietly while he spoke of the future, trying to make a sunny picture of the new home, in England or abroad, which she was to create for herself. "You have been far too self-denying," he said. "You have sacrificed even your own comfort to help me to grow rich. You must at least share my prosperity. Money need be no object in your future existence. Choose your new home where you will, and let it be as bright and enjoyable as ample means can make it." "I will take nothing from you but the bare necessities of existence," she said. "I will go to the obscurest spot that I can find, and rot there alone, or with my daughter, as you think fit. I may ask one favour of you. Get me out of this house as soon as you can. I was once happy here," she added hoarsely, looking round the room with an expression that tortured him. "I will take you across the Channel to-day, if you like. Change of air and scene may do you good. You have lived too long in this place." 10 years too long," she answered with a faint laugh. He went across to Boulogne with her by the night mail, established her in a private hotel in the Grande Rue, and left her there within an hour of their landing, with a pocket book containing £100 in her lap. Nothing could exceed his tenderness in this parting, nor could any man's compassion for a woman he had ceased to love be deeper than his. He was full of thoughtfulness for her future. He implored her to think of him as her devoted friend, to whom her welfare was of the uttermost importance, to call upon him unhesitatingly for any help in any scheme of life which she might make for herself. "I shall warehouse your furniture at the Pantechnicon, so that wherever you fix your future abode it may be conveyed there," he said. "We took some pains in choosing those things, and you may prefer them to newer and even better furniture. Write to me when you have made your choice of a new home." "Home," she echoed, and that was all. "When you have found that home and settled down there, you will have Mercy to share your life, will you not?" he pleaded. "The child will be a comfort to you." "A comfort, yes. She was born under such happy conditions. She has such reason to be proud of her parentage. Mercy what? She must have some kind of surname, I suppose, before she is much older. What is she to be called?" "You are very cruel, Evelyn. What does a name matter?" "Everything. A name means a history. Should I be here, and you bidding me good-bye, if my name were Dalbrook? It is just because my name is not Dalbrook that you can cast me adrift, like a rotten boat which a man sends down the stream to be stranded on a mud bank, and moulder there piecemeal, inch by inch.
End of chapter 14. Volume 2, Chapter 15 of The Day Will Come by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. One little flash of summer light, one brief and passionate dream. Lord Cheriton sent his valet and his portmanteau to Victoria Street in a cab and walked to Hercules Buildings. It was a short distance from the terminus, and the movement was a relief to his troubled brain. He was strangely agitated in approaching the girl whom he had known only as Mercy Porter, who had lived to 27 years of age almost as a stranger to him, whom he had looked upon in her girlhood with a keen and painful interest, but an interest which he had never betrayed by one outward sign. It was her mother's perversity and wrong-headedness, he told himself, which had necessitated this complete estrangement. Had she consented to bring up her daughter anywhere else, he might have acted in some wise as a father to her. But she had chosen to plant the girl there, at his gates, in the sight of his wife and her child, and he was thus constrained to ignore the tie, to repress every token of interest, every sign of emotion, to act his lifelong lie and play his part of benefactor and patron to the end. And now he had reason to believe that Mercy had discovered the secret of her birth. Her contemptuous refusal of his bounty could proceed, he thought, from no other cause. She knew that he was her father, and she would accept no boon from a father who had denied her his name and his love. She resented her mother's wrongs as well as her own. His heart sank at the thought of standing before her, his daughter and his judge. The house in Hercules Buildings was decent and clean-looking. The woman who opened the door told him that Miss Gray was at home, and directed him to the second floor back. "Is she alone?" he asked. "Has there been no one with her this morning?" "No, sir. She don't have anybody come to see her once in 6 months except Miss Newton." Lady Cheriton's conjecture was not the inspiration he had thought. Mrs. Porter had not made her way here. What if she had doubled back after starting in the train for London, got out at the first station and gone to the Priory, to realize that ghastly apprehension of Theodore Dalbrook's, and to follow up her scheme of vengeance by some new crime? Once admit that she was mad, and there was no limit to the evil she might attempt and do. His only comfort was in the idea that Juanita's cousin was there, on the alert to guard her from every possible attack. He knocked at the door of the back room on the second-floor landing, and it was opened by the faded woman he had seen last in her fresh young beauty, a fair, bright face at a rustic casement framed in verdure. The face was sadly aged since he had looked upon it, and if it was beautiful still, it was with the beauty of outline and expression rather than of youthful freshness and colouring. The grave, sad eyes were lifted to his face as Mercy made way for him to enter. She placed a chair for him and stood a little way off, waiting for him to speak. He looked at the small room with infinite sadness. Her neatness and ingenuity had made the best of the poorest means, and the shabby little room had as fresh and gay an air as if it had been the room in an Alpine chalet or a farmhouse in Normandy. The poor little pallet bed was hidden by white dimity curtains, the washstand was screened by a drapery of the same white dimity, daintily arranged with bright ribbon bows. There was a shelf of neatly bound books above the mantelpiece, and there were bits of Japanese china here and there, giving a touch of brilliant colour to the cheap white paper on the walls and the white draperies. The room had been furnished by Mercy herself. The chairs were of wickerwork, cushioned and decorated by Mercy's clever hands. There was a pine chest of drawers with a Japanese looking glass hanging above it, and there was a quaint little Japan table of bright vermilion at the side of Mercy's armchair. The poor little second-floor bedroom with its one window and most unlovely outlook was Mercy's only source of pride. She had pinched herself to buy those inexpensive chairs and the luxury of the Japanese glass, the lacquered tea tray with its Satsuma cups and saucers, and the turquoise and absinthe-tinted vases, all those trifling details which made her room so different from the rooms of most work-girls. She had stained and waxed the old deal boards with her own hands, and it was her own labour that kept the floor polished and dustless and the window panes bright and clear. The natural instinct of a lady showed itself in that love of fair surroundings.
"I hope to find your mother with you," said Lord Cheriton. "Why? I received your telegram and could not understand what it meant. Is there anything wrong with my mother?"
"She left her home early this morning, suddenly. No one knows why or wherefore. I am intensely anxious to find her."
"But why? She has been able to take care of herself very well for the last 20 years. You have not been particularly interested in her in all that time. Why should you be anxious to-day?"
"Because I have reason to think that all is not well with her — that her mind is not quite right — and I am full of fear lest she should do something rash."
"God help her," sighed Mercy, the pale face growing just a shade whiter. "If you had seen much of her in the years that are gone your fears would not have come so late in the day."
"What do you mean?"
"I mean that her mind has been unsettled ever since I was old enough to observe and to understand her. I was little more than a child when I found out that she had brooded upon one great sorrow until all her thoughts were warped — all charity and kindly feeling were dead in her — dead or frozen into a dreadful numbness, a torpor of the soul. She never really loved me — me, her only child, who tried very hard to win her love. God knows how I loved her, having no one else to love. There was always a barrier between us — the barrier of some bitter memory. I could never get near her heart."
He did not answer for some minutes, but stood up, looking out of the window at the dreary prospect of slated roof and smoke blackened chimney pot, prospect in which a few red tiles or an old gable end were as a glimpse of beauty amidst the all-pervading greyness and cruel monotony of form and hue. He felt a constraint upon him such as he had never felt in all his life before — felt tongue-tied, helpless, paralyzed by a deep sense of shame and self-humiliation before this unacknowledged daughter, who under happier circumstances might have looked up to him and honoured him as the first among men. In this bitter hour the name that he had won for himself in the world, the fortune which his talent had earned for him, were as dust and ashes — the bitter ashes beneath the dazzling brightness of the dead sea fruit. "Why do you stop in this back room, Mercy?" he asked abruptly. "Why do you condemn yourself to look out upon chimney pots and blackened roofs, when you have all the world to choose from if you like? Why, in pity's name, did you refuse my offer of an income?"
"Because I will take nothing from you — nothing, nothing, nothing." Her lips closed in a rigid line after that reiterated word. Her eyes looked straight before her — cold, calm, resolute.
"Why are you so hard upon me?"
"Why? You ask me why, you, who let me live at your gates in meek dependence on your bounty, nameless, fatherless, living a life of miserable monotony with a heart-broken woman in whose frozen breast even maternal love was dead. You who patted me on the head once in half a year, and patronized me, and condescended to me as if I were of another race and of a different clay. You, my father, you who could be content to let me grow from a child to a woman and never once let your heart go out to me, and never once be moved to clasp me in your arms and confess the tie between us. You who saw me come to your fine house and go away, and often pretended not to see me, or passed me with a side glance and a little motion of your hand as if I were a dog that ran by you in the street. You, my father, you, whose friend saw me so friendless and alone that he could lie to me with impunity, knowing there was no one in this world to take my part or to call him to account for his lies. Had you been different, my fate might have been different."
"He was a villain, Mercy. God knows I have suffered enough on that score. I would have called him to account, I would have punished him. But I had to think of my wife. I dared not act. There was a monster in my path before which the boldest man sometimes turns coward — publicity. Who was it told you, Mercy? When was it that you discovered my secret?"
"He told me — taunted me with my mother's story. He had guessed it, I think; but though he had no proofs to give me, instinct told me that it was true. My mother's life and character had always been a mystery to me. I understood both by the light of that revelation."
"He told you the truth, Mercy. Yes, all my life as regards you was a solemn sham. It was your mother's determination to live at Cheriton and nowhere else which made me a stranger to my own child. Had your home been elsewhere, far from my wife and her surroundings, I might have acted in some wise a father's part. I might have acknowledged our relationship. I might have seen you from time to time, in the freedom of paternal intercourse. I could have interested myself in your education, watched over your welfare. As it was, I had to play my difficult part as best I might."
"You would have had to reckon with my mother's broken heart wherever she had lived," answered Mercy. "Do you think I could have ever valued your fatherly interest, knowing the measure of her wrong? In my ignorance I looked up to you as our benefactor. You cheated me of my gratitude and respect — you, who were the cause of all our sorrows. I saw my mother's mind growing more and more embittered as the years went by. My youth was spent with a woman whose lips had forgotten how to smile, with a mother who never spoke a motherly word, or kissed her child with a motherly kiss. And then when love came — or that which seemed love — can you wonder that I was weak and helpless in the hour of temptation? I, who had never known what tenderness meant before I heard his voice, before his lips touched mine. The only happiness I ever knew upon this earth was my happiness with him. It was short enough, God knows, but it was something. It was my only sunshine, the only year in all my life in which the world seemed beautiful and life worth living. Yes, it was at least a dream of loving and being loved, but it was followed by a bitter waking."
"He was a scoundrel, Mercy. You were not his first victim. But his youth was past, and I believed in his reform. I should not have asked him to my wife's house had I not so believed. When I heard that he had tempted you away from your mother I was in despair. I would have made any sacrifice to save you, except the one sacrifice of facing a hideous scandal, except the sacrifice of my social position and my wife's happiness. Had you alone been in question I might have taken a bolder and more generous course, but you are right when you say I had to reckon with your mother. I might have confessed the existence of my daughter, might have secured my wife's kindness and sympathy for that daughter, but how could I say to her, 'The woman who lives beside your gate is the woman who ought to have been my wife, and who for 10 years was to me as a wife, and relied upon my promise that no other woman upon earth should ever occupy that place?' I was fettered, Mercy, caught in the toils, powerless to act a manly part. I did what I could. I tried to trace you and Tremaine — failed, and never knew what had become of him till I read of his death in Afghanistan. He was a married man when he crossed your path, separated from his wife, who had not used him over well. It was the knowledge of his domestic troubles that inclined me to hold out the hand of friendship to him at that time. He behaved infamously to you, I fear, my poor girl."
"He only did what most men do, I suppose, under the same circumstances. He only acted as you acted to my mother. He grew tired of me. Only his weariness came in less than 10 years, in less than 2. He took me roaming all over the world in his yacht. Those days and nights at sea, or lying off some white city, gleaming against a background of olive-clad hills, were like one long dream of beauty. Sometimes we lived on shore for a little while, in some obscure fishing village, where there was no one from England to ask who we were. We spent one long winter coasting about between Algiers and Tunis. I could hardly believe that it was winter in that world of purple sea and sky and almost perpetual sunshine. We spent half a year among the Greek islands. We stayed at Constantinople, and sailed from there to Naples. It was at Naples I caught a fever, and lay ill on board the yacht. It was a tedious illness, a long night of darkness and delirium. When I recovered, Colonel Tremaine was gone. He had left the yacht on the first day of my unconsciousness, leaving me in charge of a Sister of Mercy and 3 sailors. He had sold the yacht, which was to pass into the new owner's possession as soon as I was strong enough to go on shore. He left me a letter, telling me that he had deposited £50 for me at the English banker's where he had been in the habit of cashing cheques. I had been at the bank with him on more than one occasion. He advised me to stay in the South and get a situation as governess in an Italian family. He was obliged to go back to England on account of monetary difficulties, but he hoped to be able to meet me later. He did not even take the trouble to tell me where a letter would find him. He had abandoned me at the beginning of a dangerous illness, left me to live or die, friendless in a foreign land. End of chapter 15.